It's alive! Hey, you guys. Aloha. Welcome to the Bitcoin for Peace Virtual Creator Summit. I'm so grateful to get to be here with the leading experts on planet Earth on Bitcoin, on creativity, on business, on value for value, on health, on wellness, on making the world a better place. It is my deep honor and pleasure and privilege to introduce to you guys the very first panel that we are going to have here out of 7. Today, we're going to have 7 panels, and we're going to go for about 45, 50 minutes or so, and then we'll have breaks in between. We'll show you guys some videos, and the whole goal is to teach us, all of us, and learn from each other how Bitcoin can support us in the creative world, how Bitcoin can support you if you're an activist, if you're an entrepreneur, if you're a healer, if you're a writer, if you're a podcaster, if you're a DJ, if you're a musician, if you're an entrepreneur. How does Bitcoin fit into your workflow? How does Bitcoin solve for some problems that we've had on Earth, which sometimes we have financial censorship, sometimes we have social media censorship. So, and sometimes we don't get paid for our work. So we're going to talk about why and how Bitcoin can support us in the world and creating this next generation of opportunities for creators. So it's my pleasure to get to introduce to you Joe Martin. He's a beautiful, wonderful musician, and he's going to tell you guys about value for value. We've got Metamic of Geyser. We've got Daniel Prince, Once Bitten. Ainsley Costello is a wonderful young artist, and Pierre Corbin, who is going to be teaching us about Pay with Flash and the Bitcoin Film Festival. I'm going to shut up, and Daniel Prince is going to take over and rock this panel. I'm so excited, and welcome everybody. Woohoo!
Thanks, Valerie. And yeah, just to echo what Mick said backstage there, thank you for everything that you've done and the team that have put this on together. And the next 7 hours or so, people are going to be able to just watch live streaming Bitcoin content, which is amazing. I know there's a conference going on in Arnhem at the moment in Holland, which, the oldest Bitcoin living community, and they're doing a lot of great work over there. So shout out to those guys as well. So I think what we'll do is we'll just go around the people here that are on the call and do a quick introduction of who you are. And I'm going to pick on Ainsley to go first because I don't know about anybody else here, but I don't know anything about you. So I want to learn about you. I know these other guys. I've met them like tons of times. I know their story. So Ainsley, what's your story? Let us know what's going on.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, first and foremost, thanks so much for having me. I'm so psyched to be able to talk with a bunch of like-minded people about Bitcoin and how it is going to affect the world for the better. So my name is Ainsley Costello. I'm a 20-year-old singer-songwriter based in Nashville, Tennessee. And I got into the Bitcoin value for value space a little under a year ago in July of last year. I'll tell like a very quick version of my story because some people have heard it already, but I've finally, after a year or so, kind of learned the elevator pitch of my story in this space. So I think we're all familiar with a new music app called Wavelake, right? Wavelake, just one of the change makers in this new way of living and music consumption, which is so cool. So in July of last year, who'da thunk, there's this place in Nashville called Bitcoin Park. I'd lived here for 3-4 years and I hadn't heard of it. But my dad was, for the past couple of years, my dad's always been like a Bitcoin Web3 crypto enthusiast. And whenever he would like kind of come home and tell my mom and I about Bitcoin, we'd be like, all right, thanks, Jim. Like, love it. Love that for you. But cool. Like, I'm probably just going to go like keep writing songs about my feelings. But so my dad started frequenting Bitcoin Park in Nashville. And one day he came home and he was like, hey, I was just at this lightning summit at this place called Bitcoin Park. And I met these guys, Sam Means and Michael Ree from Wavelake. And Ainsley, I think it's really interesting. Like, you should go down and just at the very least check it out, see what it's about, because what's the harm? Why not? And I was like, you know what? Exactly. Why not? I have nothing else to do on this lovely Friday morning except for go to therapy. So why not? Let's go and check this out. So my mom and I went down, and you'll hear me talk about my parents a lot because my parents and I are very close and they do a lot of this stuff with me. And they're now, both of them are very involved in the Bitcoin space. But my mom and I went down and we sat in this Wavelake demo, and it was just like, this is so cool. Like, why wouldn't I put my music up on here? And so then a couple of days later, we decided to put up a song of mine called Cherry on Top, which is a song that came out in on the traditional music streaming platforms in December of 2022. And within like a couple weeks, it became the first song on Wavelake to hit 1 million sats, which is just like still wildly crazy. And I don't really rightly understand what happened with that. But that was really just the beginning of my like music and Bitcoin working in tandem story. I kept putting more of my music on Wavelake, and then eventually that led to putting it on Fountain, and then Adam Curry picked it up on all of his podcasts. And then in December of last year, we had Open Mike. I think that's how he's known in this space, who is the CFO at First Avenue in Minneapolis, which is just like an absolutely iconic, legendary venue that I think is just on everyone's bucket list to play. And Mike's been a Bitcoin enthusiast for the longest time. And he was like, hey, I really want to do one of the first like lightning enabled shows where you're going to perform live, but then we're also going to live stream it. And there's going to be 1,000 people around the world watching it. And so we did the 2 shows in Minneapolis the week before Christmas, and they were so much fun, and it was just so fulfilling in a way that I think a lot of musicians will agree. A lot of the shows that you have, like where you're just doing 3-hour cover sets in a bar, aren't really that fulfilling, because you're playing for like-minded people. You're playing for people who really and genuinely love and care about your music. And also just like finding out that there's a community of people who believe that artists should get paid for the work that they put out into the world. Because, you know, it's kind of dumb, but apparently the music industry doesn't really think that. I mean, we'll get into that, which is all about the ethos of value for value. But after kind of chasing the like success in the traditional music industry for the past couple of years, this kind of comes out of left field, and you're like, what just happened? But I'm gonna go with it. I'm just gonna roll with it. And eventually that led me to sitting here today talking with all of you wonderful people.
Did you say you were 20?
Yes.
Wow. All right. Well, that's very bullish that we've got such a young Bitcoiner and such a talent as well in the music space. But could you have ever imagined, like when you tell your other friends, who obviously I'm sure you've got a peer group in music as well, about how you're going to craft your career around Bitcoin, what are they saying? Like, is there hope that more people are going to see what you've seen, or is it still falling on deaf ears?
No, I mean, I was actually really surprised when I started telling a lot of my friends in music about this. And I think Joe, my friend who's also on here, is a testament to that. But I've got a couple of friends in Nashville who I kind of told them about this. And I think by now almost every artist in the music industry has the same mindset of like, why not? Why wouldn't I try something new? I've been throwing stuff at the wall for the last however many years we've all been at this, trying to get something to stick. And as we all know, the traditional music industry, it's really hard to stick, because I could get on my whole soapbox about this, but I think a lot of people in the traditional music industry like to say your success has to be organic and authentic. And I think there is a truth to that, but at the same time, like, there's also not any truth in that at all. And so I think everybody is just really tired of being told to like post 3 times a day on TikTok and eventually something will hit. And so all of my friends, we've all been doing this, and we've all kind of been commiserating over how hard the music industry is. So when I told them about Wavelake and Fountain and value for value just as a concept, they were like, this is the coolest thing. How can I get in on this? And there's a couple of other artists who are like my actual friends who I hang out with all the time in Nashville, who you might have heard on some of the podcasts, and their music has started to get introduced into this space. We've got Emily Rana, or Emily Deranged, who's been on like the Phantom Power Music podcasts and has been on Adam Curry's show. We have Arrayus, The Trusted, Abby Muir. Like, I'm good friends with all those guys, and I think all of them had the same idea of just like, why not? Like, I think all artists are accustomed to like every couple months, every couple years, like something new kind of hits the scene, and we're like, all right, let's just like add this to the routine. And this was nothing different, except for it was totally different because look, there's a community. Look, we're getting paid for the first time in our lives.
With the best money ever discovered by humanity. It's incredible. Joe, let's kick it over to you just to keep the music theme pretty strong. Give yourself a quick introduction for those people that don't know you and haven't heard your music yet, and how you found value for value.
Sure. My name is Joe Martin. I'm a singer-songwriter based in the UK, and I've been touring extensively the past few years, mainly around the UK, but occasionally get over to Europe, and I'm coming stateside this July, which is going to be a lot of fun. I'll get to meet Ainsley in person for the first time. And yeah, so I've just been grinding away kind of the past several years and kind of becoming increasingly sort of disenfranchised with the quote music industry. Just because, to echo what Ainsley said, it's kind of becoming more about, you know, your presence on social media somehow, and like the music is kind of taking a back seat and is becoming an afterthought. And it's like, you know, bookers, agents, festivals, they're all looking more at like your socials, like how many followers you have, how many likes you're getting, rather than like maybe the quality of the music itself, which is like really strange. So, I mean, I know tons of fantastic musicians that over the years have just thrown in the towel because they've become so like depressed with the reality of that, you know. So hopefully we're going to touch on how value for value can change that and what it means and how it works. So
Yeah, mate, 100%. And this isn't a new problem, right? I mean, Prince, George Michael, Michael Jackson, they were pretty, I mean, they would have been Bitcoiners if this was around in their day.
absolutely, it seems like the problem's as old as the music industry itself, almost. Like the artist has always been getting the rubbish end of the deal for however long now. So hopefully this technology can hopefully change that.
And when are you going to cover Cherry on Top?
2 weeks, soon.
Yeah, I was going to say, you're practicing a million sats out the gate.
Absolutely. What a banger.
You could split that, right? I mean, doesn't that fall into the ethos? If you were to cover another artist's song that's on Wavlake or Fountain, for example, just set up the splits and however you want to do it.
Absolutely. I mean, that's a whole new different world that's been unlocked with splits and that kind of thing. I think it's going to completely reshape how contracts are written and all that stuff and how artists collaborate. So I'm sure we'll get into it, but it's very exciting. Yeah.
Definitely. All right, Mick, you're next on my screen, so I'm just working in that order now. How you doing, mate? Great to see you. Do you just want to introduce yourself and the project that you set up?
Absolutely, of course. I'm great to be here and all these lovely people. Good to meet you guys as well. Yeah, so I'm Mick. I'm CEO and co-founder of Geyser.fund. It's a crowdfunding platform built off of Bitcoin and Nostr. And in terms of origin story, I don't come from a creative background like these two guys here. My background is more actually from the contributor side. So my story with Geyser is that I was chilling on Twitter and noticing all these great artists, mostly just my time filmmakers and just people that had really cool ideas, wanting to set up Bitcoin meetups and wanting to do music and wanting to do interesting piece of art or start a type of new business venture, having all these great ideas. But then, and then some people being like, yeah, let me send you some sets to make it happen. But there's no place, there's no platform, there's no location where people could just keep track of those projects, kind of be recognized also for funding these creators. And so I really realized that there was a problem with the crowdfunding platforms in the space, in the traditional space, that only work in 20 countries or so. They censor a lot of people for their projects that are not fitting within the right box. And also just all sorts of other problems related to just like excessive fees and things like that. And so that's why I realized that Bitcoin and Lightning specifically can really solve the problem of monetization for all sorts of creators that we've seen here with Ainsley and Joe talking about music, but also more broadly from filmmakers to educators in the Bitcoin space that want to monetize an idea to support Bitcoin education, and also meetups and conferences that can happen also through crowdfunding. So that's what I decided to build Geyser around 2 years and something ago. And now, you know, we're seeing a lot of activity on Geyser, more than 1 Bitcoin per month sent from creator to creator. We also are doing grants to supporting specific industries, including filmmakers, hackathons, and who knows, maybe in the future musicians in the Bitcoin space. And yeah, just absolutely honored to be part of this and help to move the industry forward and solving these problems and make Bitcoin the the internet, the money of the internet.
Yeah, the grants that you do are great, and you've been doing that for a while. And thank you for including me in that. And because you had about 10 to 15 panelists trying to go through that. When I first saw the amount of projects that we had to sort through, my first thing, my first emotion was, oh my God, what have I got myself into? And then my second emotion was, holy shit, this is bullish. There is so people building in the background that we have no idea. I had no idea about any of these projects until they come to Geyser. So how many do you have running right now? I'm sorry if you said that already. I missed it.
No, I think we have over 1,600. I think around 900 are live. A lot of these projects are maybe not necessarily long running. They may be 1 month or 3 months long. Maybe they just want to raise funds to help them get to a meetup somewhere around the world. Sometimes it's actually an artist that is releasing an album or like a specific documentary, and then eventually it closes. But we're trying to make Geyser more about your project that is recurring, and then if you can also use it for shorter time periods to say use goals to fundraise for a specific thing within a certain time frame. But yeah, it's a lot of activity. And the most amazing thing is 50% are in countries that don't have access to crowdfunding tools like Kickstarter or GoFundMe. And so it's really game changing, especially in Africa and South America and in Asia, where they cannot set up a project on these platforms. So it's an absolute game changer. Thanks to Bitcoin and Nostr.
It's incredible. And just to keep that page up, I think Valerie or Sally, whoever's in the background, to help me segue to Pierre, because I believe, Pierre, you've got a project running up there still, don't you? Your new film?
Yeah, that's right. I met Mick, I think 1.5 years ago. No, 2 years now it's going to be, I think. And Mick just, onboarded me onto Geyser for the new documentary film that I was doing. I think you'll find it if you type "fight." I think it's called "The Fight for the US Dollar."
Fight for the US dollar.
Yeah, it'll be the second one exactly.
There you go.
And so
I started.
man.
You got almost 60 million sats.
Yeah, well, I did get one of the Geyser grants, which really, really good. And also, one of the whole, I think, which is amazing with being able to have a campaign on Geyser is not only the fact that, of course, you can directly have a place where you show what you're trying to work on and be able to get money from that, but also it's just such a great way to talk about your project and allow everyone that is interested in seeing what is happening in the Bitcoin space to see your project. And that's one of the great benefits that I got from Geyser as well, which allowed me to get in touch with different executive producers, people that joined the project. So yeah, that's the second documentary project that I have. That production is on pause right now because one of the funders didn't follow through with the payment. So I'm waiting on that. But we've done already 40 hours of interviews. We've got the whole script written. So it's just a matter of time until this gets finished. Which I'm very excited, and hopefully I can premiere it at the Bitcoin Film Fest next year. Let's hope.
What gets it over the line for you? Just out of interest, obviously there's a huge amount of time you've got to put into that, but like, is there a specific amount of money or a specific amount of sats that you need to, dedicate that time?
Yeah. So. I'm not counting too much salary for myself in this, right? I think a lot of the documentary filmmaking that I do is a lot just about, a story that I want to be able to share, a message I want to be able to show, research that I just like digging into and making it look nice with nice visuals, music, and in a way that makes sense and can resonate with a lot of different emotions. So, not counting a budget to pay myself, what we're looking for still is $20,000 to really get it, including some post-production, or rather some distribution money in that. So I'm doing it on a pretty nice tight budget, and I'm just working with other passionate filmmakers and Bitcoiners that just like the story that we have and are themselves happy to lower their financial expectations when it comes to that because of just the story that we're sharing there and the impact that it can have. Especially that, my first film got over 2 million views on YouTube. So that's also something that, of course, if we manage to do it once with more money, with more people, why can't we do even better?
Actually, let's have some fun. Valerie, can you go back to the Geyser page and look at Pierre's film again, and then just hit, hit. What does it say? What Mick? Hit fund now.
Contribute.
Contribute. Hit contribute. Will that flash up a QR code? And people watching, if they feel obliged, we might see something live happen.
I think actually, yeah, you can just, but you have to include an amount, or if you go back and hit the.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, that's fine.
Okay. And will that generate a QR code?
Yeah, just check, click checkout.
Yeah. This will be cool. All right, let's just leave that up for a little while. And Pierre, we kind of jumped over your who you are. So yeah, do you just want to talk about that quickly, and then we'll talk about FlashPay?
Of course. So I'm Pierre Corbin. I'm the director of the documentary The Great Reset and the Rise of Bitcoin. That's the one that got over 2 million views. I released it in January of 2022, and that was my first, I'd say, contribution in the Bitcoin space. Tried to educate people through this film, and I think it worked pretty well. And one thing led to another project, another person you meet. I also co-organize the Bitcoin Film Fest with a great team. Of course, there's why I think Tomek is here. I saw him say good morning in the chat. Oh,
somebody funded. Look at that. Yes.
What?
It works. Bitcoin works, guys.
Thank you to the anonymous new contributor. I really appreciate your help. I'll make good use of that. So essentially, I also organized the Bitcoin Film Fest. We had the second edition in April, where actually Mick and you, Daniel, were here, of course, celebrating the halving with us and watching all of these new Bitcoin films that were premiering at the Film Fest. And on top of that, the whole story, let's say, is my documentary. I released it on YouTube, and for about 2 months, I couldn't monetize because YouTube just decided that my content was no longer worthy of me monetizing. And I couldn't get my money that I already had made, thanks to ad revenues, out of YouTube, and they blocked future monetization. And it was just, a mess. No one you could get in touch with. I would contact YouTube. They said it was a Google Pay thing. I would contact Google Pay. They'd say it was a YouTube thing. Just, impossible kind of thing to resolve. And actually, at the same time, I was working on some more development. Before being in filmmaking, I was a consultant in tech. So programming, numbers, finance, that's kind of my thing before filmmaking. And so we were building different tools that use the Lightning Network and Nostr. And actually, we just came up with ideas to build tools that could be helpful for creators as well. So, it's so easy to spend and receive money with the Lightning Network. Well, what if we had business tools that make it just as simple as the experience that it is to receive and pay on Lightning? And so we have products such as paywalls. We also have video paywalls where you can force payment for, you can say every 5 seconds request a viewer to pay for the next 5 seconds he's going to be watching. And you can do this for 5 minutes, 10 minutes. So, you can monetize in different ways with your content. We have subscriptions. We're the first ones to make subscriptions in Bitcoin. And we also have it as a full no-code solutions. You can connect them with our webhooks, with Zapier, and create a bunch of automations for yourself if you choose to. We, in fact, just improved the workflow for that. It's soon going to come also for the Geyser ones, Mick. But we're down to a 6-click subscription. I think Mick will be happy to hear that. And and so just a bunch of different tools like that. We also have just released this week a widget. You can add with one HTML script on any website. You can add a widget for receiving payments, and you can even host your products with checkout pages and all of this to any Lightning wallet that you want. So it's very, very good stuff. Very directed towards small businesses, but also bigger businesses. We're trying to just make it easy to accept Bitcoin payments.
Well, you've got possibly 3 customers here. I guess Mick is already in discussions with you. But does anybody on the panel have a question for Pierre about how this is going to work and why it would be more advantageous for you to liaise with what they're building?
I mean, I can. That's the question already.
Okay.
I feel
No,
like
I mean,
I'm just like, oh, sorry.
go for it.
Go
Go
ahead.
for it.
Oh no, I feel like we're just in this stage where everything is so new and exciting. Like I kind of just see like a new awesome tool like this, and I'm just like starry-eyed, and I'm just like, tell me more. Like I don't know if I have questions, but like I want to hear all about it. But then I'm also the kind of person like I'll be laying in bed at 3 a.m. and be like, oh, that would have been a good question to ask.
Well, I guess, Pierre, that would be, what would an aspiring 20-year-old musician, why would this be, a good tool for them?
So I think it's mostly for, of course, musicians, any kind of content creator. I think that is trying to be fully independent. Obviously, I think that's kind of the idea with value for value as well. And if you have a website, even if it's on a website builder like Wix or whatever it is, the kind of things that people go to easily get something set up. Well, you can set on any of your pages a paywall that will require whatever visitor comes to your page to just have to pay, I don't know, whatever amount you want to set as a price to view, whether it's, I don't know, a page for some music or maybe a blog post that you have. These paywalls are set up very, very easily. I mean, it's literally, it'll take you 30 seconds on our website, and then it's a script to copy and add it into any page like Wix or the like. And even for value, we just released this week the widget. And again, it's 30 seconds and it's just a script. You copy paste it into any website that you want. And in this idea of sharing your music on your website and waiting for yeah, that's the widget, exactly, and waiting for someone to be able to just send you these sats. Well, you could just have this small widget bottom right corner that says, just like we have here, test the flash widget. Well, it'll say, send me sats. Yeah, it does work actually. Okay. And so it'll say I'm not sure if on our website it's the correct version. That's because I didn't put it there. So that's yeah. No, that's a fake QR code. That's not the right one, I think. But essentially, this is exactly what it looks like, what it works, how it works, and you can completely customize it. And it could say, instead of support Flash in Bitcoin, you could just write like my music, pay me, and that's just something that'll a bit of a call to action for someone that is watching the content on your page and instantly just sees this little pop-up and can support you. I mean, it's just a couple clicks, and same thing to get this set up. It's literally on any platform, including Wix. I added it to my blog, and it's it takes 30 seconds to set up, and you can easily monetize this way. So it's just the kind of tools we're trying to bring together to make things easier.
Okay, Ainsley, I've just checked on your website. Do you have anything like this set up for people to be able to send you sats just from visiting your website?
I was literally just thinking this, like, so no, I don't yet, but this is exactly what I've been looking for. It's like totally mind blowing. It feels like one of the things I was thinking of when Pierre, you were talking about this, was like Patreon, but a million times better. But like I've been looking for a way to have fans and consumers of my music download my music straight from my website, but to pay with Lightning and sats, where like, because I think we all know now, like the traditional download model where like you're just downloading a song for 99 cents or however, that model is kind of dead. Like nobody really uses downloads anymore. But I think with this is just a completely new revolutionary way to like give your music out and like get paid for it, which is just awesome.
Yeah, so we do also allow you to create products, and so you can have on your website just a button that would redirect the user to a product page that could be just an image of whatever album cover. There could be a description there, and the user can just buy it directly, and it can be paid to the exact same wallet as the one from your widget, and they will receive this by email or by Nostr as well if they choose to. So they can have a download link and they'd be able to download all this stuff. So we're trying to be just very general in terms of the solutions that creators can have just to monetize in sats. I mean, yeah, as I said, if it's so easy to spend and receive in Bitcoin, in Lightning, we need the right tools that allow it from a business perspective too.
Hey, Pierre, I have a question. And I remember seeing this in Madero when you do the presentation, because I've been like dreaming of this solution for a variety of use cases in my business. What we were talking about when we were in Madero on the music panel was, how are we going to be able to create as a different type of relationship with our audience versus, obviously Spotify and all the other algos on main social media. You don't know who's consuming your content. You don't know how to relate to them, so it's like you're throwing darts in the air and you're hoping that you understand your audience, right? And so with Flash, is there an opportunity for artists, so like with Ainsley, for example, if someone's sending her, whether it's through a subscription or instant zaps, can she understand like, wow, wallet number 642 listened to this song and she kept zapping me and it was my breakup song. So maybe I'm going to send that, patron, that fan, a free ticket to my next show or something so that they can understand, how their audience is consuming content and, based on obviously, financial proof of what they're doing. You know what I mean?
Yeah. So yes, and I guess it depends on the product, essentially. Right now, for example, on the widget, it's just a QR code that appears, and a user can just scan it or copy the Lightning invoice and spend from his normal wallet, right? So in that case, not really. But we do have subscriptions, and subscriptions use a certain, of course, user management, so we can track what user is spending that. And so if someone subscribes to your page for or whatever service you have and starts recurring payments in Bitcoin, so every month, every week, however you set it up, well, then there is an identifier for this person, and whether it's Nostr or email or sometimes both, of course. And so you can, of course, reach out to these people, and you can either reach out to them on Nostr or by email, depending on what they choose. And we're developing all of these communication tools with these users as well. So essentially, in that case, the answer is yes, because you know who paid you. But we do want to, as much as possible, make it so that if you don't need to know exactly who paid you, well, then maybe it's just some information you shouldn't have. But one element, of course, that we're working on as well is just like you can have a Google Pay button. Well, then for a user that already has a Flash account, well, he could have a Pay with Flash button, and then his identity it completely, it can be Nostr identity, so it can be completely decentralized identity if a user chooses to, but this identity could be shared the moment he's paying, in which case, this information would be available for a content creator as well.
Yeah, totally agree with Pierre there that identity has to be opt-in and optional. We still want to allow contributors to fund anonymously, which is something we totally support on Geyser as well. But also you can also contribute when you're purchasing, say, a ticket in your case, then you do have to provide some information. That's where the email becomes really important. I don't know if that's how Flash works as well. But emails becomes really, email or Nostr DMs can be a really good way to interact one-on-one with the creator.
Yeah. So actually, we're experimenting with Nostr DMs as well. For now, when a user buys a product, we made it so that he has to input an email address, but optionally can choose to add his NPub and can also receive this information via Nostr DM. Just because I think today most businesses will prefer to have an email address simply because they can just throw it into MailChimp and add it to like their entire sequences and mailing lists. So that's
exactly. Yeah.
Really quick, sorry. Can you tell people here who might be listening who are brand new to Bitcoin and Nostr and NPubs, like, what does that mean? Because I'm sure there's some new people here that we're obviously trying to help understand Bitcoin. So could you help them understand what that means, please, Pierre?
Yeah, of course. So Nostr is a protocol, just like email is a protocol for sending messages online. Well, Nostr is the same thing, but for, let's say, more typical social network use cases or functionalities. And so it's very simple to build applications on, and it's also very decentralized. And an NPub is essentially the public key and is the identifier of one of the participants in the network. So it's a user, let's say, email, but it's a public key, and you can share it with people, and this is how they can follow you, they can see your content, and so on. And there's also the NSEC, which is the private key that allows you to just sign and just post things on this protocol.
Awesome.
Excellent. I want to ask Joe a question because I saw in the chat it's been moved down, but somebody called you out, shouted you out as the OG of value for value, mate. Do you want to? Pierre's given that the nod of approval. Myself too, mate. Well done, actually, for blazing the trail there and picking up on that. Over the years of value for value and your involvement in it, what have you found personally to be like what's the split, like Fountain app versus Wavlake versus Noster versus whatever? What are you using and what have you found to be the most predictable or successful?
Well, it's funny to be called an OG because I've only been in the space for like 2 years, but it feels like Bitcoin times, feels longer, right? But I started off on Fountain because that was the first thing I came across, and I uploaded my music to rss.com, which was picked up by Fountain, and then the guys from Wavlake basically reached out saying that they were doing that specific thing, but instead of just for podcasting, for music. And I thought, well, that was what I was looking for in the first place. But I'd have to say, like, maybe like the overwhelming majority of sats now come from Wavlake, which is pretty cool. But I wanted to just touch on what Pierre was saying before. And it's really cool what you're building with Flash and the paywalls and all that kind of thing. And I wanted to like make the distinction for anyone that's new to the space, to the value for value / Bitcoin space. The difference between value for value and say something like subscriptions and paywalls and Patreon is that with value for value, the content is actually freely open from the start, and you consume it first, and then you pay. So you don't pay to access it; it's free from the start and ad free as well. And like anyone hearing that would naturally think, well, if people can get it for free, they're not going to pay for it. End of. And I'm sure Ainsley can attest. Well, I know Ainsley can. That we've been more successful on the value for value model than we have, on traditional streaming platforms like tenfold. So that isn't true. It's actually true that people do want to give back and support you as a content creator. Even if they can access it for free, they want to support you. So I think that the real key is the fact that it's just been made super easy for people to be able to do that with Lightning, and kind of marrying RSS with Lightning and like blending them together has just created a new experience that's just lowered the friction between fan and artist for value to be sent back and forth. So I think that's the real sort of breakthrough. And not to say that paywalls won't work. Or subscriptions are going to go away. I don't think that at all. I think it'll just play out over time, and the market will decide what people kind of want to go for. But I mean, I personally, I'm fed up with subscriptions. I don't like subscriptions. You kind of like forget what subscriptions you have for things, and then you're like, oh god, I'm still paying for that. What? Cancel that. I've not used that in ages. And if something's living behind a paywall, you kind of have the issue of like, is it going to be good enough? Shall I even bother paying for this? So you could be kind of cutting off a lot of your potential audience if your best content is living behind a paywall. And not only that, when the person gets through the paywall, when they pay with the sats, they could screenshot it, they could record it, and they could redistribute it on something like Noster or whatever. That's a possibility. So I think we're living in this new world where the internet information just wants to be free. And it's so hard to contain it that it seems to me like value for value, where the content is open from the start, it's made really easy for people to be able to do directly.
I just lost your audio, Joe. Did anybody else?
Yes, I'm here.
All right. Can you hear me now?
Sounds like your mic got disconnected almost.
Still feels a bit muffled, but maybe just to maybe it works now.
Okay. Is that?
Yeah, that's it.
Can you hear me now? Cool. So I've forgotten where I was now. Basically, just that I think that the fact that it's just been made super easy with like one click for someone to support their favorite content creator is just a game changer. So who knows? We'll see how it plays out. But I just wanted to make that distinction so people that are new kind of understood the difference there.
I want to just piggyback on that idea, if that's all right, because I think that's I think what Joe's important point here is just really making it easy, and making the money of the internet part of the internet. When before, to make a payment, it's incredibly hard, it's incredibly frictionful. You have to put your credit card information to make a payment every single time. It's really the problem. Monetization is a problem of friction, and thanks to Bitcoin, we can make possible easy, free, voluntary transfer of value from person to person, which will create an insane amount of value and wealth creation on the internet. So mainly a UX question. And that's really related to like contributors. What Gazzer is all about, contributors. But then there are the top fans as well that do want special privileges, do want special access, which also still I think makes sense. But just the fact that now with Internet of Money, we can share value freely, that is absolutely a game changer. Absolutely agreed.
And I'll just go ahead. Sorry.
Just to pick up on that. Sorry, I've lost my train of thought. Carry on, Dan.
Okay, well, I was going to pick up on what you were talking about, the paywall and ads and things like that. You know, as a podcaster, as a creator, you sometimes, if you're lucky, you find those people, those companies that align with your message and align with your show, and they want to support you in some way, and of course get their name out, and you can support their business and the growth by shilling them, for want of a better word, to the listeners. Now there's a new project out there that you may not have heard of. Valerie, I'll just put it in the chat here. It's called Fanfares, and I did an interview with the founder, Simon, and it's still very much in development, and it's just web-based at the moment. But the idea being that myself as a podcaster, I can put out on Fanfares, which people can then buy, because they buy it because it's ad-free. So I don't read any ads at the beginning. I don't read any ads at the end, but I can do that as a pre-release. So I've started just playing around with it, putting it up, and playing around with price points. Some are 1,000, some are 5,000, some are 10,000 sats, just to have a mess around with this other new tool that is out there in the value for value world. I'm not sure if you guys have heard of it yet, but you can go back and find the episode that I did with Simon about Fanfares and his distaste for subscription plans as well, Joe. So that's what you jogged my memory with that.
Yeah, I think it's important to say why hasn't this been possible until now? And basically, I don't want to get too technical, but it's kind of like, well, Bitcoin sats, they're a bearer instrument. They're not a liability. They're not credit. So they don't rely on a bank account or a third-party custodian making the transaction, which cuts costs massively. As soon as you have any intermediaries in a transaction, that adds costs, it adds friction, and that's why you can't have micropayments with credit cards. That's why it hasn't happened until now with Lightning. So I just wanted to throw that in there.
Yeah, that's a really great point. One of the things that I was thinking is you just said that. So since I've gotten into this space, one of the big major sound bites that I've kind of been going around and saying to everyone is, in less than a year on Lightning and Bitcoin enabled apps, I've made more than I have in 4 or 5 years on traditional streaming platforms. I've only, if you go in and you look at and I'm sure this is the same for Joe and any other artist. If you go in and you look at the payments that I get for just traditional royalties over the past 4 or 5 years, it's only been about $700, which is you can't even make an entire song. You can't even pay for a song on $700 in Nashville. I'm sure it's different. It differs from community to community, but in Nashville, it's anywhere from $1,000 to $1,500 for a song. So, and I've put out 23, 24 songs, just to give you kind of an overview of what Joe just hit the nail on the head on. You can't have micropayments in in the traditional world, because there are a million different gatekeepers, there are a million different middlemen who all take those micropayments. Like in actuality, like I probably in 4 or 5 years on traditional streaming platforms, I should have been making what I've made on a year here in Bitcoin, but Spotify is going to take a percentage, and DistroKid's going to take a percentage, and ASCAP's going to take a percentage. Like it's like if you think of like this is a bad example, but if you think of a pie, and then that pie gets split in half, and then that gets split in half, and then keep going down and down and down until it's just like, oh, and then this is kind of what the artist has at the end, which, like Joe said earlier, artists are the change makers. We're the ones who are putting the content out there for everybody else to profit off of. So I think Joe just really hit it on the head with that. And that, if that kind of gives you an overview of what artists today are up against.
Yeah, and it's going to be a way to rediscover true talent, I think, because the mainstream media, they pick up on certain people's looks, certain people's actions, certain people's messages, certain people, and they're crafting the narrative, and then they're just going to pump the musician that is singing along literally with that narrative at the same time. And that's why you would perhaps the people that are top of the billboards right now truly are as talented as they are made out to be. I don't know, I doubt it, but this grassroots movement, and this is for film as well, this is for everything, this is Bitcoin does what Bitcoin does. It resets the playing field, and it's just so incredible to be a part of that. So I think I think Valerie wanted to go for about another 5-6 minutes or so. So a little bit of fun. I know we've got a few big names out there, like Theo Katzman, who was in Madeira as well, headlining the music festival there. He is a Bitcoiner, apparently thanks to Jeff Booth after reading Jeff's book. We've had also recently the UFC fighter come out and talk about Mises and everything after his fight, and you guys pretty much know how I end podcasts. And if you had one last orange pill left to give to somebody, or who would you like to see? Yeah, we'll rearrange the question a little bit. Who would you like to see suddenly click with value for value?
Oh, I've got an answer.
Go.
I don't know. This is because like I'm Gen Z and I have a very Gen Z sense of humor, but there's a content creator online who I really love. I listen to her podcast every week. Her name's Brittany Broski. I think she's hysterical. And so if I were to get anybody on like orange pilled, I think it would be her, because she has a huge audience, and whenever like I've listened to her podcast since it came out, she gets so passionate about the things that she loves. So if like we could get somebody like her who already has a massive following and like just dedicated nation of like, oh, if she's doing it, then I'll do it, I'd say her. Yeah.
I'll go even more mainstream. I think I'll go Justin Bieber or something like that. Just go full on normie, mainstream. Get the young kids on Bitcoin right away.
I did not have Mick coming out as a believer on my 2024.
I'm definitely not, but definitely that would be good to see more mainstream audiences on Bitcoin.
Joe or Pierre?
I think I'd go for, I don't know, what's the CEO of Spotify? What's his name? Daniel. I think he's called
Daniel Ek. Or Daniel Ek.
Yeah. I think that would be something, because they're like far on the opposite side of what value for value is, from what I also hear from friends in the industry and people working with labels and musicians directly. It's I think maybe because they're still gaining market share, and it's not like so much is changing in terms of Spotify being up there. So if they could change their way of looking at monetization for artists and get something that brings us towards value for value, I think a lot of artists would gain out of that.
I think I said on your podcast Paul McCartney last time, and that would be cool because he owns a lot of his own stuff and calls the shots. But it pains me to say it, but I think Taylor Swift, just because she kicked up a massive fuss with Spotify, right? And I just feel like she'd get it. She could just get sats flowing straight to her from all the fans. I think everyone else would follow after that.
Yeah,
Well,
but doesn't her money first go by Soros and then goes to her?
Yeah, she's
Probably,
that's,
possibly.
that's
there's
a
going to be
weird
a
one.
bunch
I
of
didn't
people.
understand how that music could make it, but anyway, that's maybe
I know.
subjective.
I know.
Isn't there a university course being crafted now around her lyrics? Like that, this is how 4-year university course
Degree, yeah, I
studying
think
the
it's a
philosophy
degree.
of Taylor Swift's lyrics. But
I'd take
well,
that
I'll end
course.
it. Yeah.
Just take your money and just burn it instead.
Yeah. I'd choose, as a podcaster, I'd choose Joe Rogan, and I'd just love to see him rage quit his $100 million contract with Spotify, because value for value is going to be so much better for him. You know, we'll get to that point, and yeah, that would be a real message to be sending out. So I see, Valerie, you've thrown up a little QR code there on the right of the screen. So for those watching, I think, Valerie, I think you're going to come back on and say a few words as we close it out, right? We're the first panel to go, so sorry to everybody in the chat. And thanks for sticking with us, the guinea pigs. And yeah, appreciate, Valerie, everything that you've done to put this together. Please donate to Valerie. And well, why don't you?
No, it's not to me.
explain-
This is not to me. The
explain what that
donation.
is for?
Yeah, guys. So this is our first, we've got to put our money where our mouth is, or our sats where our mouth is. And so, the whole, one of the layers of this experience is to start figuring out, like, how can we use, sats and streaming and value for value and all the good stuff in our experiences that we're creating, whether it's a live show, a live stream, a podcast, anything. And so, what we're going to do with all the donations, and everybody has been ultra generous. So thank you so much for everybody who's contributed. You get to name your price. You can donate 1 sat. I've had some folks donating a sat or 2, and I've had folks donating, up to $500 US, which has been ultra generous. So I know who you are. But what we're going to do is, after all the expenses for putting the show together and editing and doing the post, everybody who's panelists, we're going to split everything from the main Summit wallet, and it's going to go to everybody's Lightning wallets. And so think about that as a creator, you guys, like, going forward, whether you're a music producer, a film person, a podcaster, whatever your projects might be, if you're creating, a nonprofit project, you've got obviously a team behind you that needs to get paid. So rather than having to wait for the end of the month for your QuickBooks, or rather than, like Ainsley said, every quarter, every 180 days, you might get your royalties. So what we want to do is, start figuring out, how can we get people paid instantly? And so this is going to be super fun. So the next panel that's coming up is going to start sharing about how we can integrate Noster and some other tools, and Albi. So I'm really, really excited. So everything you guys are creating in the donations is going to go straight to the creators, and the expenses. So this is a Get Albi one. So you can just use your Lightning address at Summit at Get Albi. And this is a Zaprite one. And so if you want to just pay with credit, traditional fiat and credit card, you have both options. You can do Bitcoin or credit card. So we've been getting a lot of fun stuff. So I really love this. And you guys are so great. And thanks so much for being here and tuning in and being on this panel, and everything you guys do in Bitcoin. It's like, it's not easy being a creator. And it's something that I think, as we join forces, we get to be stronger and more potent and get our messages out there. So I really, really appreciate all of your work. And thank you so much for moderating, Daniel, and Ainsley and Joe and Mick and Pierre, for everything you guys are doing. So what we're going to do now, guys, because we've only got 10 slots, we're going to rotate, and these speakers are going to jump off stage, and then we're going to have the next panel start to jump back on. But in the meantime, I have a couple of videos that some of our fellow Bitcoiners have made about self-custody and about business and Noster. So we're going to watch a couple of those videos while we're doing the rotation. And then if you guys want to, make sure you get over into the Telegram group. If you want to ask questions, you can obviously post questions here. And we're going to be doing lots of follow-ups and emails and reaching out, so that we can have an opportunity to grow the community. And make sure that you guys follow all of these guys here. And again, I'm going to put everything on a summary sheet for everybody who's watching. So don't worry, you don't have to memorize everyone's Twitter handles and stuff. So it'll all be coming to you Right on. This is great. I love you guys so much.
Thank you. And well
Thanks
done.
for having us,
I saw
Valerie.
Tracy in the chat. She
Thank you
called
so
the
much.
Taylor Swift. Yeah, she got it.
Does Taylor Swift on? Is she here? Oh, darn
No,
it.
she called the Taylor Swift answer.
Right
Someone was
on.
going to say it.
All right, cool. So then I'll just ask you guys to just jump off, and then I'll start bringing the other folks on, and then we are going to watch something from Casa. Yay. All right, guys. Thanks so much. And here
you.
comes.
Thank
Yeah,
you,
all right.
Valerie. We'll see you
Very
later.
much.
You
Valerie,
bet.
so
Aloha,
much.
everybody. All right, let's go see here. Dun, 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 dun. All right, this is from Zach at Casa about self-custody.
Hey, this is Zach from Casa here to deliver a quick public service announcement. Not your keys, not your coins. Now, Bitcoin is a peer-to-peer, permissionless cash. Peer-to-peer meaning no middleman. Permissionless meaning I don't have to ask to send it through that middleman. Why do people still hold funds on exchanges? Is because they create new problems by taking self-custody. Sure, I've withdrawn my funds and I've removed the risk of a custodian, but I've now created new risks in the form of self-custody single points of failure. Enter Casa. Casa makes it easy to hold your own Bitcoin and not feel like you're going to mess it up by introducing redundancy to your private key structure, creating a multi-signature wallet from multiple keys. A lost key doesn't equal lost coins. This is how we're going to adopt into the next wave. Self-custody doesn't have to come with compromises. Check out Casa at casa.io.
Hi, everyone. My name is Natalie Brunel, and I host the Coin Stories podcast. DJ Val, thank you so much for putting this together. And to all the creators out there, I am cheering for you. I started the Coin Stories podcast 3 years ago, not expecting for it to become my full-time job. I am so beyond grateful. It was just a hobby and a passion project while I was working full-time as a news reporter, and I just wanted to learn everything I could about Bitcoin. So I decided to start DMing some of the people that I was learning from to see if they would talk to me about where they came from, how they discovered Bitcoin, why they believed in it so much. And luckily, some of them said yes, and it started slow. And now I'm so grateful to be doing it full time. And there's that saying, many of you have probably heard it. Find something you love doing and you will never work a day in your life. And that's truly what Bitcoin is for me. I don't feel like I'm working. I just feel like I get to learn so much every single day and contribute to such a positive movement. So go out there, try, do it, contribute. You all have so much value that you can bring. And we all have a unique voice that will connect with someone that maybe hasn't been reached yet. We still have so many people to educate about Bitcoin, and your work can help do that. So don't get discouraged. Growth and success does not happen overnight. It's sometimes a slow burn, and every mistake you make along the way is a lesson. It makes you better. Repetition is how you get good at anything. So I just encourage you to keep going and listen to your heart. If it's telling you to do something and to create, listen to that voice because it's telling you that for a reason. So reach out. I was helped along the way by so many people. It's so important to have support and mentors. I think we all should support each other. So reach out. I wish you all the best, good luck, and positive vibes.
Welcome to the Zaprite demo.
All right, guys. Yay. That was awesome. I'm so grateful for everybody who was not able to make it on the panels. They generously made some videos for us to stay inspired and excited and ready to rock. So check it out. So our next panel is getting ready. I'm going to bring you guys up here. Give me one moment, my friends. What the heck is Nostr? What are all these tools? What is all this new stuff that we're going to be bringing on in our lives? Jeff G is going to be moderating. We've got Dave Croissant. We've got Oscar Mary. We've got Barry from Pod Home. We've got Tomek. Where's Tomek? Here you go, brother. Let's go. Barry, where are you, brother? Are you coming?
Hey, y'all.
Yay.
Hey.
Amazing.
Hey, everybody. Hey.
Woohoo. All right, cool. How are we doing on sound? Can everybody hear? Are you guys feeling good?
I can hear just fine, yeah.
Excelente. All right. So, Yeah, so Jeff, I'm gonna let you take it from here and just announce everybody. And I love all your guitars back there, dude. I didn't
Thank
know
you.
you were a player.
Well, sort of.
I love it.
Amazing.
Yay, great. Well, I'm going to let you get going. So, and you can introduce yourself, introduce everybody, and then I'll pull everybody back and forth on stage, and I'll jump back, and I'll pull up some different screens as we go forward, and we'll have some fun and take it from here. So, thanks so much, you guys.
Amazing. Thanks. So yeah, I guess as Val said, my name's Jeff. I work full-time building on Nostr and a little bit on Bitcoin. Have been for a little over a year now, which has been an incredible journey and incredible experience. And I think this panel is going to be all about not specifically Nostr, but more generally the tools that are available to creators. We want this panel to be pretty actionable. We want it to be information that you can find new tools that could be useful for whatever your journey is or whatever your type of creating is. And I think we've got an amazing group here to help us go through all that. So David is from Start9. I'm going to let everybody kind of do their own intro, but I'll do like a very quick overview here to get started, and then we'll jump into the intros. So yeah, David is from Start9. I've actually got a Start9 or StartOS box running behind me that's running a whole lot of different software for me. Oscar is from Fountain, which is one of the value for value podcast players, probably the best known, certainly one of the furthest along. Barry works on Podhome, which is sort of the other side of the value for value podcasting side of things. Rather than a player, it's more for people who are creating podcasts to make that easier and better. And then Tomek works at Albi and works on the Bitcoin Film Fest. And so he's kind of creator on one side, but also on the other side, Albi is sort of the glue that sticks a lot of these different tools together and makes it so easy for creators to just get up and running super fast on Lightning. So I've given the quick one, but like maybe we'll just start. Oscar, do you want to start? And I'll let you guys give a couple words and then we'll dive in.
Thanks, Jeff. Yeah, my name's Oscar and I'm from Fountain is a podcast that
Hang on, Oscar.
Hold on, Oscar, brother, you sound like you're talking through some water or something.
Robot.
Your audio is weird.
Yeah, try to switch audio, and we'll come back to you in a second. Okay.
Robot Oscar.
Hey, is that better?
Okay, cool. Well, Oscar's sort of no, not better. Maybe jump off and then jump back on and swap your audio input. Try again. Okay, he's gone. Okay, cool. So who wants to go next then?
I'm happy to go.
Okay, go for it.
Yeah, just to clarify, was working with Start9 Labs the last 3 years, but no longer there. I'm working on some of my own projects at the moment. Unfortunately, not quite ready to unveil. But I have been working with open source technologies, freedom technologies for about the last 15, 16 years, and just really passionate about that space and kind of linking freedom technologies to the physical realm and living sort of interdependently, both in the physical and digital spaces, and letting those lives reflect each other. That's really been my focus.
Cool. Barry, you want to jump in?
Sure. So I'm building Podhome.fm, which is a podcast hosting company, podcast hosting platform. And actually, just to note, this is now live on YouTube and other platforms as well, but you can also listen live on something like Fountain, Podcast Guru, and others, because we're also streaming live there. And there you can hear the audio, and you can boost, and you can stream, and you can send us a message there with some value attached to it. So we make it easy to do that type of stuff, right? To do live podcasting, and also to connect, for instance, your LB wallet and receive value from that.
Nice. Tomek?
Oh yeah, sure. Hi all. So I started and run Bitcoin Film Fest that was introduced by Pierre in the previous panel. But I also do marketing and partnerships at Albi. And hopefully most of you know Albi. If you don't get Albi. We provide various Lightning tools, and lots of them are actually quite well equipped to enable value for value a monetizations model in the internet. So now probably some of our audience is watching us on LiveStream, that you use logged in with Albi extension, or some creators here use Albi wallets. So donations are now being split to their wallets. Some of you listen on Fountain or Podhome, and creators also can have Albi enabled wallet to receive zaps and boosts directly to either Albi wallet or their own nodes. Yeah, with Albi, we love pushing forward value for value model and explore how it changes well, the relationship between creators and consumers of art and various other stuff in the internet. Bitcoin enables beautiful things, being native currency of of digital world. We don't even know yet how many things it can change in the realm of art and creators. So I hope we can also discuss it today. Thanks for invite.
Yeah, absolutely. So I guess I'll give a quick kind of intro to, I guess, how I view, the internet and how it's evolving at the moment. I will, and then we'll jump into some kind of specific questions, and certainly any of you guys want to jump in on anything I'm saying here, feel free. I always like panels where people interrupt each other. It's good, more fun. So to me, the internet has largely been a story over the last 10 years of increasing centralization. And increasingly, it's an internet run on a handful of very large platforms rather than the kind of Wild West, weird early internet from, kind of the early 90s. Like, me as a kid in the early 90s, getting, my first dial-up connection, like that was a bizarre place. You were in these, channels, you were in message boards, like you didn't know what you were going to find, and it was kind of always a bit kind of hit or miss. That internet is one that I miss a lot. Like it's kind of gross that I think a lot of people's impression of the internet, especially in kind of the Western world, is literally Facebook. Facebook, Twitter, TikTok. That's it. Like that's what they think the internet is. And I think part of the reason for that was that we didn't have a good way to do payments and in a digitally native way before. Like the previous panel was discussing, with something like credit cards, you could not do micropayments with credit cards. And because it's taken so long for us to get to the point where we even have the ability to do payments, thankfully, we've got now Bitcoin for that. And that is the very first digitally scarce, digitally native money. That sort of opened the door to all of these other tools, all of these other ways that we can exist in the digital realm, exist on the internet, and create and actually earn from people that enjoy what we create. So I think we're sort of at a inflection point right now. We have Bitcoin. It is now, in my opinion, unkillable. And I think with things like Nostr, with platforms like Fountain and Podhome and, Albi, these things are getting much, much easier over time to plug into and to be able to actually own your audience and to be able to actually make your own way in whatever art, whatever thing it is you're working on. So I guess maybe I'll jump to Oscar here, and I'll give him both the his time for his intro, but then also I'll kind of chuck the first question at him and just say, like, what was it that that made you want to found Fountain? That, like, how did you find kind of the value for value model, and like why did it speak to you such that you wanted to build a product around that?
Thanks, Jeff. Can everybody hear me okay now?
Yep.
Okay, great. Sorry about that sound issue. I'll give a very quick intro to Fountain. It's a podcast app. It works like any other podcast app, except we have two unique features. The first is payments integrated into the app, so you can support your favorite podcast directly as you listen, streaming money for every minute that you listen, or you can send a one-off payment with a message, which is called a boost. And then the second feature we have is social features that allows other listeners to discover which episodes are most valuable to them by seeing those boosts surfaced in various areas of the app. And the cool thing about what Fountain is doing and what everybody attending this summit is doing, all of the tool builders, is that everything's interoperable, which I think is really the unique thing about what's happening with Bitcoin and with all of these decentralized protocols. So, Barry's here from Podhome, and, all of the podcasts that are hosted there are in Fountain. We had the panel that was on previously, Ainsley and Joe talking about Wave Lake. All of the musicians on Wave Lake are also available on Fountain, and anyone can pay those musicians, and the money just flows over open protocols back to the artists and the creators, no matter where they're hosting. So that's the really unique thing about this technology. I guess to your question, Jeff, for me, I'm personally passionate about audio. I think it's an amazing medium. I think it's unique as a medium in that it doesn't, it's not in competition for our time and attention like other surface areas, because you can always listen to audio when you're commuting or doing chores or just in that dead time of the day. And I also think within podcasting specifically, and this was one of the main things that when I saw what was happening with podcasting 2.0, the introduction of the value specification, which allows these payments to work across different hosting companies and apps, what it gives us is the opportunity to provide discovery to a medium that didn't really have it before. So if you look at podcasting compared to something like YouTube, there really isn't any natural discovery. It's still all mainly word of mouth. And then coupled with that, the discovery systems on traditional platforms are all driven by an attention signal, which is very fickle. If all of us here on this call like a YouTube video, we all provide the same signal, but for one of us, it may have been really special. So yeah, for me, it's a combination of open protocols, but also the value signal that these payments can provide to surface the best content.
Barry, we'll stick with the podcast thing for a moment. I think like something Oscar said there that really resonates with me is that interoperability aspect of, I think, what a lot of people are building in the space. And that is, quite a bit, again, sort of harkens back to the early internet, but it's very different from what a lot of people have gotten used to. A lot of creators now are sort of held hostage by the platforms that they work on, and they don't get to have a way to, distribute in the way that they want, using methods that they want. So I guess maybe just how do you think about that space, and how do you think about how tools like Podhome are kind of integral for helping creators get their stuff out in the way that they actually want to?
Yeah. So in this panel, we have kind of the whole chain of tools that can make this available, right? So podcast hosting, podcast app, and also a wallet, let's say, a Lightning wallet with GetAlby. How I see this is podcasting is kind of the last medium that we have that is not kind of censored, kind of people self-censor when they do advertisements, for instance, but it's not so censored as, let's say, YouTube, for instance, who has deep ties with all the censorship people and with large companies. And so because of that and the open standard of RSS, which is the way that we distribute podcasts, we can still have and distribute free speech. And if you couple that with the freedom of people directly giving value back to valuable content in the form of boosts or zaps or whatever, then you get more freedom, because that means that you're not tied to an advertiser and that you have to self-censor yourself because maybe you're not brand safe, which is a horrible thing to say. I was at the podcast show London this week. As you may know, Oscar, your partner, was also there. And I was just horrified because all of the talks were from advertisement companies and brand companies and all that type of stuff. And all they want to do is monetize on the attention of people that are listening to podcasts, figure out who they are, what demographic they are, and how can we make money off of those people. This is a horrible thing. And I don't want to contribute to that. And so with Podhome, we focus on not ads. You can read your own host-read ad. That's totally fine, because that is something that you believe in yourself, hopefully, as a podcaster. But you can easily enable, like here on the screen, value for value which is that open standard that Oscar was also talking about. That is part of the podcasting 2.0 movement and project. And with that, you can easily plug in one or more wallets that enable people to send you value through a modern podcast app like Fountain, for instance. And this is for podcasters, but also for artists, right? Artists can go to Podhome, they can upload their music there. They can also do that on Wavelake or RSS Blue. There are more of them right now, which is great. That whole ecosystem is growing. And then they are surfaced in Fountain and in other modern podcast apps, and they can directly get value from there. And lots of artists, which we probably already will hear from as well, they make more money this way than from Spotify, which is crazy. And they get more direct interaction with their audience. And that's also true for podcasters, because that's kind of the point of Fountain as well. You get direct interaction with your people. You see comments with the boosts, and you can reply back and you can like, and there's a whole ecosystem there that does not exist anywhere else. You have it here on YouTube, for instance, but again, it's YouTube and it's censored and you don't want to be there, not per se. So this whole chain of RSS and podcasting 2.0, that whole chain of technologies, which now is still very new, but it's coming together. This is freedom. And this way we can keep podcasting free with the podcast index, which is also part of podcasting 2.0, which is an uncensored database of podcasts. It's not Apple Podcasts, not Spotify, it's nothing like that. It's an open source database. And so with all those components, we can keep this free and we can get the information out there and get the information that we want, whatever we want. And that is how it's supposed to be. So I think that's, for me, the most important part and the most important reason for working on all of this. And Bitcoin plugs into there to just create more freedom. And that just works well.
Amazing. Like hearing you guys talk, it really reminds me of, and I'm showing my age here a bit, but like Kevin Kelly's 1,000 True Fans. I think a lot of people in the audience probably recognize that. It's an article he wrote back in 2008 or something. And basic gist was all an artist needs, all anybody needs is 1,000 true fans. People who, no matter what you put out, they're going to pay money for it. They're going to come see you. They're going to support you. And at 1,000 true fans, anybody can earn a really good living. And I guess some of the stuff that, we've talked about so far, like we really are leaning towards this, world of, okay, it's open. We're not going to be constrained by platforms. But that does actually, I guess, entail a bit of personal responsibility. Dave, I know you've got a lot of experience, building tools for people to take more into their own hands and be more free and have more control over how they do things. I guess I'd just love to hear your, opinion on this and kind of the trade-offs between, being fully self-sovereign and the extra work that might entail to somebody who's a busy creator and like why they might think or why they, might want to take that path, even though it is a little bit of extra work.
Yeah, definitely. I love the saying, nothing is easy and the best things are the hardest. There's definitely a little bit of extra work, but we're actually fortunate to have the abundance and wealth of open source tools that we have. We actually already have the technology to build an insanely abundant digital world just with what we have today. And where we're going from here is basically just making those things easier and easier, more approachable to folks that don't have the time, the resources, the time to put into to learn the deeply technical stuff. It's just getting easier and easier. And podcasting 2.0 is a great kind of new frontier for content creators, for people that want to get their content directly to other people, and for people that want to give them value directly back instead of having this middleman. So whenever we have a third party involved, say like Apple Podcasts or something like that, we are agreeing to some terms and conditions that they set, which generally give them the ability to monetize, manipulate, so on and so forth over your content, potentially taking a cut of your income. But regardless, they're going to be using the data that you generate or your user base. They will be using and manipulating that for their own gain. And the podcasting 2.0 really kind of puts the power back in the hands of the creators and the consumers so that they can interact directly. And I really love that.
Amazing. Tomek, I guess this is like a really good spot maybe to jump in and maybe, look at both aspects of what you've worked on, both with the Film Fest and also with Albie, and just talk about from, someone who's putting on a project like a film festival, works with artists in that capacity. How have you seen things evolve over the last few years in terms of what tools are available and how easy things are getting for creators?
I'm not here that long enough to see how it evolves. And you all know that this is like such a dynamic environment, and things are still in testing phase. That every few months, you still need to catch up and get updated. Okay, what tools as a creator or a consumer I can use, and even in Austria, it's still such a phase that we see lots of apps popping up, lots of new great things being built, but the user base is kind of stagnating since a year in Nostr. So I guess it's quite early yet to decide how it evolved. What I'm happy to see is that artists, music makers, or filmmakers who are who don't know, they don't have to know about Bitcoin. They are happy to learn about it when they learn that these methods we use are so peer-to-peer, which is hard to find in like legacy distribution systems. Music makers are in awe, same in filmmakers, when we show them tools, when they can get money directly from a consumer, from audience to their wallet, maybe minus like 1-2% fee somewhere. Usually they get this 1-2% from YouTube, Netflix, or Spotify. So they don't have to be in Bitcoin, but they can see what it enables, which is already quite a nice, first step to this rabbit hole.
Yeah.
I'm also fascinated by how this could, and still it's early to observe. We can only speculate how it will look, how this different monetization models can influence the quality of stuff produced. Because today, working in this, like, let's say, legacy distribution systems, where when you want to publish something on Facebook, your content is monetized through ads, or when you want to be high in a Google search engine, you have to somehow pay for the platforms, or you get paid from ads, or you don't get paid at all. This incentivizes creators to make clickbaits, because they are rewarded on entry, not on consumption. And while on the other side, when the relationship between consumer and creator is direct, when there is no intermediaries, where you don't make money on being in front of 1,000 eyes, but being in front of one eye which gives you some attention and can appreciate you, it incentivizes creators to, well, not make clickbaits, but make quality content, and make content that resonates with the people who can pay for it. So in the long term, well, it's still a speculation, and Bitcoin fixes this, right? But we can hope that Bitcoin, and maybe not necessarily the Bitcoin, but the fact that we can have native currency to the transmission of content can incentivize creation of better quality content. Let's hope it is the case.
Yeah, I mean, I agree, and I think that's it's funny actually. Early last year at the first Nostr conference, Nostrica in Costa Rica, I met a couple of creators who make videos on YouTube, and they were asking a lot of questions about Nostr, and they were like, and people are like, oh yeah, there's no algorithms, like you get to choose what's on your timeline, and they were like, that's a bug, not a feature to us, And the more I kind of talked to them and pulled that thread, it really did sort of click for me finally that, a lot of content is now really being produced for the algorithm specifically. It's not being produced for an audience necessarily. It's not being produced because that's really what the, filmmaker or the musician wants to make. They're making it so that it matches, the system that they know will get a lot of eyeballs and a lot of traction so that they can actually earn money. So I think, this, like, if we're all right, and if this is going in the right direction, and if people do have, are able to take back, control and find ways to monetize, this should, in some ways, and this is going to sound hyperbolic, but this should, lead to a new renaissance in people being able to create what they want to create and create weird stuff and wild stuff and different stuff. Because if you go on YouTube, I mean, it all looks the same, like same, splash screen, same thumbnails, same like crazy faces and some giant, clickbaity title. Like it's very homogenous. And so I think a lot of what we have lost in the world has been lost because we've, centralized into these major platforms, and the major platforms are basically driving all of our attention towards a very narrow window. I'll talk real quick about Nostr, and I guess, anybody jump in, but I just want to make sure that for people who aren't super familiar with it, they have kind of a better idea of what Nostr is and why it might be exciting. So, to you guys' point, yeah, like Nostr is still very early. It has been around for a little over 2 years, almost 3 years now. But for the first, probably 80% of that, basically it was Fiat Jaff and Ben Ark just tinkering on things. It wasn't really until very late 2022 when Jack Dorsey from Twitter donated a bunch of Bitcoin to Fiat Jaff that it really started to get a lot of attention, and a large wave of people kind of came in just after that. And really, since the beginning of last year, I think the space has grown quite a lot, even if the number of active users doesn't look like it's moving very much. I think really the stage it's at right now is building a lot of the fundamental infrastructure, technology, the fundamental spec to make this thing work. What is quite amazing, though, is that it is a very bottoms-up protocol approach. In software, you like to say either you're building a cathedral where you've got one guy who's deciding everything from the top and telling a small group of people how to build the thing, or you've got the bazaar, which is the crazy market where everybody's yelling at each other and things move forward and things happen, but it's not necessarily always in the shortest path. Nostr is truly a bazaar. It is a messy development process. The clients do not support all the same things. I think, like Val's got Primal up here. I think Primal is a great example of a tool that's taken a certain set of trade-offs that not everybody agrees with, but they've taken a set of trade-offs that very much are for how do we make the UI feel as as comfortable and easy for people who are not super technical to use. How do we hide a lot of the complexity that is inherent in something like Nostr? So again, this is an interoperable system where all the data in the system is basically the same in a sense, like it's the same format, it's the same structure, and all the clients have access to all the data. So if you use Primal, you can easily just switch over to Snort or to Iris or to some other tool. You can easily go from Damus to Amethyst on your mobile phone. There's no lock-in whatsoever. And the data that you create is going to multiple relays. And so any one of those relays could easily, censor you, could stop you from putting content out. But the chances of all the relays out there doing that are very, very low. And so again, in its infancy, but I think Nostr is a tool that gives a lot of power to creators and gives them, the ability to also earn directly, because there's, zaps directly in Nostr, and those are, Lightning micropayments. Oscar, I guess, with, talking about Nostr and all the social features and things like that, like what are some of the challenges that you've had? Because I know, Fountain's been around longer than, Nostr really, or it's been around since before Nostr really took off. And, you've been looking a lot at how do we bring this, new protocol into Fountain over the last couple of months. And I'd just love to hear how that's been.
Yeah, sure. Happy to talk about that. And I think hopefully the example of Fountain and also what we just talked about in terms of the current state of YouTube will highlight how these tools are going to be so powerful for, app developers and tool developers, but ultimately the creators and their audiences that use those tools. Going back to the original point that you made, Jeff, around, everything on YouTube looks the same and there's so much fluff out there. I think there is incredible content out there on YouTube. The difficult thing is that it's hard to find, because what's on your recommendation list is the stuff from the creators that are playing that game and adding the clickbait headlines and all of that. Fountain, when we set out to build Fountain, we're focused on podcasting, but we wanted to change that. And the two ways, as I said, that we wanted to do that are, number one, with payments, and number two, with social features, because we believe that the payment signal combined with social features is an incredible way to surface content and recommend content. When we first built these social features into Fountain, Noster didn't exist, and it's been incredibly challenging because we have a social graph in Fountain. You can create a profile, you can follow other users, you can see what they're listening to and what podcasts they're finding valuable. But we have an incredibly big problem, which is when you download the app, you don't have any followers. You don't have anyone to give you recommendations. And so the friction with getting set up, seeing the value in what the product actually does, and then, actually going through the journey of seeing valuable content or sending a payment to a podcaster is much more difficult. What's incredible about Noster is that it solves that onboarding problem, because you no longer have to onboard and build a social graph from scratch. You can just bring your followers directly into the app, and it makes it way easier to try out new products and try out new experiences. And so it gives app developers and tool developers the ability to experiment in a way where there's not huge friction involved. And I think this is going to be really, really powerful, because, as you say, it's early, everybody's still experimenting. But, if you can experiment with an existing social graph and you can experiment with a protocol that has payments built in, then you're way more likely to be successful. You're going to be able to build things faster and have a better chance of success. So yeah, I think Noster is incredibly powerful, and I think more and more apps are going to adopt it. Fountain is adopting it now, or in the process of doing that, and it just makes sense to have your social graph follow you across the different apps that you're using. Like, for me personally, Jeff, I would love to know the hidden gems that you found on YouTube, but I can't, because I can't see your YouTube comments anywhere. That it's impossible for me to do that. So yeah, I think Noster is going to be really powerful for that. And whatever vertical we're talking about, whether it's podcasting, music, long form written content, live streams, Noster just enables the tool developers to do a better job, which ultimately provides hopefully more value to the content creators.
Yeah, absolutely. My friend Pablo always says it's network effects times network effects, because I think, in the traditional kind of platform era, the era we've been living in for the last 15 years, it's basically been which product in a given space is going to get to escape velocity the fastest, and then build that, flywheel effect that no one else can catch, right? And that's why, VCs were happy to plow hundreds of millions into whoever was, seemed to be the leading horse, because as soon as they got it, they weren't untouchable effectively.
It's a binary outcome. You can either build that social graph or you can't, and your product doesn't work because you don't have the social features that you intended.
Exactly. And tools on Noster, like, you build a new client and you immediately have, all the users of all the other clients, and they already have data, and they already have an account, and they already have followers, and there's already stuff you can draw from to make your product more interesting. And so, like you said, especially for onboarding setups, it can be really, really powerful to help people get up and running. And I think it takes a little while to wrap your head around, the portability of your identity being a cryptographic key pair, and the portability of your entire stack of data and your entire social graph. It's not something we have experienced on the internet yet, I don't really think. And so we're really, it's kind of unclear where that's going to go. I think it's going to be somewhere amazing. I think we're going to, again, kind of back to what we talked about before, we're going to get some weird stuff pretty soon, and it's going to be great. And we're not sure how all these things are going to interact with each other. But I think, having that glue in the middle that's Bitcoin, having that signal from, instantaneous final settled payments, from one person directly to another with no middlemen is going to be sort of the magic thing, I think, that we needed. Tomek, actually, Dave, let me let you jump in here because I know you've got some really strong thoughts on Noster, and so I'd love to get the counterpoint or let you just elaborate on that.
Yeah, just to kind of take it a little bit more high level for a moment, we're asking what the heck is Noster? Noster's, if I recall correctly, an acronym that stands for notes and other stuff transmitted by relays, if I'm recalling correctly, something close to that. And it uses it's a protocol built for sort of all kinds of different uses. It's generally being used for as a sort of a social media at the moment, but you can do a lot of things with it. And there's two concepts that I'd love to touch on quickly. One is the relays. From the name, this is a concept that's gotten popular with several kinds of technologies now. And this is the notion that you can use relay servers instead of depending on one central third party or one third party's set of servers. And anyone can run those servers. And I would encourage anybody that is inclined to check out how to do that. It's pretty easy with technologies like StartOS from Start9 Labs. You can install and fire up a relay in really just a few moments, really just about a minute. You can have one up and running with that platform. This is this notion that you don't have to depend on a third-party company. You can select any number of relays. You can run your own relay, as I said. You can use your friends' relays. You can use relays from communities or companies that you trust. And then the ability to use, the second point I want to touch on is this notion of key management and using a private key to be able to kind of use some protocol. So in this case, we're talking about Noster. There's also this notion of using private keys with Bitcoin so that you can own this key. And the point that I want to drill home is this key management. We've probably mostly heard the term not your keys, not your coins, but that can, in this new world, is going to apply to a lot of things with like data sovereignty, the ability to own identity online, so your reputation might be attached to a private key. And so the responsibility that comes with that is the management of those keys, to keep those keys safe. And I think that that's really the number one point to drive home in this kind of tools segment of the summit here, is that understanding key management, which is essentially just the same as password management, although with some nuance, is the one responsibility that allows entry to this whole new world, whether that's your own money, your own data through social media, your own content that you're producing out. So key management, I think, is a really important thing that I think we really need to drive home as a community, so that people understand that knowing key management is sort of the one thing that you need to have responsibility for in order to get all the benefits and freedom that come with these new technologies.
Yeah, that's extremely important. I actually just had a friend here the other day who had set up a Nostr profile a couple of months back, and like, he's not really into social stuff, so he hadn't really paid attention much. And then he broke his phone, and he was like, "So how do I recover my account?" And I was like, "It's gone." Like, unless you want to go to the trouble of like getting the forensic stuff off the back of your phone, like there's no point. Like, just start a new account. And thankfully, it was a situation where he hadn't put any time or effort into it, and so it wasn't a big deal. But that is very true. Like, these are unrecoverable in most cases, keys, unless you take the proper steps. And so it is one of those things that is very different from, the kind of what we've gotten used to. But, to be honest, with tools like Alby and with other signers, extensions and things like that, there is an easy, very manageable way to do this. And it just takes a tiny bit of time to just learn it and, kind of shift your way of thinking about it. So I don't know, maybe that's actually a good, spot here. You kind of led us into it. So Tomek, maybe you can tell us a little bit more about like how Alby helps people both as a Lightning wallet, but also it sort of does connect, to Nostr keys. It acts as a signing device for Nostr, which allows, you to travel around the Nostr internet and use clients without having to enter your private key into every single client. So maybe you should tell us a little bit about that and kind of how that works.
One of the main products of Alby, and the first one, is the browser extension that you can download for most of the browsers on desktop, and this browser should be your companion to use Bitcoin and Nostr on web. So whenever you see Lightning payment or even sometimes on-chain payments on the web, you can use Albi to send sats. You can use, of course, Albi also to receive sats with simple clicks. So you don't have to open a separate app, any wallet to scan QR code. You can do it directly within browser. And also, important thing about it is that Albi uses private keys. It can be Bitcoin on-chain master key used for liquid transactions, for on-chain, also for LN URL auth, but also it uses Nostr keys to sign events offline. It uses the keys to perform certain actions. For example, login on Nostr or posting on Nostr or setting up your profile, but it doesn't send your keys over the internet. So it does the action locally on your machine, and then this action is confirmed and sent to the client. So in this way, you don't dox your keys. You can still say that you are the only owner of your keys, and you never send it to any client. So whenever you want to try some Nostr client, you don't have to send your NSEC there and trust them that they don't use it. You put it into this browser extension, which is open source, and everybody can verify what happens to these keys. You can also contribute to the code and then help us build it, and then be sure that you are using your Nostr keys or your Nostr identity without, well, that risk of forfeiting your keys.
Let me jump in there because I think maybe this there's like a lot of technical stuff in there, and I want to make sure this is really clear to folks. So how this works is, with Nostr, you've got a public key and a private key, just like a Bitcoin address. It's a public key and a private key. Public key is, where it's an address you can give people and they can send money to you. The private key, you have to have it in order to then spend those funds that arrive to that address. Nostr is the same. You create a public-private key pair, and that's basically your identity. The public side is what you can hand out to people, which you often hear people calling it in-pub or in-sec. In-pub is the public key. In-sec, in security, is the secure, private key. Right now, we're all used to, on the internet, going around and creating a new profile, a new account, putting a new password in every single website that we use. And we are trusting those websites to then keep that login information safe. And obviously, we've all seen hundreds and hundreds and hundreds, maybe thousands of hacks over the years where, these companies get breached one way or another. And, this is not to say that like, oh, companies should do better and they shouldn't get breached. No, it's just a fact. Like, computers will get breached. Like, it's pretty much impossible to say on a long enough time scale, these companies will just never, ever be hacked or breached. Certainly there's people that do it better, but the idea with something like Nostr is I've got my public private key. My public key, obviously I can put it wherever I want. That's how people look me up. That's how they find me. My private key, I really need to look out for it. And I hopefully, in this sort of sense, if I can keep it locally on my machine and not send it to anybody, not input it in a form field over the internet, then that means that it's going to be safer, right? And so I think, tools like Albi, there's other signing extensions. There's actually some hardware, like Nostr hardware wallet type things. So it's a system where, the device itself doesn't really let the key out of its sight. It's basically separate from your computer so that it's a bit safer. And I think there's going to be a lot more stuff that we need to build here because, again, like this is maybe one of the hardest like shifts in your mindset when you move over to, running everything on keys rather than on username and logins. You really got to look after them, and looking after them isn't necessarily obvious to everybody. Fantastic. Does anybody else want to add anything else about the Nostr side of things? I don't want to I know it's my thing that I'm like so into, so I'll just talk about it all evening. But I don't know. Is there anything else anybody wants to jump in on there?
I think if we just zoom out, with the current internet, like you say, you have an identity everywhere, but also there's lots of content out there because most people use the internet for content, right? Some way or another. You go read something somewhere, you can watch something somewhere, you can listen something somewhere. I would love to live in a world where we could just go to, a blog or something that is valuable and it's paywalled or value for value, where I can just, do a microtransaction and that creator gets something. That would be incredible. And I could just take my identity, my wallet everywhere where I go, because I'm using a browser or whatever, and just pay those people whatever I value it or whatever they ask for it, be it a course, be it a book, be it whatever it would be. That would be a world I would love to live in. And these are the tools we're talking about right now that can make that happen. And you can call that Web3, Web4, I don't care. But we're getting there, right? We are getting there. Bitcoin is not going away anytime soon or ever. And that will enable these microtransactions, and we can keep that going. And this is very, very early days, right? And we see in the applications now with Nostr, with Podcasting 2.0, for instance, and it's working. Real people are getting real value, and they are getting real feedback, and they are getting excited because they are getting that feedback, and they create better content, and they are not reliant on ads. So that's a great example of the use case, and I think we can do better when we can do way more and expand into other verticals as well, not just podcasting. You name it. If you can imagine it, we can build it, I'm sure. So that's my hope, and I think we're doing a great job here.
Amen.
And
I've got.
I think.
Oh, go ahead, Oscar.
I think just one quick thing, just for any content creators that are watching this. Things like Nostr, they can seem a little bit intimidating, but what I would say is if you look at every other social platform that has grown over the past 20 years, the content creators that were early to those platforms did incredibly well. So I would encourage everybody, experiment with Nostr, experiment with these different clients. And as Nostr grows, as a content creator, you're going to be best placed to take advantage of these new monetization and discovery paradigms that are coming.
Absolutely.
Awesome.
Val?
Hey, thanks, Jeff. Thanks you guys so much. Hey, so I have a couple questions. So super quick, just so people in the audience, if you've never understood like how splits and stuff work, just an example with Pod Home in here. I don't know if I can make this bigger. Let's see. Yeah, look at that. You can go, Barry said you can put as many splits as you want. So if I've got 10 producers or 10 nonprofits or 10 artists that I want to put on my content, I just put their addresses in, and anytime those zaps come to me, they're going to actually go to all these different wallets in real time, in perpetuity, until I change this. So I think that's such a cool thing that, is coming our way as creators, again, so that reduces the friction and eliminates the bottlenecks of how we can, earn a living and not have to deal with the accounting. You can do it on the front end instead of the back end. So I think that's really, really powerful. So a question I had, you guys, was, and this is for everybody on the panel, I'd love to hear. I've been, Jeff, you and I, talked about this, I think a year or so ago when we first met. And I was like, yo, I want to know, can we create a super wallet, or a super dashboard, right? Because we have so many subscriptions, we have so many wallets, we have all these patron things that we're trying to do, and it's, it's exhausting. And then microtransactions, like Gigi talks about the friction with microtransactions, we get forgetful. And so I thought, well, what if, and I talked with Abu Bakar this week about this, so I think we should all kind of get going on the next level. It seems like we're able to do this maybe with splits, but think about, we've got Netflix subscription, you've got Spotify subscription, you've got Medium, you've got Substack, you've got all the Nostr stuff, you've got podcasting, it's overwhelming, right? And we've got our patron stuff. So wouldn't it be cool if we could say, my budget this month is, say, $20 worth of, Bitcoin. And every month, now that we've got Pierre, that we can do subscriptions, what if every month I say, okay, cool, just automatically I have my $20, and then all of these other subscriptions that I have, instead of paying a subscription, anytime I consume a song or a part of a video or an article or a podcast or whatever, and I can weight how much I think, a video is worth versus a podcast versus an article versus, a meme or whatever. At the end of the month, I can just hit a button, or it could be automatic, and it'll just go boink, $20 is going to get split among 100 pieces, not just of the platforms, but of the specific pieces of content that I consumed. You know what I mean? And then it's in the background, and I don't have to think about it. I didn't go over budget. I didn't forget to zap anybody because I listened to my podcast in a car, and when I get to my destination, I completely forgot to send some sat. So can we make that?
Yes, you can make
Can we
anything.
build it?
You can build anything. I guess, one thing is that there's always this tension between, privacy of transactions, how you like look after your own things,
Mhm.
and, but that said, yes, there's like all of these things are definitely possible. I mean, I think again, like Noster is kind of a superpower here because it's sort of given us a directory or like an address book on top of Lightning. And so it's made it really easy for us to find people and pay them and like understand, where where these content payments should go, these splits should go. But yeah, you're right. Like, I think we will need a absolute pile of new tools for all aspects of things that we do online now. We're going to move away from subscriptions with credit cards and just paying monthly to, needing to be able to see like, where is all of my, value for value going? And, in some jurisdictions, there's probably tax implications to some of this stuff. And so,
Mhm.
people will need this information one way or another. Right. And I think the flip side as well for creators, like they should be able to see like, okay, where is most of the value coming from here? Is it coming from, fountain plays? Is it coming from, Noster streams? Is it like, what's the thing that's actually, bringing me the most bang for my buck? And so, yeah, we need a lot of tools, a lot.
Yeah, and I mean, it's just lightning speed how everybody's developing so quickly, and I think with open source, it's a different mindset of how this whole thing is working. A lot of people are used to the like, don't see my code, don't look at stuff. I'm a big giant, uh, company, and I think the ethos of Bitcoin is so powerful because everything is built with that, with like the more that we all benefit, the more that we all benefit. It's not a
Yeah.
zero sum game like you win and I lose and all that. So it's been life changing, I think, for all of us. So I'm so like, I still feel like I'm new and scratching the surface, and you guys are so generous. Like, here's one thing I want to also say to anybody listening. Right, this is the most technical panel you're going to see uh, for the whole summit, and it's not even that technical, but
It wasn't that technical.
yeah, it's not even super technical, but for a lot of people, the minute you start hearing like npub and nsec, all this stuff, and keys and pub, they're like, especially people who aren't technology folks, people who are maybe more creatives or healers or activists, different types of entrepreneurs. They just want to get their business running, right? And so one thing I've really been so grateful for in this community is like, everyone is so willing to take time to ask questions, to have a call. I've never had anybody in the entire community, whether you have one follower or a million followers, not take a message to have an honest question answered, and so don't be shy, everybody. And like, if you have concerns, that's what we're all here for, is to help each other grow and move the needle forward on the next generation of hopefully a peaceful world and a prosperous world, and hopefully a free world for all of us. Very, very important. Do you guys,
Absolutely.
I'm going to let you wrap up, Jeff, because we've got like 2 minutes, and then what we're going to do, guys, is we'll.
Oh,
Oh,
okay.
that's
I
what
guess
you're
we'll find out later.
You're gonna do it. You will disappear.
Yeah. Now you're back. Oh, okay. Here's what we're gonna do. I'm gonna just let everybody give kind of a final thought, and then if Val makes it back, then we'll let her wrap up here.
I know, I'm here. I think it's because there's so many
Okay.
folks trying to jump.
Okay, here's what we're gonna do. So yes, I would just mimic what Valerie said there. Please reach out to all of us. Like, all of our products depend on feedback from users. We depend on hearing what people find hard. Like, we don't even see it anymore. Like, we're so deep in the weeds with it. We've seen looked at the same product or looked at the same code base, or we've just used so many products over the years that we just get it. So it's really important that, you give us feedback on products, on services, on things that you'd like to see. So just please do that.
Yeah. So I'm just going to comment super quick. Like, Oscar and Barry, I've been obviously one of your biggest fans from starting, from each of you. You guys have both been so good. Every time I'm like, hey, can you try this? And this isn't working. And what about tweaking this? You're all like, okay, it's on the list of things to do. And then somehow you guys execute. It's so badass. I'm super impressed. So thank you. You want to do a final closing quickie, anyone?
Sure. Anybody final thoughts?
Yeah, I'd say anybody that's listening, spread the word about this whole ecosystem, right? Because there's not a lot of people that actually know about this stuff. It seems that maybe there's a lot of people, but if you look at the general public, there's a lot of normies, let's say. So spread the word, tell your neighbor about this whole ecosystem, about value for value. If you know an artist friend, if you know a podcaster, for instance, tell them to host at Podhome, Waveflake, RSS Blue. There's lots. Tell them to use Fountain to support their favorite podcasters and favorite artists. There's so much we can do, but we need a lot of education to do it. So spread the word.
Yeah, and I would echo that. Yeah, if you're a content creator listening to this, first thing, experiment with these tools. You know, check out Fountain, check out Podhome, check out all of the Noster clients that exist, and just experiment with them. And then think about what's missing from the platforms that you're using currently. What's not working for you in terms of discovery, engagement, community, monetization, and then just reach out to the teams building these products, because everyone on this call and the wider community of tool builders is happy to take your feedback. And we're early, so you know, it might be that you reach out with a feature request and it gets built into the product within a few weeks' time. So yeah, experiment and reach out to the tool builders.
I also would add that most of the stuff that we consume on the internet is well for free, whether it's music, movies, software. Well, of course, we pay for what's need to be paid, but usually I very often I feel like I'm a parasite on the internet because I don't pay that much as I'm getting. But I would recommend, even if you're not into Bitcoin and Nostr, when you like some article, song, movie, or an app, reach out to developer, to artist, send him a direct message or Instagram, Twitter, or email, wherever. It really enables a lot. They love it. They really deserve appreciation. If you don't send them sats, send them thank you. I know that this is mostly what motivates artists, and it enables lots of well, sometimes even friendships, sometimes free tickets to concerts, and for sure it enriches your life as a consumer of art with having more direct collaboration, more direct contact with those who create it. And at the end, probably Bitcoin value for value waits for you. If you guys want to try Albi, reach out to me. It's Tomek K. I have lots of invite codes for you. We're also launching new product, Albi Hub. Our self-custodial setup. We are looking for beta testers. So if you guys want to help us out, it's Tomek K on Twitter or elsewhere. Happy to show you around.
David, any final words?
Yeah, I would just reiterate the point about user feedback, especially if you're looking to join these communities, to just say something that you found, whether it was a good experience, a bad experience, because you know, we don't know necessarily what everyone's point of view is that's not in these technical communities, especially. So it's very, very helpful to give constructive criticism or compliments so that we can kind of understand a little bit more what will help this to be help these tools to be more widespread.
Awesome. I think that's it. I guess my final word is just Val, thanks so much. This has been amazing. It's always great. The energy is always great when you get people together. So yeah, fantastic. And we've lost her again.
You'll have to moderate.
It's great. I know. Thank you guys so much. I'm sorry this keeps bunking out. This is our first time using Restream, and they only give us 10 spots. And so I know the next panel is like knocking on the door. I think that could be why this is cutting out. But thanks again, you guys, so much for everything that you do. And again, I'm going to have all the show notes. I'm going to have all the links, everything, so you guys can follow these guys and support everybody. And we'll be sending that out. But in the meantime, I'm going to say thank you. I'm going to let you guys jump off stage. And we've got a tiny short, well, it's a little bit long video, but it's from Terrence Michael, who wrote Proof of Money. Great, great book. But he's going to talk a little bit about some business skills, some branding, negotiating and whatnot as a Bitcoiner. And then we'll get the next business panel up here. And again, thanks you guys so much. I really, really appreciate you.
Thank you.
We'll see you soon. Woohoo! Thanks again for moderating, Jeff. I really appreciate it.
Everyone.
Okay, aloha.
Thanks.
Jeff is great.
Yay. Hold on, let's get you guys going.
So Valerie has asked me to come up with a few tips and advice for Bitcoin creators.
Can you guys hear?
She said I have a very limited amount of time to do it with this video, so I'm going to go as quickly as possible with a couple of things I've thought. I don't really have time to do a whole podcast here, of course. One I would say is
it's not that loud, huh?
A lot of us are solopreneurs. You know, we do something special. We think we're potentially better than others. You know, we're better writers, we're better filmmakers, we're better artists, whatever. And we also bring that sort of competitive attitude from the fiat world. I would say with Bitcoin, and as part of Bitcoin's ethos, is to start collaborating. You know, think of yourself as a node and the benefit of adding more nodes and adding a network. You know, who else does something better than you? What is your team? What is your Avengers that you can combine and collaborate with to build something bigger? It's like, rather than just having that whole pie yourself, but maybe 2 or 3 people are nibbling at that pie, how can you have one piece of a 200-piece pie but have hundreds of thousands of people participate in? I know that's difficult for some artists. Many times the reason someone becomes an artist in the first place is because they have this singular vision. And you can definitely headline something and have a clear strategy, but I really think it's helpful, and especially with Bitcoin, to think in terms of partnerships, think of collaborations, DM people out on Twitter, reach out to people. Like, everyone is so accessible. As you know, our community is very small, but I would say really try to set aside the solo artist mentality. That would be my first piece of advice. 2, I would say pigeonhole yourself. And I know this is sometimes seen as a negative thing. I was languishing in Hollywood between projects at one point, and my agent sat me down and they said, you know, the problem is there are tons of showrunners, there are tons of directors, writers, producers, all of which you do, but how are you different than the 200 other people out there? And they said, you have to come up with your narrative, you have to come up with your story, and you have to pick something specific. And even if it's not 100% authentic to who you are and what you do, by pigeonholing one area that you have a skill set and that you're good at and that you're passionate about, even if that's only one aspect of it, I think it'll benefit you, right? You can look at someone like Tomer Strolight, right? Like, I'm sure Tomer is great with finance. He's worked with big corporations. I'm sure he can talk macro. But he has pigeonholed himself, whether intentional or not, into this sort of, you know, spiritual, philosophical realm and aspect of Bitcoin. And we all love him for that. Like, that's the area we want. I mean, look at Valerie, right? Clearly, I don't even have to tell you. We know her brand. So you know when to hire Valerie, when to collaborate with Valerie. You know what value she brings. Even though I personally know she's great with finance and real estate and other areas, but I don't think of her that way. So it's easy for me to think of her when I need something specific. 3rd would be the heuristic of providing value first. I know we want to put out our goods and our services, our wares out there and say, hey, I've done all this work, you know, store's open, come buy it. But I think it's important, and especially in Bitcoin, you know, similar to like a newsletter or a podcast, is just give away your stuff for free as much as you can. Give. Let people gain a lot of value. And then when you need to ask for something, then when you need to take, you can do that. You can say, hey, look, I've given you all these things. Now, by the way, I've made this thing. Would you please buy it? Would you please contribute? Maybe this, you would find value in this, or hey, if you found value in these last 15 things that I've given you, would you mind, you know, paying for this? Those are 3 little tips. Maybe they're obvious, I don't know, but maybe they'd be helpful. I just wanted to leave with one last thing because I see I'm running out of time here. Feel free to DM me. I'm on Twitter at Proof of Money. I don't want to spend my Bitcoin or my sats really on anything, but if there's one thing I will spend it on, it's to help other Bitcoiners. If there's something that I think is great, it's somewhat philanthropic. Because I don't necessarily need to make a return on my money. I would like to get it back, but if there's something that I find valuable that helps me, helps my brand, helps you, helps your brand, and helps educate and orange pill others, I'd like to look at it. I'm definitely not any big VC by any means, but I have a little bit of Bitcoin, and I would like to share some of that Bitcoin with others if they're creating something really cool and beneficial. So there you go.
Yay. Oh my God. Yay, Terrence Michael. Whoop, whoop. Oh my God. He's the stud. I love this guy. Hey, so welcome to the next panel, you guys. I'm so grateful, and thanks for this technical stuff that we're dealing with in the background. I think I was logged in twice or something, so it kept kicking me out. Our next panel, I'm so excited to introduce. These guys are our marketing, our business, our accounting people, our branding people, and they are going to help talk about how Bitcoin can support your vision and mission and how you can become the best business person in your life. Vivian is going to be our wonderful moderator. And then I am going. Who am I getting? Are you guys getting an echo from me? That's so weird. I'm going to shut up and get out of here. So, okay, I'm going to let you guys go, and I'm going to get off after I did that. All right, peace, love, and aloha. Go ahead, Viv. You've got it from here.
All right, let's take the stage. Oh wow, I'm still echoing. Can everyone hear the echo?
No, you sound good to me. I don't hear an echo.
I'm gonna try to then. Sec.
Okay, I don't know. Sally, you're in the back. What happened? Oh, no more echo. Nope, there's echo. Shit.
Is it echoing all of you?
Why don't you guys talk to see if they're all getting echo? Talk, like Joe.
Yeah. Can you hear me?
Oh, dude, what happened? Sally. What's going on?
Echo.
Sally.
You guys sound fine to me. I don't know. Maybe I'm the problem.
Oh no, you're good.
I let Tolly handle all the technical stuff, and I just show up. So
why did it just start doing that? Here, Scott. So why don't you talk? Is everybody talking? We've got echo or not? Everyone's situation.
you just want me to talk? That's not my thing, Val.
I want to hear everybody.
Okay, go.
Are you echoing?
I don't hear an
echo.
I can hear an echo.
Yeah, me too. Here, why don't you guys, whoever's log out, then Scott, you just get going. Like, Adam, are you echoey too?
Testing. 1, 2, 3.
You're echoey too. All right, that's all about how Scott's going to jump in and keep going.
I am not a natural. Just keeping this.
Okay, try it. No, I got it. I'm just trying to mute Sally here. Hi, Sally.
Where's the echo coming from?
It's everywhere. Every person has an echo.
Hold on. We don't.
Everyone mute.
Yeah, no. Oh, it changed my audio. Okay, try now.
Okay, we're good.
How about now?
Yeah.
Yay. Okay. I don't know. It kept kicking me in and out. Okay, I'm going to shut up and let's let you guys go. Okay, cool. Yay. All right. Thanks, guys. Woohoo. We got it. Yay, technology of friends. All right, Viv, I'm going to let you rock this, sister. I'll pull stuff up in the background, and so will Sally, and we'll go from there.
Thank you, everyone, for bearing with us with the technical issues. There's always something happening for a live stream. Now I'm echoing again. Is everybody hearing that too? Okay. How about now? Because that's gone for me. Okay, now we're good. Okay, sounds good. All right, well, hello everyone, and welcome to our panel on radically improving your branding and business skills to monetize and reach more of your target audience with your mission. My name is Vivian, and I'm the host and producer for Live with Bitcoin podcast, where we delve into the human side of Bitcoin. I'm also a marketing and PR professional, dedicating my time and effort to help Bitcoin companies thrive on a global scale. And I'll be your moderator for today's session. We're thrilled to have you here, and we have an exciting panel lined up for you. Joining us today, we have an incredible group of experts, each bringing a wealth of experience and unique perspectives in their respective fields. Before we jump into the topics, let's do a round of self-intros. Let's start with Efrat. You can go first.
Thank you. Can you hear me okay?
Yes.
Okay, great. Thanks. Happy to be with you guys. We're streaming this also on my Twitter and my YouTube. So hey, all my followers, thanks for joining. So my name is Efrat. I'm based in Israel. I'm the host of a podcast called You're the Voice, which kind of exploded since I started it about a year ago. It had more than 1.7 million views to date. And I'm still really shocked when I say that because I can't believe it. I'm an independent journalist and formerly a CMO, Chief Marketing Officer of global companies for about 20 years before I started my journey as a journalist. So I made a big change in my life about 2 years ago when I started this. And in my old life, I was managing large $1 million marketing operations, and I was managing big teams and all around the world. And so I came quite equipped to my new journey. I have a lot of skills, which I brought to this new life of creating content. And I'm also a personal branding expert. So I really had everything I needed, except I needed courage to start this new journey. And I took it on. So I'm happy to share what I have, what I've got in the last 2 years with you guys today. And about my audience, so for my podcast and my readers, my audience is mostly red-pilled, as I say, so awakened probably in the last 4 years, and some of them even earlier during COVID. And so they're very interested in a lot of hidden truths, which is what I bring to them in many different areas, not just Bitcoin. And the audience that is red pilled, I'm taking them through a journey to become orange pilled, slowly and gently with my guests and with my content. So yeah.
Amazing. It oftentimes we just need to take that leap of faith at the end. And we'll pass the mic to Joe.
Yeah, thanks. Yeah, I'm Joe Wood. I started Satoshi Pacholi a little over 2 years ago now. And really the idea of, hey, providing accounting, tax services for Bitcoin companies and Bitcoiners in general. So very much a slow process at first, kind of getting into the industry, meeting a bunch of people, but really found there was an appetite there and a need there. So it's really been good, especially this year, hired my first 2 employees. So really just trying to meet the demand of Bitcoiners in the space right now.
Nice. And Scott?
Hi there, everybody. I'm convinced, just before I start, that I am the cause of all the echo. So I am going to stay on mute until I talk, just so you know. Because every time I would turn my thing off, you guys said you were fine. So I'm the culprit. I'm the bad one. Hi, everybody. This is a really cool honor to be sitting with you guys today. My wife, Tali, and I have been full-time on Free Market Kids for about 1.5 years. We homeschooled our 4 kids. They're now past the high school age. And Free Market Kids is our way of trying to give kids, basically anybody in the next generation, the tools they need to be happy and successful. And we like to help out homeschoolers because of that. We go to homeschooling conferences. We're also best known right now in the Bitcoin community because of a game, Hodl Up, and that is all based on Bitcoin mechanics. We have other games coming out about lightning and seed phrases and others. And my wife likes to help out the women. She has a podcast called Orange Hatter. And then together we do a podcast called Bitcoin Homeschoolers. So between the games and the conferences and the podcasts, we are having a wonderful time meeting other Bitcoiners, and we just look forward to trying to give back and help others.
Nice. Thanks, Scott. I had the great honor to be on Tali's podcast at one point. Really love the initiative and how she's actually breaking down these little segments for busy moms. That's such a great idea. And then we'll move on. Last but not least, Don, take the stage.
Hey, everybody. I'm Don Sell. Everybody calls me Selly. It seems like I'm not the only one that wears many hats in this panel, which is cool. I am the channel manager for BTC Sessions. So me and Ben do that channel together. I'm also just onboarding and starting DJ Val as well. So this is something that I'm also helping out with and co-hosting today. On top of that, I've been marketing within Bitcoin for about 6 years. I run, I'm known, everybody says everyone is Selly because I run about 36 different handles, both professionally and for fun, within Bitcoin Twitter. So I have a lot of knowledge on how to market to our niche market, but also how to get outside of it, and how to use Twitter to really access all the different algorithms. Within that, I also help out with the channel. I do negotiations for contracts for not just BTC sessions, but we'll be helping out with this channel as well. And then I do a lot of events too. So Halloween is something that I do the sponsorships, and I'm helping run with the team of Charlotte Bitcoin, led by Liz. So she's the one heading up that project, as well as a lot of other ones that we'll be doing. I'm sure I've left a few things out. I'm also partner, so I do the marketing, I do designs and all the Twitter stuff for Proof of Ink, which is a t-shirt company here. And then I'm also on the staff of Stack Chain Magazine. So a lot of different projects I have up here, so I have a lot of knowledge. So hope I bring something to the table here, guys. Good to see everybody.
Oh, wow. Thank you so much. We're definitely in some safe hands for this panel, so buckle up. Today's session will be structured into different key segments. We'll start with branding, develop your creative edge, where we'll explore how our panelists discovered and developed their unique creative voice and how you can do the same. And then we'll talk about how do we transition that voice into making it a business, and discussing critical steps to turn your creative journey into a viable business venture. And then we'll talk about marketing and negotiate your words as a creator, and then have followed by a short Q&A section. So we encourage you to actively participate throughout the discussion. Tell us what you think, share your comments, feel free to submit your questions in the chat, and then we'll address as many as possible during the Q&A session. And thank you, Valerie, for putting this all together. We're all happy to be here. Without further ado, let's get started with our first topic. Branding. Develop your creative edge.
You're echoing again. Yeah.
Okay. Is it me?
No,
Is it still echoing?
No, we just had somebody mute it. You're good.
Okay, thank you. All right, well, so let's get started with our first topic, branding. To kick things off, I'd like to ask our panelists, how did you initially discover your unique creative voice, and how has it evolved over time? Sometimes as creators, we have this raw energy that we want to create something, but we don't know where to start, or we don't know what is the unique aspect that I bring to the space. So I'd like to ask all of you, how have you initially discovered yourself, the creative voice that's unique to you? Let's start with Efrat.
Okay, sure. So, my podcast is called You're the Voice because, and that's why and how it was born. When I decided to not shut up during COVID about everything that happened and everything that happened personally to me, I decided that my voice really matters. And as much as I was tried to be shut down, silenced, ridiculed, even ostracized of some circles, it just gave me the flame to carry on and make something formal out of it. So I decided that my podcast is going to be called You're the Voice, and every person that's going to be interviewed on my podcast is going to voice their opinions and their truths, and I'm not going to be censored or silenced. And therefore, the first few episodes of my podcast were not even put on YouTube because of how much controversial it was at the time. Now I think I can put it, but that it was really crazy. So as a marketeer, I tried to find a lot of different platforms where I can host my content that would be like a redundancy in case I'd be shut up at one place, I could open the other one. And I'm distributing to all my channels at the same time. And I'm doing a lot of work on distribution in order to make sure that my content is in as many places as possible, and my audience is getting the best people that I choose to be interviewed. Like I had a lot of Bitcoiners, but also politicians and lawyers and and other people. So I try to be very vigilant with my content. I put it out there in many different places, but also I think what's unique in that is the fact that I will not be silenced, and the brand that I have built for my podcast is really walking the talk. So if it's called You're the Voice, that's what I'm going to be putting forward for myself, for how I am in my values and in my behavior, but also for my content itself. So I think like the brand itself is speaking the values and the mission of the brand.
For sure. And that's now let's pass the mic to Adam. I'm so sorry I've skipped you in the intro, but this is a live demonstration how someone so bad at math can be so into Bitcoin. Sorry about that, Adam. Please make an introduction of yourself and then pick up the question. How did you initially discover your creative voice?
All good, Vivian. I was like fumbling through the controls here, looking for a way to raise my hand, and I finally found the chat. So, just first of all, great to be with everyone today. Thanks to DJ Val for creating the space for us all to come together. I've already learned a ton, and I'm, Joe, I think we have to talk after this because we need some assistance on the accounting side. Love to chat about marketing after today's event. So I'm Adam Neely. I'm an entrepreneur, investor. I'm also the chief operating officer at Primer Bitcoin, which I think is one of the most important causes in the world today. I lead operations and fundraising, and we're a NGO 501c in the US. And what we do is we Bitcoin education for the world. So permissionless Bitcoin education that anyone can contribute, can use, and that is now being translated into over 30 languages and taught by grassroots communities in over 35 locations. And so open source is a really cool concept when applied to education. What it allows people to do is just go onto GitHub, download a PDF, an educational resource that is pure in its intention. The whole point of the initiative is to create high quality, impartial bit that anyone in the world can use. And we found that by creating this GitHub, this space for people to come and to use the education, we've been able to grow kind of really fast. We're also known for teaching the education of it with the Ministry of Education in El Salvador. It's also being taught in places around the world. And, in the next couple of quarters or so, we'll announce some very exciting new partnerships. So awesome. The link is there. If you go on our website, there's a couple different links that you can click through. The first of which would be our GitHub. I know GitHub is to a non-tech audience. So what you can do is, you can reach out to us on our Twitter if you want to learn how to access those materials. You can also go to Bar. There's a sub-menu there called Light Node Education Network. And there you can see a map of the world with all the different nodes or grassroots communities, the Bitcoin diploma. And you can actually apply. You can teach it in your own area. You can apply to translate it in a language that isn't currently being worked on. Reach out in general, because, to me, Premier Bitcoin, we're not a traditional, non-profit. We're a movement. And, we're wrapped up in a traditional, architecture or a nonprofit way to organize and to get these materials out to the world. So that's pick it up where on that question of how to find the voice. I think for us, we were just on making sure the world knows that we wanted to take our permissionless ethos of Bitcoin and create a community whereby contributors, collaborators from all over the world could come into an ecosystem and start contributing on day one. And then that we've really I think we've built something much more than just a traditional nonprofit. Through that kind of focused messaging, making sure people understand that we're just one node in a network. We're not this organization that's going to, you know, kind of tell people what to do. Rather, you in, and our hope is to become just one of many, and then at a certain point, walk away once the network is sufficiently decentralized. So, about our brand.
Well, certainly delve into the power of the community, and then we'll pass on the mic to Scott to talk about Free Market Kids and the brand you and Tally works on for Orange Hatter. So you homeschool your kid and you work on a lot of different initiatives, the game, the podcast, and with a lot of different initiatives all together. How do you find a balance between how do you find a balance and cohesive creative voice for across all of the initiatives that you work on?
I'm not really sure how balanced we are. I feel kind of there are days we feel like we're going after every shiny object, every squirrel that's out there. What's kind of funny about it is it's actually evolved over a period of time. We named our company Free Market Kids before we knew about Austrian economics, before we understood about Bitcoin. And I look back and I had read like Atlas Shrugged and Creature from Jekyll Island, all these things long before Bitcoin. But it was only the last few years that we've really been able to kind of, I guess, hone in our voice on what we want to do. And what we do is we kind of revisit what is it that we're trying to do. And again, this wasn't something we started with. This was something that took a little while to develop. But if our mission is to help the next generation really understand money, because that's what we're focused on, is money literacy. And Bitcoin, of course, is a huge part of that. And then we look at what the opportunities are in terms of what can we impact. So we feel like we can impact homeschoolers because that's our background. That's something we're not going to be able to program. We're not going to be able to write the code for a new wallet or anything like that. Tali feels like she can help with the women, so she does initiatives underneath Orange Hatter, and then I want to be able to help the veterans. So then I work with the veterans. I reached out, and Adam and I have worked together before because of the game aspect and education. There's a lot of activities in Meet Premier, and so we just offer help in those areas. So I don't know if we really do a great job, but what we try to do is come back and say, are we focused on those missions that we're trying to do? And it's also one of those things where sometimes you don't know what you're getting into. So just the broader brand idea, if anybody's listening and they're not sure what they want to do, the first thing to do is to commit. It's not that you already have the capability. You got to make the commitment. You're going to do it. And then you have to have the courage to go through whatever number of mistakes that you're going to be able to do. And we have made a ton of mistakes. But if you commit to your mission and then you have the courage to work through that, what you'll find is you're going to build capabilities. We're doing things now we had no idea how to do before, in terms of podcasting, in terms of Tali put on a summit. There are just things that we've never done before. And then after you do them, you have the confidence. So if you kind of stack those 4 C's up, you start with the commitment, and then you have the courage to stick with it. You realize you have the capability. And then at the end of it, you have the confidence. You don't start with the confidence and say, I know what my brand is and my mission. So it's a long way of saying this has been an iterative process, and we committed to it. We have the courage to, or maybe that's not the right word, but we keep sticking it out through these different challenges. And each time we feel like we get a little bit better at being able to articulate what we want to have an impact on. And then it's easier to say yes or no to the people you want to talk to and who you want to help.
That's so true. That's so true. Because what you said reminded me a lot of what I've been contemplating on for the past few days is that life it's not a process of self-discovery, it's a process of self-creation. And you're absolutely right. For creators to start making a name, start building a brand, the first thing is actually to commit, and it's not going to arrive on the first day. And it's the courage and the execution power and the consistency, put in the creative work and whatever project you're working on, to gradually develop that process. That understanding is really important. Let's shift gear here for Sally and John and Joe. We want to talk about the making things. Now that you have developed your creative voice and your creative edge, now it's time to think about, how do we monetize? How do we actually become a content creator and be financially benefited from it? So making it a business. Sally, when is a good time to think about monetization as a creative or a content creator, in your opinion? Or in other words, what is the sweet spot on the craft side to start thinking about making it a business?
Honestly, there's no wrong time to start. But within the current environment, you have to go about it, and I think once you find that confidence in yourself and your intent, that's when you should go for it. You know, a lot of what's been going on, and people are realizing that the mainstream voices and the mainstream, basically everything they're trying to push is they're starting to get smarter about it, for people to be more truthful, be more confident and voice. So I guess the best way I can answer is when you feel confident, you should go ahead and share it. And as long as you are keeping your morals, is going to see that. And that's really been a big difference doing in what, you know, the typical marketing machine has done. People are waking up, and so yeah, the time to start.
Right. So I'll follow up on this because I'm curious about this. It seems like you have been the launchpad of a lot of creatives projects, and you've helped so many projects, either that's your own or other people's platform, to really grow. So in your experience, what can you give us some examples, or a kind of a pivotal moment where you see now they're ready and they've taken that leap of faith, and you think, oh, they could have done it sooner, or they should have waited?
Well, you know, you start slow. You don't want to go too fast, but you want to push out as much out in front of as many people as possible. Getting a little off topic with this, but basically, I have so I started off with libertarian Twitter, got into Bitcoin Twitter. Understand there's different people, right? There's people who are just getting into it, understand, and then there's like Bitcoin maxi, right? So you have to find a way to in different ways, and also like just for, like I said, your morals, but also your so I've been a part of a lot of projects, and I think what is I've been open to networking. So it's not just this one project. My projects help support each other. I think that's been the most successful thing, working side and marketing together, because at the end of the day, Bitcoin is just a tool in the circular economies and rebuilding those relationships outside of and inside our own local and global Bitcoin standard. It's the one thing that has worked out for me is not letting anybody tell you what you know, how to do this or how to do this. Like, try your voice. Once you find your voice, just let it be creative, and networking relationships along the way. Everybody pats each other back. So that's honestly been the biggest success for me on so many projects. As long as it helps adoption and it builds plebs relationships, I'm on board.
Nice. It all comes back to community, where to build synergies between either yourselves, different projects, or your project echoing with other people's projects in the ecosystem, and then we grow together as a community. And the power of community is really powerful here. And Joe, what I want to ask you is, as creators, as creatives, sometimes we have this struggle of when we deal with money. We have the struggle when we think about money even. So as a creative, when you're making this a business, how would you recommend people to set it up in a way that ensure long-term sustainability, success, either structurally or mindset wise? What do you have to share for people who are just starting out making this a business?
Yeah, no, that's a really good question. It's something that we definitely run into a lot with clients as we were just onboarding them. And that a lot of them have started in the last couple of years. And it really is individualized though, of like, hey, what are you actually producing? What is your content? What does that look like? The value for value option obviously is a unique and new thing that you can add to monetization there. But it's not going to be overnight, right? And so it is one of those things where it very much is from an accountant, from a business standpoint. I would always say set up good processes in place early so that you are tracking things, so that you do have good records of it. A lot of times people will ask about specific legal entity. What's the right setup? That's certainly good questions to talk with an accountant for down the line. But I think more than anything, when you're first getting started, it really is just kind of going back to that branding and marketing side of things of like, hey, getting that right. And then as you have funds flowing in, as you're starting to track that, getting on an accounting system, or even starting with Excel, like doing that in the first year, even if it's a little messy, putting those kind of foundational blocks in place will pay off down the line. And that if I come into a client 2 years in or 3 years in, and they're already, they're bringing in $100,000 in revenue, but they haven't tracked anything, like that certainly can be a messy situation versus, hey, I just started up 2 months ago. I'm making a few $100s. It doesn't seem like a big deal right now. It will pay off in the long term, I would say, certainly.
Nice. I guess this is something that it's better to have when you have the commitment as a creative, it's good to have that same commitment financially to set up in a way that you're doing this for a long time, so that you don't have to backtrack and redo everything. That's just another nightmare to be tackled, especially for creative minds. And let's talk about, we'll shift back to Efrat. Okay, so now I have 2 questions, and then feel free to choose which one resonate with you more, and then the one you want to answer more. So the first question is, what are some of the essential business skills do you find most crucial when starting out making it a business as a creative or a content creator? Or you can also talk about if there's something along the process that did not go as planned and what you learned from that experience.
Okay, wow. 2 big questions, but I think I'll take the first one, and I want to also add on what Sally was saying before. Can I share my screen just to show people a diagram? Can I do that? Okay, let's see, window.
If you give it to Val, I think she can pull it up for you if you send it in the private chat.
Okay. Oh, no, but it's a presentation, so it's on I can't share it. Okay, never mind. So I'll just speak. But now I can't close this window. Sorry. Hold on. I'm getting there. Window. There we go. Okay. So do you see my screen? Oh, there we go. Great. So this is the most essential part, I think. It's building your brand identity. So when you just start off, if you don't take the time to really articulate, first of all, for yourself, this is internal work. Who are you as a brand? you know, you're a person, you're a content creator. So this is the most challenging process, I think, the most challenging thing to do when you're on your own and you have to decide how you're going to speak, who your audience is, what kind of values do you have, what's your vision, your mission, what are your characteristics, how do you look, how do you feel, how do you sound, right? So all these things, it sounds like it's natural for us as content creators, but it really takes some thought at the beginning and some planning. And I really insist on people doing that at the beginning, because if they don't do that, then they don't know themselves well enough, and it's hard for their true authentic self to be properly conveyed when they start doing the work. And so the first thing I would tell people to do is build your brand following a certain guideline of brand identity, and then start looking at your content schedule. So you asked about what skills are important. You have to know how to manage content. First of all, you have to know how to create content. If you don't know how to write or how to speak or how to record a video, that's like the most essential stuff, then you can't start your project. So you have to know what you're doing, and you may have to learn a little bit. And then you have to create a content schedule. So you have to decide on which formats you love the most and which kind of content themes you want to be talking about or covering and what's unique to you. And then the next thing you have to look at is your distribution schedule or your release schedule. How often am I going to be putting my content out there? On which platforms? Who am I going to be doing it with? Is it only me, or am I partnering with other people? So the distribution is a big chunk. And normally people don't know that, but for content creator, distribution is the most tedious task of all. So that takes a long time because you are probably distributing your content on more than one platform. And then the next thing is building, like I think Joe, not Joe, the guy that was before our panel that did the video, he talked about this a little bit, the partnerships. So you need to think about who are good players that you want to partner with in order to create like a multiplying effect for your content. If you're a podcaster and you're collaborating with the people that you're interviewing, that you want to activate them as well. You want to ask them to do certain things with your content once it's out, but it's your responsibility to take care of that. So that's one example of a partnership, but there are so many examples that that exist for how you're partnering with content, and that's a really great tool to increase your audience because you're multiplying the audience base with you and with your partners. The next thing is you want to be part of as many communities as possible, and that really helps to build the trust in your brand when you're being associated with other brands as well. And then the last thing I would say is look at or adopt a mindset of creating two brands. So you have your personal brand as a content creator, but then your second one is your content. Is it a podcast? Is it a magazine? Is it a product? Is it a game? Whatever it is that your content is, that's your business. So you need to have two brands. You have your own personal brand and you have your business brand. And those two brands are communicating with each other, and they should be complementing each other. And when you have them both, you have to also nurture them both and distributing content from both of them. But make sure that you're doing things right in terms of complementing the audience that is following this brand versus your brand. And what people don't remember normally when we're talking about content creation for personal brands, for people, for individuals, that people trust people more than anything. They trust people more than companies, more than logos, more than other brands, the Apples and the Nikes that are out there. In the end of the day, you respect probably Steve Jobs more than you respect the Apple brand, right? Because of the person that he used to be. And the same thing goes for many content creators and influencers in today's day and age. And why is that? Is because people resonate emotionally and have an emotional attachment to other people more than they do to a robot or a chat GPT and AI, or or any great logo and great coloring and branding that you'll create. So you got to put your brand in the front and not hide behind your business or your business brand, but make sure you have both and they're both complementing each other. So that would be my a few tips that I would give.
So we just keep coming back to the community, and the community starts with at least 2 members now, with your personal brand and your business brand, and that's the starting point, really. And we'll pass the mic to Adam. Either questions, most important business skills and things that didn't go as planned along the way. I'm sure you have plenty of those as well with My First Bitcoin.
So many. To kind of piggyback on what Efrat was saying, I think about the importance. I think skills are important, but I think principles are upstream of skills. And so everything we do, make sure that we're focused in a single direction. And if we're not focused in a single direction, that we can error correct and get back on the trajectory that we want. Ultimately, to provide open source Bitcoin education for the world, then all of our actions, right? All of our votes with our time and our capital should be aligned with that. And everything that's not that, we should feel okay. We shouldn't just feel okay saying no to. We should be happy that we say no to it, because it's not in line with our mission. So I think about Signal, and think of it like this: sound isn't music. Subscribers aren't readers, aren't collaborators. Hearing isn't listening, and speed isn't velocity. And we want to cultivate an organization where we're focused on signal. So signal in marketing may look like, we think of Me Premier Bitcoin as this good news factory or good news machine, where everything that we share is about broadening this global initiative to empower individuals, communities, educators around the world with open source, high quality, impartial education. Education with a focus on empowerment, not right. And so you can take our tools and give it to your mom, your dad, your brother, your sister, your cousin, even the person that maybe you don't even like. But that there's not going to be any marketing or subtle strategic, guiding them to an exchange in that focus. That's the message that hopefully we share with the world. But I also think about this from an operations perspective most of my time. I think Signal is identifying the priority. And as Efrat said, when you have a very outlined identity and everyone in the organization knows it, it's just so much easier to execute. And everyone's step and everyone's action is constantly getting traction toward that goal, toward bringing that vision or that dream to life. So I think, efficiency, better decisions, because we all know when everything is important, nothing is. If you can take this big action item down into the 3 things that lead to compounding benefits, right? It's not every product, it's not every action that we take that impact. If we understand power law distributions, we know that it's only made Apple what it was, right? At least in the beginning. And so it's this, for us, values, universal business principles, and a laser focus on our mission, on our identity, that actually generates kind of all the compound results. And there's all these skills that you're gonna acquire along the way, but I definitely see those as downstream to the core. Yeah.
It seems like when you have the why figured out and in a very cleared way, then the signaling, to kind of tell the difference between signals and noise become way easier when you have the why nailed down. And we'll pass the mic to Scott. And what is a question you're picking, and share with us your story.
Yeah, I'm just looking at the time. I'm like, man, there's so much to dig into, and I love what everybody's saying, the area that I think would be best to share is to talk about the mental game, and it touches on everything that we've hit on already. So, for example, your first question of when do you make this decision, and kind of a framework for that, and then how you do it. I think the right question actually sometimes is who should do it, not how you should do it. But I also want to look out when you are true, when you figure out what you really want to do, then that the clarity that Adam's talking about, I don't even know how you can put, I don't know how you do it without that. And in Bitcoin, we often talk about this load time preference. I'm going to think about the long-term future of this great plan. And I do it with free market kids. I have this great plan. And then I get sidetracked or distracted easily up front. You have to know where you're going. But I think the takeaway that's on my mind, as everybody is talking about, is in this mental game. If you're taking this is an infinite game, it's just going to keep on going, and you're taking a long-term view, then you should expect that you're going to hit some bumps in the road. You're going to have days when you're down. You're going to have days when the product that you were launching didn't go well. Whatever it is, fill in the blank. There's going to be something that comes up. Someone tries to sue you. Your supplier didn't deliver. I mean, just you name it. And I don't think I think the mental game is so important, and what you need to do, at least my opinion is, you need to consciously be investing in your relationships, and they need to be authentic relationships. And that means you help other people without asking for anything in return. That means, I think especially it means, go out and meet people in person. And I mean, I go back to the games. I like games because they're in person and you have the fellowship. But if you go to meetups, if you go to conferences, and I mean, we're working on the unconference right now with for Meet Premier Bitcoin in July. The biggest thing that people take away is that they got to connect with other like-minded people. And if you get down, sometimes you might just need someone to say, hang in there, that long-term goal that you're set, it's worth it. Or they might know you who to help, but you're probably not going to do it on your own. You know, you can say you're a solopreneur, but at the end of the day, at some point you're going to need help. And so investing in those relationships authentically early is so valuable. It's so valuable. And that's a thing that I would recommend that anybody who's thinking about or has already started as a content creator, it's more than just your content. If you have a big vision of where you want to take that and the big impact that you want to have with that, you're probably not going to be doing it solo, and spend some quality time investing in your relationships.
It keeps coming back to being human, I guess, in that regard. We only have 5 minutes left, so we'll shift geared on negotiating. And Sally, I want to ask you this. You've done lots of negotiating on your own behalf, on your project's behalf. What is one practical tip that you would give to creators when they're negotiating their worth?
Oh, just one? Know your value and be able to defend it. And be confident in what you say. And what I mean by that is about yourself when you go into a negotiation and you're doubting your worth, and you can't accept the value is that you're offering, you're cutting yourself short. So whenever make sure you're going in with confidence and you're going in with ammo, so that you know what you're any concerns, that who you're negotiating with, and you can build the value that you're representing. Also, stay true to within where we are, especially, we have new people that you're trying to earn their trust. You have the Bitcoin maximalists on the other side, where to get their trust initially and then to keep it. So, you want to make sure that your sponsors are in line with your mission as well. The sponsor money and those negotiations don't pull you away from what you're actually. That would be my best advice. I know we're honestly, that's what's always helped me. Negotiating with someone who doesn't share your same vision, they're going to chip money they're giving you to push you away from the mission. And we've seen that time in different Bitcoin companies. Once they get a little bit past the startup phase, or once they go, they make a lot of decisions that they regret in the future. And a lot of these. So, as far as negotiations, just make sure you're people, because these are people that you're going to be building projects with later on, and you want relationships to be long term. So you want to make sure that you're building a good that everybody's happy with and everybody's getting value on both sides.
All right, thank you so much. It's such a big topic to delve into. I can't believe we only have 1 hour. But thank you so much for everybody's great insight, and I hope you've had some value from this conversation. Sorry about all the technical issues, and I want to, on behalf of this panel, extend our thank you to DJ Valerie Belove for providing the space for us for our thoughts to echo, to talk about creators' futures for the entire human race. So super honored to be here, and enjoy the rest of the Creator Summit. And we will see you very soon talking about some business stuff for creators.
Thanks,
Yay.
guys.
Thanks you
Val.
guys so much. And thanks again. You guys are so amazing. And I really appreciate all the work that everyone is doing. And it's so cool. We all have something different to offer the world. And I really, really love that Bitcoiners are doers and sharers. Like, we're so generous, and I'm just so honored to get to be a part of this. So the next panel, you guys, we're going to be talking about building community in the future of culture. And I've got a couple little videos for you. So let's check them out while we're transitioning the panels. Thanks you guys so much.
Thank you.
All the way from Kenya. I'm the founder of Bitcoin Dada. Essentially, what Bitcoin Dada is a non-profit initiative that focuses on empowering the African female through financial education. I am excited to be part of this event, even if it's just for a minute, to share my insight or to share my strategies on building a community in the space. So 4 key things that have actually worked for me. One is understanding the reason or understanding the objective of why you're creating the community in the first place and staying true to your cause. The second thing would be prioritizing, understanding the challenges within the community and seeking, or rather tailoring solutions to actually solve those particular problems. Third thing I would say, and this is something that we struggle with as Bitcoiners, is avoiding imposing our own ideologies on people or the community, as we come from different backgrounds, we have different challenges, we have different goals and desires. And lastly, which is key to the growth and the sustainability of a community, is nurturing leadership. You wanna nurture leadership within the community. So like I said, these are things that have actually worked for me in building a community within the African continent, and I hope that it will definitely help somebody who's starting or somebody who's been struggling to build their own community. If you want to follow us, we are on Twitter or X as BTC_Dada. You can check out our website as well at btcdada.com. And I'm definitely hoping to meet all, if not some of you, in the Bitcoin events. So have a great day, have a great event.
Hey guys, how are you? I'm Isabela Santos. I'm the co-founder of GetBase and the founder of BTC Isla, an initiative to create a Bitcoin circular economy. I want to start by saying that Bitcoin is what we make it. So if we want it to work, it will work. And how do we do that? By educating the masses. Bitcoin is a silent revolution. We're educating from within. So if you don't want to mine, then set up your own node. If you can't be a developer, then teach. But we all have to participate if we all want to fix the money. So if you're here, it's because your job and your duty as a Bitcoiner is to educate creatively. It's already been done, so do it in your own way. There are 8 billion people out there with 24-hour days. So trust me, instead of watching a cat video for 10 hours, they'll probably watch and consume your stuff. So maybe not the first week or the first month or even the first year, but this is where consistency and discipline come through, because the grind and the hustle will always pay off. And if you don't start with your first, you will never make it to your 100. So remember, slow and steady wins the race. Be constant, be persistent, and don't ever give up. This is a journey, one that will teach you a lot. So be patient with yourself. And, you'll always have a follower with me. Bye, guys.
Gotta love Isabella. Oh my gosh, right? I'll get everybody up on stage. Hey guys. Hey Avi. Hey Reina. Hey Carol. Hey
Hello.
Frank. Oh my gosh. Svetsky's supposed to be here, so he said he was coming, so I'm not sure where he might be, but I'm gonna let you guys rock and roll here. And Renata was going to be joining us, but her flight got delayed, so she's not going to be able to jump on. So it's going to be us chickens here, which is going to be amazing. Wait, is that a Svetsky? There you go. Svetsky writes. What's up, brother?
What
Hey, so I'm going to jump off. I'm going to let you guys talk. This is the building community. I'm calling it Community 2.0 because why not? And I'm going to let Avi lead and introduce everybody. And I love you guys so much. So please enjoy. And I'll be in the backstage if you guys need anything.
Well, thank you, Val, for creating this incredible summit. I've enjoyed all the talks so far, and really, I've been talking to Val about this for over 2 months now, so a lot of work has gone into it. So, I mean, maybe some silent applause for her. But look, I think the way the summit has been set up as well is the talks have flowed together really well, right? So we had this. Really, the goal of the summit is to give new creators who are new to Bitcoin a way of understanding Bitcoin and some of these other adjacent tools like Nostr and how they can start monetizing and creating content in this world. We had one on value for value. That was a great introduction, the first one. Then we had a slightly more technical one on platforms and tools where we touched upon things like Nostr. And then the one that was right before this was on business skills. So I think it's, and from there, we're now going to talk about community building in this panel. I think it's a really nice segue from the previous 3 panels. So by way of introduction, I'm Avi Burra. I'm a Bitcoin author and podcaster. My podcast is called Blockchain Radio. It's a weekly Nostr Nest every Friday at 6:30 p.m. Eastern Time. And I'm joined by 4 incredible panelists, 2 of whom I have the pleasure of meeting for the first time. So why don't we start with a quick round of introductions? Carol, take it away.
Hello, everyone. Thank you for having me here. Congrats, Val, for putting everyone together in this incredible summit. I'm Carol from Area Bitcoin. Area Bitcoin is a Bitcoin school that started in Brazil in Portuguese in 2019. We started to produce educational content here in Brazil. Instagram and YouTube are really popular, and we started creating content at that time. The project grew a little bit around here. We learned a ton of things. We learned a lot about Bitcoin as well through the process. And from that time until now, if we put together all of our followers through all social media, we have around 400,000 followers. So community building is a huge challenge, and it's something we love to discuss as well. So I'm here to hear and to learn about community building with everyone here. And our main focus is to help people get out of the fiat mindset, opt out fiat mindset, and go into the Bitcoin mindset.
Thank you, Carol. Reina, why don't you go next?
Thank you. Hello, guys. Good morning. Good afternoon. Thank you, Valerie, again.
big shout out. I've been connected all morning watching everybody and the other panelists. It's been a great summit. My name is Reina Chicas. I am the teacher lead and also we wear many hats in the organization. So I'm with Mi Primer Bitcoin, also part-time vice director of relations and adoptions here in El Salvador. My First Bitcoin, or Mi Primer Bitcoin, is an NGO dedicated for impartial, independent Bitcoin education only. We started here in El Salvador in 2021 after the law came to effect. Now we have a network of communities around the world teaching our educational materials. So I'm more focused within the teacher role, onboarding the teachers and helping people also with the creation of materials that are going to make easier the learning process or the teaching process as well. And also, within the relationships, making sure that we make the correct agreements, the right agreements, because we also have, a partnership with the Ministry of Education in El Salvador. We work together with them, and it's a tricky situation. At the end of the day, it's the government, but it's been great. They're very open to just learn from what we've done, and we're very happy and excited to be here too.
Thank you, Reina. Alex, why don't you go next?
Hey guys, thanks for having me on. I guess a bit of an overview. I'm working on a product called Satlantis. It's been my most recent foray into the Nostr space. Previously, I had built the world's first Bitcoin dollar cost averaging app, and we just open sourced the Bitcoin language model. And other than that, I think people know me more from the writing and the content that I've produced over the years. And yeah, now building Satlantis, which is basically like a travel and community network built on Nostr. And it's a way, basically, it's a new type of client that allows people to build communities. So it's a city-centric client. And you basically, in the same way as you would normally use Primal or any other Nostr client, this one is more visual and video focused, and it allows you to lean into some other features that are more community oriented, and less sort of micro blogging or blogging oriented. So anyway, that's what I'm working on. Happy to be here. See if there's any value I can add to the discussion.
And Alex, before we move to Frank, I do have a question for you. Why did you choose Nostr for Satlantis?
That's a long question. Yeah, I mean, I was early on the Nostr bandwagon, and then I sort of, left to do other things because I was like, okay, it's cool, but it sort of seems a little bit like nerd tech. But in the last 6 months, I went back down the Nostr rabbit hole, and there's many reasons, but I think I've come to understand Nostr as a social graph as a service almost. So it's like I fundamentally believe as we move forward, people are going to look to build products that have a social element integrated, which wasn't able to be done before, because to integrate any social element previously, you had to build your own social graph, you needed to build your own social network and all this sort of stuff. So Nostr has pushed that to the protocol layer. And I think that's really interesting. Now, to add to that is, someone might say, well, there's many better ways to do it. There's people like building Synonym or this or that, or, DIDs and stuff. What I noticed about the Nostr space, which reminds me very much of the early internet, is that the activity that's happening on there, even though Nostr is not perfect, even though I'm sure we could engineer something like perfect if such a thing could exist, what matters more is that there is activity around it, and that there's a community building around it, that there is momentum, and there is a set of standards that are appearing naturally. And for me, that's more important. And that's fundamentally why the internet took off, and also why Bitcoin took off. Like, Bitcoin's not perfect. There's a bunch of like weird things with it that are legacy that we'll never fix, but that's the thing that captured the network effect. And I think Nostr, by far of all of these new identity protocols, which is basically what I look at it as, it seems to me that it's going to be the best one. But anyway, that's my attempt at a short answer.
Yeah, no, and that makes complete sense, right? The portability of your social graph, meaning all of your followers that Nostr allows you, is quite remarkable. You can move them from you have the followers you have on Primal. If you start using Satlantis for whatever the use case is, right? You just take your followers with you, and and the beauty is it's an open protocol. So it's all of these clients, even though the use cases might be different, right? In some cases it's social media, and in other cases it could be something completely different, but they're all interoperable on the same protocol. So that is the power of Nostr for sure. And we'll get into that because in a little bit, because I think that changes the game in my mind for audience and community building,
and for creators, big time
for creators too.
Yeah.
Absolutely. And Frank, why don't you give a little intro?
How's it going, everybody? My name is Frank Corva. I'm the business correspondent for Bitcoin Magazine. Just started there. I write for Forbes as well, Forbes Digital Assets, and I document a lot of what goes on with Bitcoin adoption around the world, whether it's within circular economies or the way that activists or people are using it within authoritarian jurisdictions when they get debanked by their leaders. I do some work with some of those activists behind the scenes as well. When I had a little bit more time, I was doing a podcast called New Renaissance Capital. I was very lucky to have Reina on as a guest. And in that podcast, again, same sort of thing. I was very interested in what was going on the ground and a realistic perspective. I apologize, on the ground in the circular economies, the Bitcoin circular economies, Bitcoin Akasi, Bitcoin Beach, and in other places around the world to not necessarily to get a more realistic view of what adoption looks like and if adoption is actually happening. It's tough. Building community and getting people into Bitcoin, I think, in real life is really, really difficult. And so I was curious to see what was working and what wasn't working. And a lot of that inspiration came from the fact that I've lived in small communities in Venezuela and Ghana, I've been a part of subcultures in Japan, living there, Namibia. So I've lived all over the world. I know how hard it is to sort of build communities and work with people. I spent 12 years teaching. I worked in social services for a while. But when I found Bitcoin in 2018, I studied it for 2 or 3 years, just got completely obsessed. And then I started writing professionally, I think about 2 or 3 years ago. But I do work still. I like doing work on the community level, virtual community level, I guess. I think Lorraine Marcel just spoke from Bitcoin Data. I teach in that program. I teach like an introduction to Bitcoin class, and I teach a writing course for women in that program who are looking to try to pick up some work as a freelance writer or something along those lines. So that's me.
Yeah, that was a great set of intros, and what struck me is each one of you comes from such a diverse professional background, right? Especially when it comes to Bitcoin. So the approaches to community building are going to be completely different, or maybe there will be some common thread there. And the goal of this panel is to give our audience, new creators who are trying to come into this space, different tactics, strategies of how to build their communities and leverage Bitcoin and adjacent tools like Nostr in the process. So maybe we'll start with you, Reina. Given this diversity that we're talking about in approaches, so what has been your approach in building your audience or community for Mi Primer Bitcoin and your other projects?
Yes, it's been, the thing here is that when I hear, what Frank does and everything in all digital, in El Salvador, we had to do like very grassroots of sort of going person to person in a way, like just peer to peer. For example, within the department, the organization has grown to the point that we definitely have more departments now and everybody's focused on what they're best at. And I had the opportunity to be at Lago Bitcoin last year for 6 months teaching our Bitcoin diploma there. And I found out what I was, living here in the city, especially in San Salvador, when it comes to Bitcoin. It was just no near close to what people there was experiencing, especially in a very predominant Mayan community. So we had to go, say, down, to their realities. And okay, for example, with social media, they don't even know what Twitter is. Okay, so where do you inform out? We even, with the Lago Bitcoin team there, the volunteers that work there, we had to create the Facebook page, we had to create the Instagram page, because this is what people in Latin America use the most. So then we can start communicate with them. We could start communicating and posting about meetups and about free classes. And the same here, it goes, I think the most important, especially, with social media, and then you post and then eventually you want to get some recognition, is the real proof of work that you are going to show. At the moment, and I can see it sometimes, really cool stuff happening around the world. And if you want to base that, right, like if you want to measure impact and you're like, oh, it's just 1,000 views. Yeah, this is, we feel, I think, sometimes the bubble, because we hang out with a lot of Bitcoiners and this is what we consume, but the rest of the world really doesn't. So if you put the real proof of work, and then we go to a meetup and then we tell them this is what we're doing, and then they scroll through or social media channels and see, oh, this is what people actually do. Like they have this project, and then they have this alliance with the Ministry of Education, or they've taught, for example, at Mi Primer Bitcoin last year, we taught over 25,000 students in person in different schools. I think sometimes we gotta be better at communicating, because we're just so busy, just trying to teach. So I think focus on what you want to achieve, focus on what your mission is, focus on the purpose that you and the value that you want to go. And yes, take the moment to post it, or to even to document it for yourself. Document it for yourself, so then you're gonna find a better way to put it out there and help others to see it. But then this happened, for example, with the relationships with the government, we've had to have some sort of validation of, we've done this and we had the MOU with this school and we've taught 5 different cohorts, everything's fine with them, in order to be able to enter, right, to get in. And yes, what you do is legit, it's not a scam, they see through our programs. And the same, this is a very cool project that we've just started with Lina from the Little Hodler. We're going to start the creation of the curriculum for the younger audiences, and the Ministry of Education is going to be also a partnership, so we can launch this pilot next year at schools. And when we went to talk to them and everything, is like they see us now as a source of information, a valid point of information and validation as well. But it's also because when we stay true to the values, to the mission, you don't lose the focus on what you want to achieve. So then when you go into communities and want to build communities and all these relationships, it feels like it's easier. It's probably easier said than done, but it's easier in a way, say, to sell your product, to sell the organization that you work with, or to sell the mission that you're at.
And have you found any particular strategy or tactics, or set of tactics even, that are successful, especially successful for building the audience?
Especially successful. It's very tricky, because I think all the scenarios that we had, and probably this is not a good example in a way, but it's just like we just go with the flow in a way. Most successful are definitely sometimes adapt to realities. If we want to teach even just a simple Bitcoin diploma, that is just a basic. The Bitcoin diploma from Bitcoin is just to go from zero, I know nothing about Bitcoin, to something. It's not super in depth. It's just to open you to get into the rabbit hole. But say we want to teach merchants, when they are not very interested in the whole technical part of Bitcoin, so we adapt them to their needs. It's like, okay, what do you need? What's basic? And the first thing that they say is like, okay, I cannot keep all my money in Bitcoin. So what's the solution for that? And then we have to go, okay, there are wallets that have this option of stable sats. So you can transfer some of your earnings throughout the day. There is a lot of merchants in El Salvador that they just go day by day, like week by week is a long shot. They go day by day with what they sell. It's the lady with the vegetable shop. And then when it comes to for example, government relationships, is okay, what are we going to get from the community? So the successful options are to do previous research. Okay, what is what they need? What is what you're going to help with? And what can we afford? We cannot approach everybody, every single entity or individuals within the same, thinking that the script that we have is going to work for everybody.
Yeah, I think that a customized approach makes a lot of sense. So, Carol, similar question to you. what has your approach been with Area Bitcoin in growing that community, and anything in particular that stands out to you that's worked better than other things?
Yeah, this is a tough question because as a community builders and educators, you can't have just one approach. We want to reach people's hearts and minds. You need to have multiple approaches. And Area Bitcoin started in like an online school, like online content, nothing in analogic, real, physical realm. So we need to fight with algorithms. We need to reach more people as possible. And one of the things that help producers and community builders is two things. First one is to be the more authentic possible. So you need to be fresh and bring new approaches about all the subjects, because in the end of the day, Bitcoin is so broad and you can connect Bitcoin to a lot of subjects, and you have a lot of tools and ways to explain Bitcoin to a lot of people, right? So you need to have authenticity to explain Bitcoin different ways for different audience, and also consistency. So I like the video of Isabella before our panel, where when she said that consistency is the key. So you need to have proof of work, right? You need to do the same thing a lot of times, and you will improve from the point 0 until the 11th time you're doing the same content or the same process you are doing. And another thing that helped me in the process and to reach more people is start simple and then go to complex and more technical, because you never know if your audience in which stage of the rabbit hole they are. So people need to see you in whatever the stage they are. If they are learning what is Bitcoin, how to protect their money, how to protect from fiat ice cubes, how Bitcoin can be a better money, a better system, how they can store their Bitcoin safely. So you need to have all of those approaches, and they will find you in wherever the stage they are. One thing that worked for us too is to have dynamic subjects. So we can connect with entertainment content, we can connect with economic content, we can connect to hyperinflation, inflation, the historic of Brazil, for example. We had a lot of those examples of how fiat money fails. So you need to have that baggage and present this in a fun way sometimes, or in a different way, sometimes conspirational way, so they can see what is wrong with the fiat system. So have multiple approaches is really important. So this would be the first thing to do when you are starting up to build a community, so you can reach more people and different people, so we can deliver Bitcoin for the rest of the world.
You know, a consistent theme I'm hearing in both of your answers is, you know, you do want to tailor your approach to different segments of the audience, right? And maybe not completely overwhelm them with the technical language, maybe ease them in. I think, and that makes complete sense. Alex, you know, we've talked, the last two questions have been, or last two answers, I should say, have been about growing a community, right? But there's the other side to it, which is once you've built a community, you want to, or an audience, right? Depending on which side of the creation spectrum you are, you need to retain them, right? Keep them engaged and interested. What has your approach been? And then as you're looking forward to the launch of Satlantis, the upcoming launch of Satlantis, how do you think you're going to approach that?
So when you talk about audience, do you mean me in a personal capacity or in the businesses that I've been focused on?
Well, you could talk about both if the answers are different, Alex. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I guess in a personal capacity, I don't know. I mean, the only place I really have a significant audience is Twitter, but you know, I've had to rebuild my Twitter account 2 or 3 times because I kept getting banned during the COVID period. And I think consistency, not of posting. I mean, look, I've never tried to build a audience as an influencer. I'm not a content creator in the traditional sense of the term, like where I'm trying to sell a course or anything like that, right? I wrote the Uncommunist Manifesto a couple of years ago, and I wrote that because I just wanted to beat up on communism and Karl Marx. That was it. I wasn't trying to sell a course out the back end and all this sort of stuff. So like content creators generally have a different purpose behind wanting to build an audience. And I don't think I really fit the content creator frame. So I don't know if I've got a great answer there. You know, like I could parrot what other great content creators do and say, and that is, you know, consistency, you know, speaking to your audience, et cetera, et cetera. I don't do any of that. I'm not really consistent. You know, maybe the only thing I'm consistent on is my ability to trigger people. And, you know, that's, you know, beyond that, I don't think I have a lot of consistency. Like sometimes I'll power post and I'll just like, you know, hit a bunch of things and then I'll just like leave it for a little while. So for me, it's just more like a avenue for venting than anything else. With respect to the businesses that I've been involved with, once again, I've never really tried to develop much of a social presence or audience. Now, that's going to be very different with Satlantis because I really think that the world is changing. We're moving into the age of the creator economy. And a lot of people laugh at the creator economy. They're like, oh, you know, just a bunch of losers selling courses and, you know, producing content, right? But the fact of the matter is everything, like people's entire lives are a process of education. They start in kindergarten, they go to school, they go to high school, and then, you know, outside, you know, once they finish high school, maybe they go to university, and after university, they've got like on-the-job training. So they're always like learning. And if you look at the status quo for learning, you know, schools are basically indoctrination camps. Like they don't teach you anything except for how to be a drone and how to be an idiot and be compliant, right? You know, most modern like universities are even worse, right? They teach you how to be woke and stupid and, you know, whatever other ism is going out there today. So what does that leave us with? Well, it leaves us with, you know, the opportunity to build alternative means for education. And the internet is very much that. The internet is a decentralized education network, if, you know, for lack of a better term here. Now, the challenge is the internet is becoming more and more, you could call it censored, or it's becoming more and more captured by particular gateways and platforms, right? And I wrote about this in an article a couple months back where I said, look, the challenge with the internet is the Facebooks, the Googles, the you know, the Instagrams and those of the world. They emerged on the internet as gateways, and they were extremely important gateways because they helped people get onto the internet. But over time, they've become gatekeepers. And that becomes a challenge when you want to broaden the kind of education that is available out there. So with Nostr, you know, we have an opportunity to build another layer, I guess, on top of the internet, an identity layer where there's where, as I said earlier, there's a social graph that is a part of it, which means now, for the first time, creators, i.e. educators, and we're all, like, I should say, we're all creators in some way, right? Like we all create on a daily basis. If you cook at home, you're creating. You know, if you say anything online at home with your kids, whatever, you're always creating. That is what humans do, right? Content creators just try and channel that towards some sort of product, be it digital or physical, that can be used to teach people about something that they hopefully know about, right? Like the onus is on the audience to select the right kind of content creator that is trustworthy enough or credible enough for them to learn from, right? Like if you go and try and learn about health and fitness from somebody who's fat, you know, you're probably not going to get the best advice, or you're going to be learning from a hypocrite, right? So you want to be very careful about the content creators, or quote unquote, you know, influencers. I don't really like that word. I like content creators better, but you want to choose your content creators carefully. And this is once again where something like Nostr, in my opinion, becomes very, very interesting and very, very beneficial, is that, you know, your Nostr profile becomes an extension of you. It's like your digital avatar in many ways. And we are already familiar with the concept of a digital avatar through platforms, but now instead of the platform owning your digital avatar and can, you know, kick you off, you actually own it yourself. and you can disseminate that information across a protocol instead of a platform. And you can interact with the protocol through a different set of platforms depending on which one you feel is the best for you, right? So like Primal is fantastic for microblogging. What we're doing with Setlant is going to be fantastic for image and video stuff. So like we're probably going to be, you could think of us as the Instagram for Nostr, right? Like our interface, our posting flow and all that sort of stuff is going to look and feel far more like Instagram than it is like Twitter. And different creators are going to find the medium through which to interact with their audience on Nostr that suits them the best. And for us, that's like what we've been working on Stellantis. We keep coming back to, because sometimes we want to include things like, we should add this and this and this and that in the feed, and we're like, no, let's stop for a minute and let's think about who are the kind of content creators we want to encourage on this platform. Well, that is communities, people who want to showcase farmers markets and travel and like food porn and restaurants and cafe and all this sort of stuff, right? So like if you want to do that, that's definitely got to be visual. You're not going to like write a microblog about a cafe. It's like, I went to this cafe and I had this amazing coffee and blah, blah. It's like people want to see the fucking coffee, right? So like you need to build around that. And I think this is at least in my opinion, something extremely important when we're building products, particularly now that we're in the era of Nostr, where the products are fundamentally going to be built around, as I said, content creators. Like the internet, what I called earlier a decentralized education network, is going to reach its zenith with Nostr, because then it can really become a place for people to communicate, to build audiences, to build communities, to build trust, to build reputation, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. So anyway, I don't know if I answered your original question, but I've kind of gone on a few tangents. I hope there was something useful in that.
No, this is great, right? And we heard this in the first two panels as well. The first one where we had Ainsley Costello and Joe Martin Music talking about how Nostr and more importantly the value for value, right? But they tend to go hand in hand. That allowed them to free themselves from the platforms, right? And they control their audience, which they can move around to the different clients. And then we also heard echoes of that in the next panel around platforms and tools. So yeah, that was a great answer, Alex. Thank you. So Frank, the audience retention question, right? And you write for Bitcoin Magazine. You have a podcast. How do you approach audience retention, right? So you've built up, I don't know what the number is. Let's say 1 million people listen to your podcast or read your articles.
Not quite that, but yeah, maybe total. So I think generally speaking, people like to be heard. So when people are reading something and they get in touch with you, try to respond. So I think people, this actually, as people were talking today, what I actually was reminded of was not necessarily my time as an educator, but before I was an educator, I was a manager in the music business, and I used to run different record labels. And I was reminded of one person, singer-songwriter from the UK. Every single day from 8 a.m. till noon, he responded to fan emails personally. And I'm not saying that this is the right way to go for everyone, but I think making direct contact with people who are reading your work, thanking them for reading the work, answering questions they may have, doing that to whatever extent you can do it without feeling completely overwhelmed and burnt out. It's a really difficult thing. I'm sure anyone who's doing work like this is getting constant sort of, their DMs are full and it can be a bit overwhelming. But I think the other stuff is when possible, doing stuff in real life or having conversations with people who are reading what you're doing, letting them ask questions, because I think oftentimes we think we know what people need to learn. But then when we actually sit with people and listen to what they have to say, we're like, oh, interesting. Like, that's what you're taking from what I'm saying. And like, I remember when I first started writing on Substack 3 years ago, a woman from, I live across the water from Harlem. She reached out to me and she was like, oh, could you kind of explain to me what Bitcoin is and how to buy it and blah, blah, blah. And I said, sure. So I sat down with her and her brother and, I'm talking about all this high level stuff and how to do this and how to do that. And she's like, oh, I don't have a digital bank account. She didn't even have a bank account set up to transfer money over to an exchange to get some Bitcoin. So I think that when it comes to having an audience, listening to the people who are reading what you're writing, I do a section now that I'm going to be putting into some of my Bitcoin Magazine articles. It's like a questions from the plebs section. So basically, when I have an interview coming up, I post on Twitter, hey, I'm going to be interviewing this person. Let me know if you have any questions. And now I'm doing my best to actually just include a section, basically like these are people who took the time to respond. But I think that the big thing with what we do is people want to be seen. When you're building a community, people want to be seen and heard. When possible, if you can sort of see and hear those people in real life, that's great. If you can respond to them virtually, that's great. But I would say the other thing too is sort of making people a part of the process. So when I teach at Bitcoin Dada and I teach what Bitcoin is, I think part of what you have to do, if people are following you, you don't necessarily want to just keep them following you. You sort of want to teach them how to be a node, how to be someone that others will then follow, and how they can sort of share information. And one of the first things I tell people when they ask me about Bitcoin and this and that, one of the first things I teach them just on a personal level, like Bitcoin is your responsibility. And you're going to sort of, once you understand this, you're going to become a bit of like a default financial advisor. People are going to ask you what this thing is. Should I invest in it? All this kind of stuff. So you have to be ready to, I'm sure we've all been through this. We've told someone about Bitcoin, maybe they bought it and the price went down. And we're like, oh, okay, this person's not going to like me anymore. So I think, we have to sort of be ready for this sort of stuff. It's a lot. And I think that when it comes to building an audience, it's sort of like, I think about it similar to what Lorraine Marcel says, the head of Bitcoin Dada. Her goal with Bitcoin Dada is not just to have a huge audience following her. It's to create like mini versions of her around Africa and then have people following those people as well. Obviously, those other leaders can come back to her if they need advice or if they need connections or anything else. But when I think about this kind of stuff, whoever does reach out to me, like I'll give a quick example. Someone from a mining company that employs ex-convicts reached out to me and said, oh, could you cover what we're doing? And I said, essentially, where have you covered what you're doing? Where can I see what you're doing? Where is your blog? Where's your website that documents what you're doing? And it's getting people into that habit of like, it's empowering people to sort of tell their own story as well. I think at the same time, they're going to keep following you. You're going to retain the audience because they're going to be, I think, inevitably watching you to see what you're doing to maybe take cues from you. But the other side of that is, I think, getting them to feel a little bit of that. I mean, there's a dopamine rush or whatever of when people like our work. We get something we do gets retweeted a lot, all this kind of stuff. It's getting them to feel that as well. And then again, it's not just like, oh, the person, Frank paid attention to me and Frank writes for Bitcoin Magazine or something. I don't just want that. I want them sort of doing the same thing that I'm doing if they really are interested in this space and they do want to sort of be a part of it and have their voice be heard as well. I think I mostly answered what you're saying. I hope that, kind of hit the nail on the head.
That was great. Thank you, Frank. So, Carol, I have a question for you. And if you're trying to build a community or an audience, especially through digital means, right? A lot of the existing legacy tools are algorithm driven for the most part, right? And as it turns out, the most successful audience and community builders out there have figured out how to game that algorithm. I'm not saying this is always the case across the board, but it's a fairly common theme, right? Which means oftentimes they're playing a character instead of being their authentic selves to their audience. As Alex Svetsky has talked a lot about Nostr, and I'm a huge Nostr proponent as well, right? And I do believe we're slowly pivoting to a world where Nostr becomes more and more relevant. So when we're in that sort of free and open kind of protocol or communications protocol, right, where it's not as algorithm driven, meaning there isn't a natural algorithm that exists within the platform itself, like you have with Twitter or with Facebook or others, right? Where if you do want an algorithm, it's your choice, you opt in. So in that sort of almost chronological stream of consciousness way of connecting with the digital audience, do you see a difference in how you or other creators could approach their audience building?
Yeah, totally. Nostr is a great tool. And in my view, it tends to grow a lot because people will need Nostr sooner or later, right? So we have seen censorship movements from governments on social media. In Brazil, it happens frequently. But we need to be a bridge, right? From fiat system to Bitcoin mindset to Bitcoin sovereignty. And the same way, we need to let people know how Nostr can be a tool and alternative to traditional algorithms. But in first time, we need to reach those people. Most of the people right now are in traditional social media. They will migrate to Nostr when they need in a censorship movement, or by curiosity, by wanting to share contents, by wanting to receive zaps, for example. Each person will have a necessity. In traditional social media, for us to be this kind of a bridge, we need to use the algorithm in our benefit. So how do we show Nostr to our audience using traditional social media? For example, we did a video about Nostr connecting to censorship and something like that happened in Brazil, and it was had a nice engagement and views, for example. But you need to connect what Nostr and Bitcoin tools and Bitcoin purpose and mindset um, to things that people are already searching in their essence. So like freedom, how to preserve purchasing power, how not be censored, how they can share zaps with friends or share anything with other people across the world. So Nostr can be this tool, but we need to show that Nostr exists, that Nostr is possible, and you can already use it. So I think it's a great tool. It's a matter of time, necessity, and us to reach people and reach them with the to feed them with the arguments that made they view that Nostr it's a possible tool to use.
Yeah, love that.
I just want to say something, if I may.
Please.
Carol, I appreciate your stance, but I'm just going to throw something in there, and I have to always be the guy that disagrees. But I love you, but I actually think that the censorship angle is completely useless. I don't think anybody gives a shit about censorship. I also think zaps, no one cares in the real world. That's, maybe for Bitcoiners it's cute and all that sort of stuff, but I don't think that's a killer feature of Nostr, and that's probably an unpopular opinion in the Bitcoin space. And I also disagree that we should even talk about Nostr at all. I think that the best angle is to talk about there's a new social network growing, and imagine if you could have been on Instagram 12 years ago. So we just need to build way better products and better social experiences and do things that you couldn't do before. So, and I'll give you an example. Again, I'm not trying to shill Satlantis here, but something that we've managed to do is we've created a merchant profile on Satlantis, which is going to blow everybody away. You'll see it in about a month. But it combines the best of Instagram. So you have like your imagery, your curated view, and Google Places. So you've got your reviews from your audience, you've got your information, you've got the ability to check in, you've got all of that. So you basically get all of the utility of something like Google Places, and you get the ability to build an audience on there. That's never been able to be done before, right? Like, so if I'm on Instagram and I'm a restaurant or a cafe, I have to go and build an Instagram account. I have to build a following and all this sort of shit. And then I also have a Google Places account where I might have, so there's a classic one here down the road. There's a bakery called Fairyland in Florianopolis, and they've got 117,000 followers. And they just opened a new location and it's got 5 reviews. Like, it doesn't make any sense. Like, it's completely disconnected. So if you can merge the two together, which we will be an example of a platform that has found a way to do that, people will come not for censorship resistance, not for fucking zaps, not for Nostr, not for any of that sort of shit. It's like, oh, wow, this is the new social network. This is where I can build an audience now. And this is the next one. So we have to position it like in the same way as TikTok was the next thing. Now we have to position whatever is next as the next thing. And that's the thing that's going to get people on. Not like, honestly, I think it has to be the cool place to go. It has to be positioned as the fastest growing or the new thing, et cetera, et cetera. Like if we go and claim, if we win the narrative around, oh, we are the place for censorship resistance, I guarantee you we're going to lose. Nobody cares about censorship resistance. Maybe 0.5% of the world, which is a big fat fucking failure. Like, we're going to have to go in and pitch them that this is the new place to build content. So anyway, that's at least in my experience. Like, I really don't think, like, the sooner we hide any reference to Nostr on any of these platforms, like when they, our sign in on Stellantis, you don't even see Nostr. Like, if you're a pre-existing Nostr user, you can put your NSEC in, but if you're a normie, you don't see no fucking NPub or none of that shit. You just sign up with an email and a password and you're done. And the Nostr benefits should come later for these people. But anyway, just wanted to throw that out there. I think that we need to upgrade our approach.
Well, Alex, I think it depends on the use case. I think broadly speaking, right, in non-turbulent times, I think what you're saying is right. People react to user experience. And depending on your use case, right, if you're using Nostr as the social media use case, which is top of funnel, right? That's the one you see. It's primal. It's going to be Satlantis when it comes out. Then yes, I think you sell them completely on user experience. And not on more philosophical things like censorship resistance or more technical things like zaps. But what if Nostr the social media use case had existed in late 2020, early 2021, when people were getting shut down on Twitter?
They wouldn't care. They wouldn't care, honestly, man. Honestly, like, because that comes and goes. Those like moments of crises come and go. Like, there'll be another Elon that picks up something, and then they'll fly the flag for censorship resistance, all that sort of stuff. Like, I really don't think that's a hill that we should bother fighting for or dying on. Like, it's honestly absolutely pointless. Like, the only thing that needs censorship resistance, honestly, is Bitcoin. Beyond that, like, we don't need censorship resistance in any of this other stuff. At least I'm jaded, honestly. I used to think that. I just don't agree anymore. Like, and maybe I'm just old and bitter about the world, but that's just me.
Well, thank you for sharing your view there, Alex. I do want to bring the conversation back to the audience and community building here, and so maybe Reina, we'll go to you here. Have you? So how do you deal with situations where within your community there's a lot of negative feedback, right? We talked about growing the community, we talked about retaining the community, right? All the good stuff. But what happens when there's a lot of negative feedback? What approaches have you taken, and I think what can you teach our audience about how to tackle those difficult situations?
Yes, and I think what happens also with negative feedback, it depends of sometimes, for example, we are a team and we're a team of teachers, and I used to teach more like, in the outsides. Now as a teacher lead, I focus more on the group. So I think there are certain parts of that I'm just hearing them from the team. I mean, I don't want to take any credit for them, but in a way, I think sometimes we gotta grow thick skin, first of all, because we've for example, the subject of Bitcoin here in El Salvador has got a lot of gotten political. It's gotten political because at the end of the day there is this mix. I know that you guys see in the media, let's say, for example, 70, I don't know, what was this time, like 90% of something approval of the president and the government. And yes, it sounds like a lot, but at the time that 10% can be a lot of people also throwing hate and shit. And it has happened even to our teachers or to sometimes us when we go into a community where a major, for example, just did an open enrollment. Oh yeah, these guys want to teach. We are not some sort of association, but we can give you the space so you can come and teach people about Bitcoin. And they go straight up, oh, okay, so you're gonna teach us about this lie and they're gonna teach us about this, like very front-headed, right? This is people that they really don't care what you think, or if they're gonna be kind or they're not gonna be nice. So to start with, definitely believe in what you do. So you gotta be patient, because at the end of the day, also you want to give people value. And like everything, I think not everybody's ready to what Bitcoin actually is, or why our money is broken. They just want to find certain solutions, and they just want to start, like Carol was mentioning it, just with the basic, start with the simple. It's like, okay, say the approach that we have, also in El Salvador, is like, at the end of the day, this is here to stay. this is a currency, this legal tender. So we are here happy to teach you how to use it. And then you decide what to do with it, this information. You decide what to do with, if you'd rather keep your money in the bank or you'd rather want to just download a wallet. Here in El Salvador, there's a lot of unbanked people. I mean, I guess everywhere too, but we deal with a lot of unbanked people. So we want to make sure that they are certain, they don't feel pushed. They don't feel like we're trying to, I know sometimes Bitcoin does feel like a religion, but we really don't want to have that approach, right? Like, just, you gotta believe in this and think that what you have is right all the time, because it might not. There are a lot of things about Bitcoin that we, even as an educators, don't know. Like, we have no idea about, I don't know, UTXO management. So I go to Bend and watch a video so I can explain that to put people in these hard questions come. Also is take ownership when you don't know a subject, when you don't know something that a person is asking, and don't diminish it and think that just because you know, say, the philosophy of Bitcoin, because we all come to Bitcoin for different reasons. So in a way, we like certain aspects more than others, or we get into that rabbit hole more than others. So use that as an opportunity to, you know what, I don't know that. I'm going to investigate it. I'm going to ask friends. The Bitcoin community is very generous with knowledge. It's very generous with time. Like Fran mentioned, we do get a little bit overwhelmed sometimes with DMs, with messages. I'm in a lot of WhatsApp groups for events and students and everybody. So they can see your number and they message you. But just try to be patient and ask anybody that can have that answer, or at least direct them to a valid and trustable source for information. Oh, you know what? I didn't know, but I watched this video and I learned. So I think that part of being patient, of taking that negativity, if it doesn't sound cliche, as a learning opportunity is very important. So for us, and also for other people that is completely new, and then they're like, oh no, I asked this guy, and they think that you are this nerd or something. They leave with a good impression, with okay, she probably didn't answer all my questions, but she's definitely willing to tell me and to reach out back, and be truthful to your word as well. If you said that you are going to reach out back to let them know, do so. Like, just don't leave people hanging as well. I think even if it's a group, even if it's a community, I think it's very important to find those mini like Lorraine's, right? That data that you see on people, and the potential that someone can also become sort of a leader in their community, someone that other people are going to trust more than you, because we go to different realities. So they can be those sorts of validation and starting replicating. We want people to copy what we do. So we want to keep the best practices, because if they see that we are just this rude people, not approachable at all, then someone else that comes along and that look after you, this is what they're going to emulate, right? They're going to think, oh, yeah, just want to think that we know it all, which is not true. Nobody here is an expert in a way. We got a lot of skills that we've used in the past in our backgrounds that are helping us out. But I think there is not more humbled experiences that going into the Bitcoin rabbit hole, honestly.
That's great. And Frank, you write for Bitcoin Magazine. You have a podcast. Any article that's that you've written that's completely riled up your audience, or a podcast guest that created a mob that wanted to cancel you, or hypothetically, if that were to happen, what would you do?
No, I haven't got there yet. I feel really bad. I just published a piece on Kale, who invented, or the founder of Cashew, and I'm a big fan of Kale. And so this is actually really good for content creators out there. We have to do certain things for SEO purposes. For people who don't know what SEO is, it's search engine optimization. And sometimes we have to sort of write headlines that we want that people have to click on. Do I like it? No. The other thing that sucks though is if you write something that you really like and then no one reads it, that sucks too. So it's sort of like a double-edged sword, the game that you have to play. It was not, and this is Kale knows this now, it was not my choice, but someone at the magazine wanted me to include the fact that eCash can also be used on CBDCs in the title. And I was like, please don't do that to my piece. I don't want to write the word CBDC in my title about Kale and blah, blah, blah. And at the same time, we ended up making a change, but at the same time, you know, I think it was fine. And I think it's a matter of like, if you are a content creator and you are looking to build an audience and you really want your voice to be heard, I pushed back. I didn't really want that to be the case. We did end up getting it changed, and I think that was important. No one really got mad at me. I don't really approach anything I do with sometimes the way I write in my Substack or something, but I don't really try to have like an antagonistic attitude. I do the best I can to try to have like an inviting attitude. And if I do something that sort of riles people up, usually I just sort of apologize. I think what's sad in the space is that there's so much internal division. There's so much like, I think this about Bitcoin and I think this. It's like, guys, we're such a small group of people to begin with. Like the internal fighting is really not helping. It just sort of looks, I don't know, ridiculous in a way. So I think with what you write, depending on where you write it, do everything in your power to stand behind it and to write it the way that you want to do it. There will have to be some compromise. If you're getting paid from an organization to write something, for example, I wrote a piece for Forbes. There was certain information in that piece that they were just like, we can't publish this. I'm not going to get into why or anything like that. But my thought was like, okay, well, I have to think what I want this message to still get out there. So I sort of have to play the game of writing for this place. I've never been canceled. I've never had someone try to cancel me. I also do my best to not do that to other people and to not necessarily pile on when someone is getting canceled. I've done plenty of things in my lifetime that I'm ashamed of and that are terrible and everything else that I just feel like we're all human in a way, unless somebody's doing something that's like flagrant and aggressive and this and that. I just, you know, I don't really think canceling someone is not the route that I want to take. And I think there's a little bit of karma there. So I've never been that way. When I did get people sort of mad at me, like, why did you say CBDC in the title? I was like, look, Kale, he doesn't work on eCash for CBDCs, but he said, look, governments shouldn't have a problem with me creating eCash on Bitcoin because they're creating eCash. The Swiss government right now is creating eCash on their CBDC. So it's not like he's promoting that. It was just something that got brought up. So if you want to try to cancel me for it, like, okay, like it's just a fact. It's something that got brought up. Did it need to be highlighted in a headline? Not necessarily, but it's just part of the game as it is. So I think that I would say try to treat it from a karmic approach. Try do your best to try to not be sort of antagonistic and aggressive and cancel other people and everything else. And also if somebody does come at you and try to cancel you, if you really didn't do anything with sort of negative intentions, if you really aren't trying to sort of like do something, part of my bad language, shitty, just explain to them like, hey, this is why I said what I said, or this is the way I said it. And then maybe admit, you know what, maybe that wasn't the best way to say it. Maybe I could have approached this a little bit differently. Maybe it was a little clickbaity. And you live and you learn. The same way when you're educating people and they give you some feedback, you sort of realize, okay, I'm not going to do that again, or I'm going to keep my mind a little bit more open next time. So I think it's the way you sort of approach it. And again, try to sort of, I know that Twitter becomes sort of like a breeding ground for like snarky comments, and those things can get sort of blown out of proportion. I'm a big fan of Eckhart Tolle, Power of Now, and he does a lot of, before you type something, take 30 seconds to think, is this what I really want to say? Is this really the direction I want to go here? And I think a lot can change in the world if we sort of just like allow some of the adrenaline to subside and just say like, let me be a little bit more sort of like human or whatever in this interaction with this other person.
Yeah, that's a great answer, Frank. Thank you. And I want to check in with our wonderful host, DJ Valerie, if we have time for some closing thoughts, or do we need to wrap?
I think we got to wrap, guys. We've got 7 amazing panelists who are waiting in the wings, and I know I'm so excited. But Avi, we didn't get to plug your book and your awesome work, so I just want to show everybody to make sure you guys go follow Avi also. And Avi, you did a little game with this book too, right? Isn't there? Is it still going on? Is a treasure hunt happening in the game?
The bounty was found. There was 17 million sats, over $10,000 at the time, and it was found.
Wow! Oh my God, dude! We're going to come on the podcast and we'll talk about that a whole other time. But you guys, make sure you check out Avi at casanostra.inc and get his book for sure, because he's the bomb diggity doodah. Yeah, maybe how about 30 seconds from everybody if you guys want to do a final wrap, because I want everybody like one tiny piece of wisdom for 30 seconds.
Carol, let's start with you.
Okay, my 30 seconds would be start, don't stop as soon as possible, and you don't have to be perfect at the beginning. You will learn to do it through the way, and trust yourself. And don't matter the haters, they just want your attention. Just keep going.
Yeah, right on.
Frank?
I'm just going to say thank you to Val. Val is a true hustler, a wonderful human being. Avi, you did an excellent job doing this. And I just want to say that I'm a massive Reina Chicas fan. I got to meet her at Adopting Bitcoin. She made me cry when she spoke. I just want to also just say anyone who has read any of my work or watched the podcast or listened or whatever it is, thank you from the bottom of my heart for whatever attention or whatever, attention you've showed. So thank you so much.
Reina?
Thank you, Val, again. Thank you, awesome group. I learned a ton from you guys too. Super good to share. I think it's always do it for the right reasons. Always stay humble, keep learning, never take for granted that what you know already, it's the truth. Keep learning and keep encouraging others to also find their own ways. Like the don't trust, verify goes along the way. Like people gotta do it what they think. They think it's the most important. We keep empowering people.
And thank you, Reina. Mr. Svetsky, 30 seconds.
No final wisdom from me. Just do what everyone else said. Thanks for having me on, guys. Appreciate it. I'm out of wisdom. It's the weekend.
Thank you all. And my 10 seconds is be your authentic self. Don't play algorithmic games. It'll reap rewards in the long term with your audience. Thank you, everyone. Love this conversation. And thank you, Val.
Thank you, all of you. This is a group effort. This was definitely all of us putting this together to make it happen. So I appreciate each one of us. And you guys, currently right now, we have 3,568 viewers on all these different channels. So all of you who are watching and paying attention, I hope you're getting lots of value. And make sure, even if you guys haven't signed up and you're just watching live and you want to have all the recordings, I'm going to give everybody all the goodies afterwards with all the links, all the notes, all the things that you want. And I invite you guys to join the community. You can still register now at bitcoinforpeace.org/summit. And then we'll have you in the system. And then we can start creating more community together and continuing to rock this. So while you guys are jumping off stage and exiting, well, we've got the next panelist coming up. Thank you again, everybody, so much. I totally appreciate you. We're going to watch a little video from Caleb at Decentralized Consciousness, and we're going to talk the next panel about self-care and wellness for creators, entrepreneurs, Bitcoiners, activists, and all of us on planet Earth who are on a mission to make the world a better place. So check this out. So give me a second and I'll get it queued up. Yay, let's go.
Hello, everybody. My name is Caleb, and I am part of an organization called Decentralized Consciousness. We are a community of spiritually minded people, many of which came to spirituality through Bitcoin, and our chief aim is to live authentically by embodying our highest self, or our inner node, as we like to say. Living lives not out of fear, but out of unconditional love and authentic action. My piece of advice is to understand the role of your emotions and what they are telling you in every moment. This is a little unorthodox compared to the fiat way of thinking, but our emotions are just as powerful as our rational, strategic minds when utilized to their fullest potential. Now, when we feel the good emotions, it's easy to build, create, and connect with other people. But it's just as important to leverage those bad feeling emotions too. When they come up, don't push them away, just sit with them, meditate if you can, and feel them, and don't be ashamed. Eventually they will pass, and on the other side you will find inspiration, clarity, or confidence like never before. Thanks for listening. From my node to yours, enjoy the rest of the summit.
All right, that was cool. That was a cool little interlude, getting ourselves ready for the next awesome panel here. Radical care, self-care for creators and more. I'm going to let you guys take it away. Monica and Holly and Roger and Tali. I think we still might have a couple more folks who are going to be jumping in. Yep. Tom and them. So I'll let you guys up on stage. And yeah, and Joey's here. Yay, Joey. I'm so excited. I'm going to let you take it from here, Monica. If you need anything, Don and I will be in the backstage here. And here comes Tom. Yay! Awesome.
Sorry.
Yeah, no worries, you guys. All right, we can't see or hear you, Tom.
Oh.
There you
Darn it.
go.
What do I do?
Turn on the video, bro. Here, Tom, I'm going to let you kind of play around. I'll let Monica get going on this panel, okay?
Wonderful, wonderful. Tom, you can, if there's issues with connection, you can turn off your video and we'll hear you better. But let's get going with all of this. I just want to welcome all the beautiful, divine Bitcoiners, artists, entrepreneurs, creators, and earthlings. Welcome to our unique panel on mindset, self-care, purpose, and wellness. Thank you to DJ Valerie for creating this magic and for highlighting these aspects, which are really important in addition to everything else. It's been wonderful so far. My name is Monica Bora, and I'm a transformational psychotherapist and a co-creator of two healing modalities, my Masters of Creations and Soul Learning. Both of them help you to let go of that which no longer serves you, step into your higher potential, and help you to become the change you wish to see in the world. So I have this amazing honor to moderate this beautiful panel with these remarkable people. We have Tali from Orange Hatter Podcast. We have Tom, co-founder of Plant Medicine Retreat in Colorado. We have Joey from InfiniteSelf.com. Holly from Blissmark.com, and Roger 9000, a musician and a master of cacao ceremony. So I'll let you to go around and introduce yourselves. Why don't we start with Tali? Go for it.
Okay, can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, cool. Hi, everybody. My name is Tali Limberg, and I'm the co-founder of Free Market Kids. And after being orange pilled by my husband and the game Huddle Up, I began the Orange Hatter Women's Initiative, first starting with a podcast, which quickly rolled into a weekly reading group, then rolled into a mastermind group, and then a retreat, and now a very fun experiment on intention. So that's me.
That sounds wonderful. Roger, say a few words about yourself.
Hi, everyone. I'm a musician. I'm also, I guess you could say, I'm trying to research the concept of how energies are moving through us through Bitcoin, and cacao is one way. I'm sort of developing. Music is definitely an energy that moves through us as well, and it's music brought me to Bitcoin. Bitcoin has brought me to cacao, but I'm developing a new way which we can experience cacao, and I think it's a very much a Bitcoin experiment, a Bitcoin experience that I'm sort of getting more involved in now. But I love the concept of balance. I love the concept that Bitcoin is balance. Bitcoin balances our good and evil within us, if you want to call it that. And I think that was the story of cacao as well, very much a balancing tool in the world. So exploring balance is kind of the trajectory I'm on at the moment. So I'm really privileged to be a part of this experience with all of you.
Wonderful. So glad you made it. I'm so happy to see you here. Why don't we go over to Holly? Holly Berkeley, why don't you introduce yourself?
I am a consulting firm called Blissmark.com, and I've been spending.
I'm not sure if.
Help. Oh, Can you hear
froze
me?
for a little bit. Can you repeat the last few words?
Sure. Yeah. Yep. I have a consulting firm called blissmart.com, Bliss the Smart Way. And I've spent the last few decades using advanced bioenergetic methods to help creatives and entrepreneurs and business leaders clear negative beliefs and emotional imprints so they can stop driving with the internal brakes on and fully embody their authentic creative expression. So Bliss the Smart Way. And there's a global shift happening that's elevating consciousness that's taking place. So we're seeing this everywhere we look. And Bitcoin, of course, aligns with and supports and provides a foundation for that. So there's this wonderful meshing of creativity supporting Bitcoin and vice versa. So Bliss the Smart Way.
I love that. Bliss Smart. That's so wonderful. Next, we have Joey from Infinite Self. Joey, take it over. Oh, we can't hear you.
I turned it off.
There we go.
Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Wonderful. Great to be here with you all. So I like to call myself a specialized generalist. I kind of started my educational journey with automotive technology and then moved into psychology and a lot of natural method healing modalities. And so the practice that I mainly share is called emotional resolution. I'm an emotional healing practitioner. And then I've also been doing that for about the last 12 years or so, and then found Bitcoin. So I've kind of moved that into the Bitcoin realm. Throughout that time frame, I was also a bookkeeper. And I also work with Joe and Satoshi Pacioli, who came on earlier today, and kind of integrate all of those different aspects together. More recently, out here in Denver, I'm the secretary for the Space, which is a Bitcoin community hub that we're building out here in Denver. And then also chief lightning officers on Telegram, which actually assisted in getting us to be able to do the value for value lightning splits that we're doing here today. So kind of mixing all of these natural medicine technologies, sovereign technologies with finances, as well as anything in between. So great to be here with you all today.
Okay, there we go. That sounds like a true polymath to me. Wonderful. I think all of you are. And I think we have Tom as well. I don't see you on the screen, but if you can introduce yourself, that would be wonderful.
Hi, Monica. Can you hear me? Is this Tom?
Yes, we can hear you. We
Okay.
can all hear you.
My
Beautiful.
camera's not working. Thank you so much. I'm Tom Tabor. I'm with Montaña Sagrada. We're a retreat center in the mountains of Colorado, and we do ceremonial work. We take groups of people down to Peru to work with curanderos there that do ayahuasca ceremonies, and I'm happy to talk about wellness and plant medicine.
Wonderful, wonderful. I think can you hear me now? Okay, because I'm seeing muted, unmuted. I know I apologize for the voice quality my iPods are making. Hopefully, can you hear me well? Okay, wonderful. All right, so this is a question for all the panelists. Since this is a wellness, self-care, mindset, purpose panel, can you share to provide the biggest value to our audience and Bitcoiners, creators, entrepreneurs? Can you share the tools that you utilize yourself to help you regain your alignment to step into your best when you're feeling a little out of it? So I would like maybe Roger can go first. Would you like to answer that?
Yeah, sure. Can you hear me okay?
Yes.
Okay. Yeah, balance. So when I'm not in alignment, I guess I'm feeling like something's unfair, or feeling something's not right, feeling like the universe is somehow not helping me. And we come from this fiat mindset, which is about privilege, and it's always this attitude we have of, oh, somebody else gets to experience something that I'm not, or somebody else is getting to have something that I don't have. Somebody else is better at something than me. And that concept is very much driven from this idea of privilege, that somebody gets something that I should have, or somebody has something that I wish I had. Somebody is better at something that I wish I was. And at the end of the day, Knut Svenholm, I love his work, and he was the one that first introduced the idea to me that privilege is it's a fiat construction. It's a mindset of the fiat mentality where we think to ourselves, I don't have everything that I deserve. I don't have everything that I need. I don't have everything that I am. I need something outside of myself to be complete. And actually, I think the process of balancing is to come to the realization that you actually already are complete, and that you really do already exist fully, and the path you're on is really the discovery of yourself, and that embodies the feeling that you need to improve in certain areas, or you need to realize certain things, or you need to learn certain things. And that is going to be tough. It's just that process you're going through. It doesn't mean that you actually don't have everything you need right now. It just is going to be difficult swallowing that situation that you're in. But it's just a situation. And whether you're incredibly, whether your situation is full of money, whether it's full of attention, whether it's full of fortune in the way you can do things with your life, it's just a situation, and you're going to go through an up or a down within your life. So whether you're incredibly fortunate and you have all the things you think are a fortunate thing to have, you're still going to feel very you're still going to get to a place of feeling very desperate and very down. And that's just a concept. That's just the fact of being human. It's not actually a privilege. It's just being human. So I think realizing that actually you have everything you need right now, it's just a situational thing, is a very comforting thing for me, because I know that this is the path that everyone goes on, and this is such a it's such a balancing, beautiful feeling to know that this is the path that everyone has to, that there's no such thing as privilege in this world. So yeah. We can't hear you, Monica.
Okay, there we go. This is, from what I'm hearing, is the mindset, the perspective that you have everything you want, no matter what the external circumstances are. And that's a really wonderful way of looking at life. Thank you for this valuable insight, Roger. I'm noticing that Yoni Appleberg was able to join us as well. He's an author of Abundance to Scarcity, a psychonaut, a doctor, psychedelics entrepreneur. Why don't you introduce yourself and tell us about who you are, and what are the tips that you would recommend to our audience to realign yourself when you're out of alignment?
Well, that's awesome. Thank you so much for having me. This is great. As you can see, I'm not at home. I am traveling, but I managed to find this little beautiful, awesome spot here by that's the ocean. And so, yeah, my name is Yoni Appleberg. I'm a medical doctor. I'm an author. I'm a philosopher. And realignment is it's a it's something that it's not something that you can just do. It's something that you work on continuously. And whenever you feel out of alignment, I find that the best way to just is to go back to the routines that you have put in place to continuously work on your alignment, because being on a spiritual journey is about, ultimately the final goal is to find a radical self alignment. And in order to get to that place, which is, it's not really a place, it's more of a process that is ongoing throughout your life, what you have to do is to find the present moment and be true to your primary archetype, and to be able to define your primary archetype and your secondary archetype. And if you find yourself out of alignment with your primary archetype, I find that just tracing your steps back to the present moment, getting back into your spiritual practices, whether that is doing regular ceremonies with psychedelics or meditation, or just going out in nature and being present, whatever works for you. What works for me is to have these practices in place at all times. I meditate daily, I go into nature daily, I have regular psychedelic ceremonies about 2 or 3 times a year. And I find that these practices help me stay on the path towards radical self alignment.
Wonderful, Yoni. Thank you so much for these beautiful tips. Tali, what about you? What tools do you have to realign yourself?
Yeah, I'm gonna specifically address this question to parents because that's where my heart is. I'm trying to reach through the Bitcoin Homeschoolers podcast, just busy parents who are wanting to be their best versions of themselves so that they can bring out the best version of their children. So when we're talking about self alignment, I think a lot of times I feel so overwhelmed when I hear those words. It's like, oh my gosh, that's so spiritual. And what am I going to do? I only have 2 minutes privacy in the bathroom while my kids are knocking on the door. What can you do? Right. So if you obviously you can't go into meditation, you can't really leave, but you can just count from 1 to 10, maybe 10 times. You're sitting on the toilet, the kids are knocking on the door, you're just like, okay, 1, 2, 3, 4, and to 10, and then count however long you get privacy enough before the kids knock down the door. You can just go outside, take off your shoes, and just ground. That is really healing. And get your kids to take off their shoes, roll around the grass. Um, I think that's something that's really important. And then also just another idea that I have that I try to remind myself, which is um, if you see yourself as a channel, more more as a channel than a giver, from like you are the source giving. If you see yourself as a channel, whether you're channeling from above through or you're grounding below and then up and through, however you want to visualize that, just see yourself as being a channel, and therefore you're not solely responsible for doing everything right, that you trust that you have help, that the energy comes from outside, but it goes inside first and then goes out. So it's just that mindset shift. Another thing is to just realize that if you're feeling really frazzled, you can always, of course, pick up a phone and talk to someone and kind of relate and relive the situation and then ask for people's advice, and in so doing, seeking solution outside yourself from somebody else. Or you can take the same 5 minutes or 10 minutes and just turn your attention inward and ask your inner higher self what you should change about your perception of the situation, maybe your assumptions about the situation, and allow the solution to come out of yourself. Because I think we're really, really quick to go outside looking for other people's advice, maybe finding a book, listen to an expert or something like that. And I think it's more important that we turn inward and get quiet and listen within.
Absolutely brilliant advice. Thank you so much, Tali. Tom, would you mind sharing your tips with the audience? What do you use to come back to your alignment, and what would you suggest to all the creators out there?
Sure. When I think about this, when I'm feeling out of alignment, it's when I'm frazzled. Life has kind of become overwhelmed in some way, that you've had too much on my plate, or anxiety about the future, or regrets about the past, or some sort of emotional disturbance of sort, and let myself get taken into that. And I think for me, the thing is to remember is that I guess we can often get caught up on our identity of ourselves, that we are this thing, that we are this presentation we give to the world. And getting back to alignment to me is dropping that story about ourselves, dropping the personal offense about actions that are happening around us, and even within us, even our thoughts that can really kind of consume us and put us into a spiral downward. And getting out of that, a lot of times it's quiet time alone. It's actually getting into a calm space and allowing myself to just breathe, relax, and I think step back from it all and go, hey, this is my one life on this planet, and how am I going to spend this time on this planet? Am I going to sit here and worry myself to death? Am I going to sit here and be consumed in thoughts, or am I going to breathe and actually recognize the experience I'm having and really dive deep into that and feel more into this world and the beautiful gift of this life that we all have? So I think in terms of practices, I think there's a wide variety of practices that work for people, and all of them can take you to better places, and some will be more effective than others. So I don't have much advice on that so much as just realizing that this life is a gift, and the way that we choose to live it is our gift back to life.
That is so beautiful. Thank you so much for this beautiful wisdom. Holly, what about you? What do you do to realign? What do you suggest to your clients when they come to see you?
Well, one of the things that I love sharing with folks is, the true expression of or alignment with our authentic creative nature arises from two crucial components of who we know ourselves to be. 98% of our reactions and our behaviors um, originate in the subconscious, the storehouse of all of our experiences and the beliefs that are imprinted as a result. And these beliefs originate from the imprints of societal and familial and religious experiences and teachings. And no matter what your conscious mind thinks, the subconscious is running the show. So unless you clear the beliefs that are working against you, like I'm not enough, or manifesting as a struggle, or, this is what success is supposed to look like, they act as brakes on fully embodying your creative nature. So that's one thing of these two crucial components. The second one is true creativity arises from our connection to our greater consciousness, Atma, and everything resides in this consciousness. It's the core element that frequently is missing from our perspective of what's needed to really fully express ourselves. And every artist, scientist, and other creative has shared that their greatest epiphanies have come through this connection, not from the linear thinking conscious mind. So how do we access that aspect of ourselves? Practices like those in Julia Cameron's The Artist's Way, or various meditation practices, stilling the thinking mind, being in the present moment. That might be through listening to music or listening to Eckhart Tolle, to bring you into that energetic frequency and space. So those two crucial components, clearing the human, social, and family imprints that are impediments to the free and full expression of that greater self, that who you are, that creative nature of who you are, and accessing your connection to that greater consciousness, that Atma, to allow it to flow through you. Those feel like the two crucial things to really pay attention to. And there are many different ways to both clear those imprints and then access that wonderful, larger Atma sense of yourself.
Wonderful, wonderful. We have this logo that right now we can't really see on the background, but in the middle Can you tell
Val,
us more about that?
I'm curious if Val can pull up because she's got the screenshot. Val, can you show that on the, can you pull that up? Let's see. So it's three components. Basically, you're looking at that little top section there, and it's that core element. Atma is pure consciousness. It's the seat of the soul. It's the life force energy that informs, that brings into form and infuses the human experience. So you have the yellow mental, the teal colored emotional, the red physical, and in the center is Atma. But really, it encompasses all of it. It holds all of it. So Atma is infusing our mental processes, our emotional things that are coming up, and our physicality. And if when you tune into that pure consciousness, that's really the core of who you are. All this other human stuff is kind of imprints, and we're having this human experience, this 3D human experience. But Atma is the core nature of all of us. That is the oneness that we're all connected through. And it's a little bit like Bitcoin's decentralized nature. Atma is the decentralized consciousness that we're all a part of. We're all fractals of.
That's wonderful. That's definitely true. When you really identify yourself as that, there's really no limitation, and it's a quick realignment, right? To just know who you truly are. Know thyself.
Yeah.
Right. So I think we also have Joey here. If you can share your tips, what is the quickest way for you, and what is it that you suggest for our audience?
Yeah, definitely. Absolutely love this. I mean, we're kind of seeing right now that wellness itself is naturally decentralized. We can, talk about this forever, all the different ways in which we do it. We all have different methods of doing that. I think one important point to start at is kind of defining what is out of alignment. We all kind of have different senses of physically inside of our bodies of what it feels like to be in alignment, what it feels like to not be in alignment. And that feeling has a physical sensation imprint in the body. And so that's where I usually bring my clients and myself to work with, is that if we start with that piece first, as to how does your body physically feel when you are in alignment, which I would call contentment. That contentment is actually our natural state as humans. And when we have an environment around us that we have different things outside of that will change that emotional state of contentment. And then we have a stress, we have a fear, we have joy, we have excitement. All of these things are outside of that natural emotional homeostasis, which is actually contentment and peace. And it's kind of the same way that right now, as we're sitting here, our bodies are naturally self-regulating to the environment. Our temperature is changing. The rate of our heart is adjusting. Our blood pressure is adjusting. All of these things have these natural states where they move outside of that normalcy, and then they move back to that normalcy. So really the question is, how do we get back to that contentment and that peace and get back in alignment? And so more practically, basically, what I like to say is the easiest way to do that is to first notice that you're out of alignment. Notice that you're no longer in contentment. And then once you notice that you have that emotion that's arising, that natural state of balance is no longer there, then it's closing your eyes and feeling that physical imprint inside your body. And this is what we call emotional resolution. It's something that we're actually doing all the time. And it actually starts out where the video began, is that started our presentation here, is to feel the feeling. And when we feel the feeling and we do nothing and allow ourselves to simply feel it, our body will naturally self-regulate that physical sensation imprint of that emotion. And then it eventually comes back to that contentment again. And what I've noticed with myself and my clients is that that's how we actually resolve emotional triggers for a lifetime. And the proof is in the pudding for myself here, because I used to have a fear of public speaking, as well as a lot of social anxieties, being in different social environments. And when I applied this methodology of notice that I'm having a stress or some type of emotion, Number two, to close my eyes and feel that imprint and do nothing until it goes away, usually in 30 seconds or less. And then after that, it doesn't come back. And so that's usually the methodology that I like to share with people, because it's very fast and effective. And it lasts for a lifetime. It can resolve many things that in conventional medicine are considered unresolvable.
Wonderful. Wonderful. That's remarkable. It's similar to what I utilize with my clients when they are in distress. I ask to locate that feeling in their bodies, and then we move through it with our awareness that we are that peaceful state that we truly are. And there's a breathing technique, breathing through the nose and breathing out through your mouth, that naturally activates the vagus nerve and the parasympathetic nervous system. So if the distress is lasting a little longer, you can just be with that feeling and it will dissipate. You can sometimes listen to it. It has some messages and validate it, and from that self that, once you realize who you truly are, like Kali pointed out, we are consciousness, we are Atma. We are that confidence, we are that clarity, we are that calm. We can be there with the parts of us that show up that have disalignment, and we allow ourselves to move through it with our breath and with our awareness. It will shift back into pure awareness. So breath work is amazing. Meditation is wonderful. Nature, like everyone pointed out, shift of perspective, counting to 10, like Tali mentioned, knowing that you can channel, right? It is from within, it's not outside. Allowing yourself to tap into your truth so that you can create from that purest potential is really the key, because if we're creating from our parts, from our ego, it will only take us as far. But if we are allowing ourselves to create from our purest essence, it will benefit the whole world. So that's definitely something I also recommend. So the second question, this is about Bitcoin, because I know Bitcoin has a transformative quality. I actually had a dream yesterday about Bitcoin's vibration. It was very high, very alien-like. And I wanted to ask you all, how did Bitcoin inspire you towards all this, like wellness, mindset, self-care? Did you come into Bitcoin from spirituality, or did Bitcoin move you towards spirituality? So why don't we start with Holly?
Yes, good. I was hoping that would come my way. Way back when, I used to trade fixed income arbitrage on Wall Street, really technical background, and moved into advanced technology. And then I had an experience that really awakened me to heart, soul, consciousness, who I was beyond this human 3D incarnation. And I've studied and worked in that realm ever since. And I was saying before, I was spent the last few decades using these advanced bioenergetic techniques, and I've come when I let me back up. I've been in this space, this energetic space, for a really long time, and then Bitcoin came in, and I could just feel that it was vibrationally the very same thing that I'd been working with for years. So there was an alignment there. So it wasn't like I was in Bitcoin and then discovered wellness, and like a lot of folks are seeing now. They're eating better, they're taking better care of themselves, they're getting more sleep, they're more conscious and aware. I've been in that realm for a few decades, and then all of a sudden Bitcoin came into my awareness. It's like, oh, this is vibrationally the exact same thing that's here to support the entire globe. There's a global shift of elevated consciousness that's taking place. We're seeing it everywhere, and Bitcoin aligns with and supports and provides a foundation for that. So it's like I had already spent, a number of decades in this realm of wellness and health, and working with, bioenergetic fields. We're bioenergetic beings, we're bioelectrical beings. So working with energy fields to quickly clear things that are in people's way. So, and Bitcoin is an absolute meshing with that at the vibrational level. I was really astounded when all the pieces fell into place, and I realized what Bitcoin was. It's not just a store of value or a medium of exchange, unit of account. It's this vibrational. I'm calling it conscious money. It's conscious money. It's the same frequency that we're talking about here.
Wonderful. Wonderful. What about you, Yanni? How was it for you? Was it spirituality first or Bitcoin first?
It's difficult for me to answer that. I have been flirting with spirituality for quite a long time now. I remember reading The Power Out Now by Eckhart Tolle when I was in my early 20s. I think it was 20 or 21, out traveling, and that book actually helped me wake up the first time. But I can't really say that I started practicing spirituality until much later, but I was open to the ideas. And I didn't find psychedelics until my early 30s. But so I still would say that I sort of found spirituality, started practicing via Bitcoin. So, so I'm one of those that Holly refers to that actually found spirituality through Bitcoin. And what I did was that I started to use hardware wallets. I started running a node. I started going to conferences and meetups, and I expanded my Bitcoin circles. I started to give talks, and these procedures or these practices, they gradually changed how I think, and it made me both socially and financially responsible. It made me a freedom advocate, and more importantly, it lowered my time preference. It taught me to look not just days and weeks and years ahead, but decades, centuries, and millennia into the future, to zoom out on the human project and realize my place in this long arc of humanity. And this led me to make connections with Bitcoin and things like Bitcoin and the Kardashev scale, and how Bitcoin is an engine for our journey up the Kardashev scale. And it helped me to see that Bitcoin has real, not just metaphorical, but actual real psychedelic properties. And then this led me further down the spiritual path of being present, empathetic, and connecting with myself, with nature, and with others, and seeking ego death, and ultimately going on a path of radical self-alignment and defining my primary archetypes, no longer as a medicine man in my tribe, but rather as a writer and philosopher, because I think that I now have discovered that I can. It's very important to keep the kidneys and lungs and hearts happy among our peers. But anybody with a medical license can do that. But only I can offer my unique perspective as a white coat shaman, and help people with ideas and onboard people to Bitcoin. And I think I can have a greater impact in my tribe as a Bitcoin philosopher than as a medical doctor. So it really helped me define my primary archetype in that sense. And that's my way to self-alignment, and actually going down that path, and doing, not just thinking, and actually becoming who I want to be and who I see myself as being.
Wonderful. What about you, Tali? How did being in Bitcoin impact the wellness and also spirituality aspects of your life?
The path wasn't a linear path for me. I spent decades in the Christian church, and I had already started moving out of that to study spirituality in a more general, non-religious way. And I had always been very conscious about health and using alternative medicine just because of my Chinese background. And when I came across Bitcoin, I think the biggest wake up call for me was to question all the assumptions that I had about how the world works. But I was already questioning it from the education perspective. So I homeschool my kids. And from the health perspective, I tended to call my herbalist before I would call a medical doctor if I had any, my acupuncturist. And I would grow my own herbs and things like that. So I was already there. When I entered the Bitcoin space, it just opened my eyes more to, I guess I can say it, the polarity of what we call the fiat method versus the decentralized method. But what I realized really quickly entering the Bitcoin space is that there's this idea that Bitcoin can be a cure-all, like it is the answer from the heavens, and if we would just hold on to Bitcoin, then everything is going to be okay. But if we really stand way back and look at the energetic field as a whole, and we look at currency or the concept of money as energy, right? If we look at the energetic field, everything is energy. So Bitcoin's energy and the US dollar is also energy. So if you think about it from the idea of the law of attraction, energy is going to flow to you the way you attract it. So let's say you enter the Bitcoin space and you're like, yes, Bitcoin is going to be the savior and fiat is terrible. And then you get down that sort of the negative spiral conversations about how bad everything is in the fiat world. Oh my God, the government's printing again. So then the question is, where's your vibrational level then, even if you're holding on to Bitcoin? Let's say you're hodling, you're doing your DCA, and you're just like, yes, I'm going to hold on to Bitcoin because it's going to answer all my questions or be the solution to all my problems. But really, what are you attracting? Because honestly, I feel that you can be poor in US dollars and you can be poor in Bitcoin as well. And so I'm sort of now combining all of the things that I've been really interested in energy and in just really examining my assumptions about what is right and what is wrong, and then also looking at Bitcoin from a energetic point of view and just trying to make sense of all of those topics. And that's the journey that I'm on.
We have some comments. Everyone's really being moved by your statements. MS BTS, I think, is saying they would love to contribute to this conversation. And so wonderful to hear all of that, because it really is vibrational. A lot of it is vibrational. You get what you are, not what you want. So it doesn't matter whether or not you're a Bitcoin or a fiat. And it ultimately, well, Bitcoin does shift your perspective a lot on many things. But the vibrational aspect, thank you so much for pointing that out, because that is so relevant. And I think this is why a lot of Bitcoiners still sometimes struggle, because that mindset still remains focused on the contrast instead of utilizing that contrast and moving it towards expansion. What about you, Roger? I know you talked about perspective. How did Bitcoin shape your mindset, approach, self-care, anything, or in spirituality, or was it the other way around? Tell us more about that.
Yeah, that's really good. I really like what Tali said. Energy, like so it's really true. Bitcoin, I think there is this very strong belief that Bitcoin fixes everything, or at least fixes most things. But it is true that I think Bitcoin helps you fix yourself. So you have to still pull the weight, and but it gives you something to do it with, and that's the key. That's that little key there that gives you that hope, that gives you that insight into knowing that it can be done. But you still have to pull that weight, and that's what I would call this path into the purification of the self. And that's really the golden stuff of Bitcoin, that it sets you on this I mean, it's a mirror, right? So it holds this mirror up to you, and you start to really examine yourself, because you have to, because in examining the outside world, you're examining your beliefs, you're examining your approach, you're examining your health, you're examining education, and all of the things that make you who you are is what you're looking at very, very clearly with Bitcoin. And so it's a very powerful thing, and it's a very, very disturbing thing for some people, because they actually finally see themselves very clearly, and it's not what they expected maybe, and so that's why it can be very confronting. Yeah, for myself though, I was talking about this actually last night with Avi. I had always believed in something different to the world I was being brought up in. And from that point of view, I was always searching for myself. I knew that I was actually always searching for Bitcoin, because when Bitcoin came around, it just made complete sense very quickly. I was trying to understand, why is it that all of these things don't quite, and so music, being a musician, was always that one little area that I could sort of say, this allows me to be myself. At least this allows me to be myself. I still don't understand the world very well, but this allows me to be myself. So I was able to generate self-healing, a lot of self-healing, just by doing my music, which I thank God for. Otherwise, I who knows what could have happened. It's a dark world if you don't have any hope at all. So music definitely helped me there. And then Bitcoin came along and put everything together, watching. So before Bitcoin, I'd seen things like the Zeitgeist, and I'd read about the Illuminati and all of these conspiracy theories, and I never understood economics. I did have a resonation with Jung, Alan Watts, Joseph Campbell. I had a very strong resonating feeling for them, and I still, up until Bitcoin, could never understand why. I was thinking to myself, what is this thing mythology? What is this thing alchemy? What is this thing spirituality? And actually, through Bitcoin, I've been able to realize that actually these words just have so much more meaning now. So Bitcoin brought me to a place of meaning for so many things, particularly informing my music and bringing to me a place of meaning for the world. And it brought me to a place of peace now. So I highly recommend Bitcoin for a journey to discovering the self. Yeah.
My mic. Okay, there we go. We have 5 minutes to go. So Tom, tell us about you, and I want to also hear from Joey what his thoughts are, if we can manage to fit it all in. It's just our time flies when we get together, because it's always so beautiful and insightful. So go for it, Tom.
Okay, thanks, Monica. I'll try to be quick. For me, the healing path started about 20 years ago, and for me, it was just I was kind of an odd duck, and I didn't know why that was. I thought it was some problem with me, or maybe a problem with society. I think it's a problem with both, actually. So part of it was discovering more about who I am and how I interact with the world. But then also there was something that wasn't true about the society I'd been taught, that society wasn't exactly what I'd been raised to believe, either by my family or by society in large. And so along the way, I've done lots of different things to try to figure myself out and society out as I've gone along. And then Bitcoin, it actually changed my whole perception of really how society works. That society, we kind of have even though we live in, most of us here are in the Western world and have this somewhat privileged lifestyle compared to the rest of the world. I mean, we really do. And yet we see cracks in our society that things aren't quite going right. And there's a lot of reasons for a lot of blame that can be thrown around, but Bitcoin really just created out of thin air, and they can create as much as they wish, is actually a base layer of evil in our society. And Bitcoin being a truthful money, a money that's actually requires work to produce, that actually stores value, and actually can actually be transformative, not just for the Western world, but for all people on Earth, that's a profound and spiritually important thing that when 100 years go past and people look back at this time that we live in now, this will be considered a form of the Dark Ages, I believe, truly. And that we're moving into a new age of enlightenment, and that Bitcoin is a base layer of that. So if that's not spiritual, I'm not sure what else could be. So that's my take.
Absolutely love that. Thank you so much. What about you, Joey?
Yeah, so I mean, my entry point was wellness, decentralized wellness technologies. I had my own health concern with scoliosis. Couldn't find any resolutions in conventional medicine. They wanted surgery or pills, and I wanted neither. And so as I tapped into these wellness technologies that are really ancestral for thousands of years of ways in which humans have been able to self-heal themselves, I found sovereignty through that. And I did that for about 10 to 12 years. And then found Bitcoin. And I realized that Bitcoin had the exact same properties. These properties, even though Bitcoin is relatively new, the technology is 30 plus years old. And I can argue that it's actually longer than that there's many properties of Bitcoin that we as humans have tried to do in different ways. You could think about clay tablets that have tried to keep a time chain of truth. Different accounting methods like a double entry accounting, and now with Bitcoin triple entry accounting, these things are naturally decentralized, wellness and Bitcoin, and they provide this ability for us to have a platform to come against our fears and to find this ability to have sovereignty over our health and have a long-term horizon as to how we want to live our lives. That freedom that comes of that. And then Bitcoin is very similar. It gives us this long-term horizon because we have sound money and we have a sound body, a sound mind, sound wellness. And with those things, I think we can create a community of people that are naturally, innately good, but have a society that has misaligned incentives. And so if we can change that with Bitcoin and wellness through these ancient technologies, I think we can have a more sound society because we have people that are sound and we have money that is sound. So lovely to be on here with y'all.
Likewise, thank you so much to all of you. I think basically summarizing all of it is consciousness and Bitcoin is the answer to the panacea to all the world's problems, and everything that you're looking for is within all these wonderful words that were shared by these beautiful panelists. Thank you so much to all of you. Thank you to DJ Valerie. Hope you enjoy this as well.
Yeah. Oh my God. You guys are awesome. I know we could go like for hours on consciousness and, how to become the best versions of ourselves, and Bitcoin changes us. We don't change Bitcoin. Obviously, that's his phrase a lot of folks talk about. And so I love hearing these conversations, and it's our crew. We've had a lot of interesting comments in the audience from burners and Burning Man folks. And I really think that, the ethos of Bitcoin and the ethos of Burning Man are very similar, with radical self-responsibility, full expression, community. How can we be more collaborative and not competitive? And so I think there's a lot of gorgeous alignment there. And I think we have a lot to learn from each other. So yeah, it's really, really cool. So you guys are the best. Thank you. And everything's going to be in all the notes, and you guys can, I put everything in the Telegram and in the show notes, but you guys can definitely check everybody out with all their links on Linktree, Bitcoin_ATMA at Atma. And then we're going to make some room for the next panelist to come. And we're going to be talking about creative process. And while we do that, we're going to get to listen to one of my dear buddies, Seb Bunny, and he's going to share about his creative process. So again, thanks everybody for tuning in. You guys, we're almost at 4,000 viewers right now. I mean, how cool is that? Like, thanks everybody who's listening and watching. And we really, really appreciate you. So yeah, this is so fun. All right, cool. I'm going to turn it over to the video and we'll catch you guys later. And we're going to let the new speakers come on. Thanks again, you guys. Aloha.
Aloha.
Yay.
Aloha.
All right, let's get Seb up here. Yay, Seb Bunny.
Hey guys, Seb Bunny here, author of The Hidden Cost of Money. If I have one tip for educators and creators, that tip would be just start. I think many times we have these grand visions and ideas that we want to bring to life, and we do everything we can to try and bring them to life and create this perfect product. But in doing so, we hit kind of two hurdles. First, we can often find ourselves with option paralysis. We don't quite know where to start because we haven't done this before. And second, when we're trying to bring our ideas to life, we're not actually in relationship with the community. We don't know whether the community values what it is that we're doing. And so I urge you to just start small and put yourself out there, because in doing so, not only will it help us hone our voice so we can find out what it is that, or find out how we want to teach and how we want to educate and how we want to create, but secondly, we're going to be in relationship with the community. So we're going to find out very quickly what it is that the community values. And so by honing our voice and being in relationship with the community, we're able to create better products, better creative pursuits, and better endeavors. And so more than anything, I urge you to put yourself out there, and I'm more than happy to help you along your journey. Feel free to reach out, find me on Twitter at SebBunny, but more than anything, put yourself out there. Just start.
My best advice for building a Bitcoin economy is to know that it takes time. It's a slow process. You have to get out there, you have to create awareness, you have to start conversations, and then you have to identify opportunities to show that Bitcoin is a solution with practical application.
Bitcoin education is very much important. Encourage collaboration and innovation within the community by engaging people from the community and give them live events and open discussions.
If you want to open a proper Bitcoin circular economy, you must first do maybe you can meet the guys with they already doing the soccer team, they have a soccer team, so just talk with them. So it's easy like that to build a circular economy with something that is already exists. Also you have to know about Bitcoin, so you can share that knowledge with those guys. They don't know about Bitcoin. You can't just build something but you don't know Bitcoin. You have to know everything about Bitcoin, so you can explain with those people you want to introduce them to Bitcoin.
Yay. Oh my God, you guys, that's amazing. Here, I'm going to let everybody get up on stage. Hold on a second. Yay. Oh, yeah, we'll have Roger jump off. We've got Tomer. Who else? We got everybody up here. Where is everyone? Hi, guys. Yeah, there you are. Woo-hoo.
Hey, everyone.
Excellent. So, Roger, you're going to be, if you want to, you're on the next creative panel, brother. So, you can hang out here if you want. There's room, but I think I've got you scheduled for the closing panels, my friend. Okay, so we've got all of us here. Yay! Is there anybody else? Oh, I think Camilla said she had a family issue that came up, so it's just going to be us right now. So, and I'm going to be moderating. So, Sally, in the background, if you don't mind doing all the captions and all that kind of stuff, if you're able to help out, I would love you to do that, and that would be super cool. So this is a creative storytelling panel, and also editing and how to grow an audience with let's see, the coolest art inside little packages that people collect. So you guys are going to be so excited to hear from our guests. I'm just going to let everybody introduce themselves. Again, I'm DJ Valerie B. Love. I'm the host of Bitcoin for Peace podcast, and we're starting Bitcoin for Peace as a decentralized consulting and education network where people can start to get a hold of people if they need help with onboarding onto Bitcoin. And then we're also going to be doing a Bitcoin story, kind of like Chicken Soup for the Soul. So I want to do a whole series of how Bitcoin changed your life, whether it's articles, whether it's stories, whether it's video, etc. And so that's me. And I will be quiet and I'll pass the mic over to Brandon.
Hey everybody, I'm Brandon. I'm founder of Green Candle. It's a media company around traditional finance and Bitcoin. I'm trying to create, I guess we'll call it like the Barstool Sports of finance kind of stuff. So it's my way to orange pill people and bring people into Bitcoin is through that way, fun and easy, digestible info around traditional finance and Bitcoin.
Awesome. All right, Aladdin, what about you, brother?
So I'm Aladdin. I'm the founder of Bitcoin Trading Cards. Making Bitcoin education as fun and simple as possible. This whole thing was meant to just be able to reach as many people as we could and give them bite-sized pieces of Bitcoin, and more importantly, why Bitcoin is so important, without having to have long, deep, detailed conversations that usually don't go as well as we'd hope when we first start talking to people about Bitcoin.
Totally. Okay, and Tomer, you and Bevan are buds, but introduce yourself separately on this panel.
Sure. So my name's Tomer. I'm an author, writer, philosopher, and part-time movie maker in Bitcoin. I've been writing about Bitcoin pretty intensely for the last few years. I've had a few opportunities to collaborate with film directors on a few films, and Bevan is one of those co-collaborators. So I'll pass it off on to him.
Yeah, hey, I'm Bevan. I started a YouTube channel only about 6-7 months ago called Bit Intelligence, and Tomer and I have worked on some videos together, the most notable being the legendary treasure of Satoshi Nakamoto. One of the reasons, or not one of the reasons, but one of the things that inspired me to start the channel too was all these different AI tools coming out for making videos. So I've been a filmmaker for many years, kind of doing brand related documentaries for a variety of brands in various industries. And so it was kind of me jumping into the AI stuff, being like, all right, how do I, use all these tools to make a different style of content? And of course, I've been into Bitcoin for several years. So it just sort of seemed like a good subject to start making some videos from. And a few videos down the line, I was like, maybe I should start a YouTube channel. And here we are.
All right. Awesome, you guys. So I don't want it to go to me. Hold on. I want all of us here. Okay, so super quick. So I want to talk about a couple different things because we've got, some things that I think are very important for Bitcoiners to understand, which is the power of collaboration, right? And so with, obviously with Bitcoin trading cards, ultra collaboration, you guys have completely rocked it and knocked it out of the park, Aladdin. And I want to start there. Then we'll come back. We'll get to with Bevan and Tomer, and then Brandon will talk about some more content creation and getting the word out there in different segments of the world. So, Aladdin, I'm going to start with you, brother, and then why don't you give us an overview of, what's going on with BTC trading cards, and why do you think it's such an important tool for building community and educating the world? And it seems like it's in a very fun and cool, creative way.
Oh, thank you. No, I'd say first off, a lot of the, if not the majority of the reasons why Bitcoin is so important, why we're all so excited about Bitcoin, is really because of how bad things are in the financial system and the world right now, wars in multiple countries. So when we get together to talk about Bitcoin, or when I try to orange pill people, I've got to tell them why Bitcoin is so important. Because I'm not the most technical guy. So I go into the reasons for the importance of Bitcoin. And a lot of those conversations are, again, they're built around really sad situations for why we're so excited about Bitcoin. So the community aspect and just making Bitcoin fun, I think there's a big need for it, because these topics are so constant on the derogatory things in the world. It's really nice to be able to take a break sometimes and be able to have conversations with fellow Bitcoiners that isn't just all the doom and gloom. So that's a lot of where these cards come in, is it just allows us to talk on these topics without having to focus on all of the bad the whole time. And the community's been incredible. I mean, it's blown up so naturally And I do believe, I've talked to so many of the community members, a big majority of it is around what I was just saying. They love the fact that they can hang out with other Bitcoiners. They can talk about all kinds of things that are going on related to the cards, but they can do it in a really fun way. And that's been probably our biggest success so far, is just bringing another level of fun to the Bitcoin community that I think we need a whole lot more of.
Yeah, we definitely need a lot more. And I remember when you were starting this project, Aladdin, and it was right before the first, or no, it was the second Pacific Bitcoin, you know, and you were like, oh my gosh, and you got to be, I think you were, my podcast was the first time you had done a podcast interview talking about BTC trading cards. So tell me about, you know, you obviously, you're making, all these different artists are involved, and all these different, you know, characters that you're creating on the cards, and you're, you know, celebrating different people's accomplishments. You're celebrating, you know, the different components of Bitcoin, because it's not just here's cryptography or here's number go up or, you know, whatever. So can you talk about like what it's been like to herd the cats of all the creatives and whatnot?
I think I've walked into probably the coolest business or job that anyone could have in Bitcoin, for the fact that I've got a perfect excuse to reach out to anybody and everybody in Bitcoin. So it's really exciting for the fact that it's been able to take off the way it has. And I think a lot of it, it's time stamping and encapsulating like our Bitcoin community and the history of Bitcoin and all the things that are going on. And there's some scary nuances to that, because things change all the time and you never know who's going to go south really quick. So there's a lot of sit back and think way beyond just what most people think. You could just go and run with it. But I mean, I got to meet Tomer really early on and get your book right off the bat in series 1, which was absolutely incredible. These are the things that really, not just Bitcoiners, but it excites people outside of Bitcoin, because they're getting to see the whole ecosystem of Bitcoin. And it's the speakers, it's the educators, the creators, the artists, the musicians, the brands. There's so much going on in Bitcoin. And to try and give someone a 30-second elevator pitch is really difficult. And I think that's a lot of what these cards do. It gives you that 30-second, 2-minute, 5-minute, however long people are willing to dig into them. And you get to learn so much about the ecosystem of Bitcoin inside these cards. And I think that's another reason why the community is so cool. We get so many people from all over the Bitcoin space to join in, and people getting get their cards signed is like one of the funnest things. I know a lot of people have reached out and said, I don't know how to approach, like Tomer. If I run into Tomer at an event, how do I approach him without bugging him? I know a bunch of people are up your butt trying to talk to you all the time. So the trading card's a perfect way, because they can walk up and they go, hey, Tomer, I got your card. Are you willing to sign it? And boom, the conversation started. So I think there's a lot of different things that come into it that, again, just brings a different level of fun for the whole community.
Yeah, it is really interesting too. Well, and I think too, a lot of us were so used to this thing, right? And it's like, okay, everything's digital, digital, digital. And obviously you guys can see behind me, I have, well, maybe you can't, but I have records, and there's so much more fun to touch when I'm DJing. And so even though I love not having to lug them around because they're super heavy and you can only take so many with you, but I think in this digital age, we've lost connection with our tactile sense, you know? And so then having something that we can touch that's small, you know, in bite size too, is very cool and important. And, you know, as a, you know, I don't know, I'm a hippie. Words are my love language. So is art and everything. So I have tons and tons of cool cards that have positive affirmations and different things on them. And it's just so joyful to just pull cards and be like, yep, that was a message I was supposed to get today, you know? And it's just something that you can't do on your phone, you know? And so I think it's really, really wonderful what you're doing. And I love how many artists and people that you're celebrating and lifting up. So it's not just about, okay, it's me and my art, which is totally fine, but you're taking a whole different tact. And I think it's paid off like 1 billion sats fold So congratulations.
Evolution in human history. And if someone isn't documenting it, all of the books and all of the videos and everyone here that's creating this, if we're able to do what we really hope we're able to do, and I think we will, we're going to change the culture of the world. So when we talk about pop culture, I mean, look behind you, Valerie. Everything you have is pop culture, and all of that made such big impacts on the world. So all of us, we are the marketing team for Bitcoin. And that's the most beautiful part of this decentralized ecosystem we're working on. And it gives us all a certain level of responsibility. And if we didn't find ways to timestamp all of these moments that we're in right now, and Bitcoin goes where we all are fighting to make it go, then there's going to be a lot of things to look back and miss. So I think it's really important for every one of us to create as much as we can and constantly timestamp this moment in history, because this is the biggest moves that potentially will ever happen.
I love it. And I think too, like, I like that you keep saying timestamp this, and it obviously is in alignment with Bitcoin and what happens on the Bitcoin blockchain. I think a lot of people, like, I'd like to ask you, for those listening who may or may not be creators in the Bitcoin space, who may be creators outside of the Bitcoin space, a lot of, conversations in our heads as artists, as writers, we're like, oh, someone's already done that. I'm not that good, or what if they don't like my flavor? What would you say to people who might have those conversations in their head?
Again, if we're successful in the mission we're on, this is the biggest pop culture movement that will ever happen in human history. There's plenty of room. There's more room with this than probably anything that will ever be created. This is the Renaissance times 1,000. So just get creative, get out there. And the biggest advice I could give is just make sure you pour your heart and soul into it. Because if you don't, the first people that are going to look at it are Bitcoiners. And we're on this mission with so much passion, and we can read through a lot of shit. So if the passion isn't in what you're trying to create, we're going to see through it really quick, and you're probably not going to have much of a chance. So just make sure you take your time and put your real love and passion into it, and do it for the right reasons, and people are going to love it.
I love it. Thank you so much. That is excellent, excellent advice. Okay, so Brandon, let's talk about what you're up to, brother. You want to tell everybody, like, what you've been working on? You've got Green Candle Investments, you've got a newsletter, you're out there shooting videos, you're rocking and rolling, brother. Let's hear it.
Yeah, for sure. So yeah, I mean, I got Green Candle. I've got a podcast, State of Bitcoin. I've also got a, just a general macro show called Macro Investment or Macro Insights, excuse me. So I got a couple podcasts. I've been making a lot of short form videos too. Just most recently, I've been I got a great sponsor, Stampseed. I've been trying to crack those plates and just destroy them in any way I can. So I'm unsuccessful so far. So, but yeah, I'm trying to bring a different flavor and kind of have fun with Bitcoin. Living on a Bitcoin standard, traveling around, going to all these conferences, and interacting with great people like yourself. So
amazing. What's been your biggest transformation since you've become a Bitcoiner, just personally?
Yeah, that's a great question. I think it's more, I guess, like living with intention. I kind of, my orange pill story, I was in grad school at the time. I was listening to podcasts. I heard Preston on the We Study Billionaires podcast before he had a Bitcoin only show. Mm-hmm. And I was like, all right, I'm going to start looking into this. And then, when I got my first big boy job, I started just aggressively, buying every single paycheck. So with that, it really, has, I guess, fueled my entrepreneurial spirit. My dad's an entrepreneur, so I think I always kind of had it in me. But I didn't really know what I wanted to do. And so this kind of pulled it out of me. I have like an engineering background. It's not really in the media space or anything like that. But I think I've kind of carved out a little niche for myself here, and hopefully things continue, and we'll be off to the races here soon.
And what do you run into? Like, do you have a daily practice as a creator? Are you like, okay, from 8 to 12, nobody talks to me, and I turn off all the alarms and all that? Tell us about your process.
Yeah, so I mean, honestly, like I work a lot. So I still have a full-time job, unfortunately. So I usually wake up very early, like 4:30, 5 o'clock in the morning. I go to the gym. That's kind of where how I like to start my day, is just get get a nice little sweat in there. And then and then from there, I come back, I kind of think about what kind of content I want to put out for Green Candle. If I've got a podcast dropping or whatever, how I want to like chop up and promote that on various social media platforms. And then I got my job from 9 to 5, and then I come back, and at night I'm usually on Twitter Spaces or something along those lines, trying to interact and just learn. So I think every single day I have an intention to go in and try to learn something that I didn't really know before. Really try to challenge my own beliefs, and I think interacting with a lot of the traditional finance people that I do. They aren't necessarily on board with Bitcoin, but it allows me to kind of deeper, I guess, dig my feet into to what I believe with Bitcoin, and how I think that is the solution to some monetary issues that we have. So that's kind of the main goal that I wake up with. And as of late, I've really gotten into the groove of trying to focus on what I can control today. And because I think I don't know, maybe myself and maybe a lot of other people can relate to this, but I get very stressed out when I start to think about the future, or like things that are very far in advance that I might not necessarily be able to control. So I've really been trying to kind of bring it in, bring the reins in, and kind of focus on what I can control each and every day. And kind of every.
I love it. And yeah, thank you so much for that, Brandon. You're breaking up just a tiny bit, so we'll make sure that I don't know if you can adjust, because you're kind of freezing. But
Yeah, sorry for that.
and it's okay. But yeah, I know it's important to understand your audience too. You're just talking about TradFi, and a lot of folks don't understand and they resist. We were talking about this. I don't know, I think it was yesterday, or I forget, and my brain is all one giant soup right now. But just the egos of all of us humans, right? We all have an ego, we all have a worldview, and especially if that ego and worldview got us into a position of being successful and wealthy, or just even successful, it's very difficult to take new chunks of information and say, oh, maybe the way I've been doing things isn't the best or the right way. And so it takes a lot of time sometimes, I think, for TradFi people to understand Bitcoin. James Lavish and I talked about this at length, and he was just like, they're so not into wanting to hear about this, because they're just like, why would you want to learn about something else that's going to rug pull what you've already, been working for you? So it really does challenge your worldview. It challenges your integrity too, I think, big time. And I think once you start understanding that Bitcoin isn't just a number go up technology, it's a peace, revolution, love, freedom go up technology. And if you're on that mission in life, it's like, wow, where have you been all my life? Bitcoin, yay. So I think it's really, really fun to just see how people blossom. And so let's segue to some other blossomers over here with Tomer and Bevan. You two, how did you two jump into a collaboration? I'd love to hear your stories, please.
Well,
Tomer, you can go ahead.
Sure. We met at Pacific Bitcoin. I've met in person every single person on this call at various conferences, and so I'd certainly recommend getting out there. I highly recommend getting your work out there. Many people may be coming from a different discipline. I certainly wasn't a writer when I decided to become a Bitcoin writer, but you put yourself out there. You put out the best that you can. You surrender into what it is that you feel is calling you into Bitcoin, and then you get out there with Bitcoiners and see what gives. There's been hundreds of projects I've started on, some of which I finished, some of which I worked on solo, but the most the most fulfilling ones have been the ones where there's been collaboration. And so Bevan and I had the opportunity to meet at Pacific Bitcoin. He was just getting started. He said he was going to work on some videos. I think I may have given him my business card or something, or some kind of contact, and we shook hands. And then he started working on videos. I gave him permission to work on essays of mine. And when I saw the first few, I was like, I don't know if this is an adult only audience, but I was like, holy fuck, this is good shit. And I was blown away. And so we talked back and forth. And I think the thing once you start creating content is like one thing leads to another, which leads to another, which leads to another. And so he was working on creating video essays of some of my works. And at some point, the most popular of my essays came up, The Legendary Treasure of Satoshi Nakamoto. Bevan really hit it out of the park on that one. We collaborated back and forth, but like when you watch the video, it's my voice reading my words, but it's his visuals and his music and all that stuff. So it really came together in a lovely way. I really encourage people to watch that video if they haven't yet. And
how about we watch a tiny bit of it right now?
Yeah, all right. If you
is that okay?
It up.
We'll just I got it queued up. Well, hopefully they don't put any ads on while it's going. So give it a sec here.
We'll
just our very eyes.
Oh wait, you're in the middle of it. Hold on here. It might give me some thing. Hold on.
Number one, bro.
There's an ad.
Yeah, I know. You guys talk for a second. I'll let it run through the ad.
Right.
Okay, hold on, Bevan. You chat. You talk about this, and then I'll pull this up. It goofed up.
Yeah. Yeah. Like Tomer said, we met at Pacific Bitcoin. I think I had been thinking about getting in or making Bitcoin videos for a while. I felt really passionate at that time, and I felt like there's a lot of content out there, and it's really great content. There's a lot of really good conversations that you can learn a lot with, but I struggled like sending those to friends and family, because a lot of them were like big commitment kind of pieces, like, oh, here, listen to this podcast that's 2 hours about methane mitigation, or this other podcast about whatever. And so it got me thinking, and I was like, well, what if like what I do as a filmmaker is I interview people, and then I condense their interviews into a bite-sizable chunk of information that is interesting to watch and listen to. And so I was like, oh, what if I like take some of these podcasts and just cut them down so that they're a little bit easier to send to people and to watch and digest. And then on top of that, I was at the time I was like really into the Swan rabbit holes. I don't know if you've gone through any of those. If you haven't, you should definitely check them out. The Swan Canon. They're cool, and that's where I learned about Tomer and found some of his writing. And I was like, wow, all of these articles are like, they're great pieces as well. So like, what if we turn those into a different media format? Because some people will gravitate toward reading an article, and other people will gravitate toward watching a YouTube video or some other way of ingesting content. And personally, like me, I'm a very visual person. I'm a very creative person, and so I learn a lot from watching videos. And in fact, I don't even have a background in film. I just decided that was what I wanted to do. And after studying something else entirely, I was just like, hey, I'll go watch a bunch of YouTube videos about how to use a camera and how to, make a story and do this. And a couple of years down the line, then I started a film company, and which took a little bit to get off the ground. And once it got off the ground, it became a pretty stable thing. And it's all just because I watched YouTube videos. So I feel like there's a lot of educating that can be done in various different ways. And for me, like, I really want to make edutainment. So it's basically educational entertainment, something that's like really like emotionally engaging and visual and interesting to watch. I think Tomer and I had talked about at one point, like, some of these videos are they're going over pretty basic concepts about Bitcoin, but they're interesting because you kind of you break it down in an interesting way. So people who have been in Bitcoin since 2012 or whatever can still watch The Legendary Treasure of Satoshi Nakamoto and get something out of it. Whereas newbie as well can watch it and be maybe intrigued and curious to watch more about Bitcoin or look into it more. So yeah, hopefully just kind of bring a different flair into the educational space.
Yeah, I think it's so important, Bevan. And we were talking earlier, I mean, everybody's got a different learning style, right? Some people learn by touching things, some people learn by hearing, some learn by video, some learn by repetition, however we do it. But like, know thyself, of course. And then as creators, it's like, okay, well, what form do you enjoy creating in? Like, that's super important too. Natalie created a little video for the opening. And, if you're not enjoying what you're doing, you're not going to create high quality work. You're going to get burned out. You're going to feel, like not great. And thinking in terms of, finding your zone is so important, and do not try to go be the next Tomer or the next Val or the next Bevan. Like, go be the next you. There's only one of you. And even if you have, they were talking earlier about Kevin Kelly and the 1,000 true fans. It's not about, oh, I need 1 million followers or I need all of this. It's like, how can I be my full authentic self? How can I have conversations with my audience that make sense to them, that's meaningful? And then there's a reciprocity that comes from that too, and I know Tomer, you and I've spent a lot of time at the different, Pacific Bitcoin and in Madeira, and you have so much fun when people are coming up and they're excited and you get this dance. So you get to have a dance with your audience, and it's gorgeous. And I feel that way as a DJ, and I get it in real time, and obviously I do all this other stuff too, but it's very, very important that like we're presenting the most authentic version of ourselves when we are being creatives.
If I could jump in on that, Val, I think people go into content creation in other industries because they're looking to get famous or rich, make a lot of money, build up their ego. And I don't think that's a good motivation or a likely outcome for content creators in Bitcoin. I think for many of us, and you've heard it from everybody here, and I'd stress that it was true of me, you have some connection with Bitcoin that you feel is a calling to create. And if you surrender into that calling and you create what it is that you've been called to create from wherever that comes, you end up having this wonderful experience, which isn't a financial experience. For many of us, we may be able to make a living being a content creator, or we may be supplementing our living, or we may be doing it for the sake of fulfilling a hole that we need to fill in our soul. But if you start with that genuine need to put out something that you feel called to do, you won't regret it, and you'll end up finding the people who truly connect to you and your work. And I think we've seen a fair amount in Bitcoin of the people who are in it for the money. They're not really in Bitcoin. They're in something else. They're often in other coins, and they quite often need a spectacular and sudden end to their popularity if that is the case. So I really encourage people who are called to this to not worry too much about, well, how do I monetize? How am I going to make money out of this? How rich will I become? How famous will I become? But to say, like, what is the calling that Bitcoin has to you, and talk about that. It may be that it's all about money for you, and you may have a wonderful message to give about that, but it more likely is something else. And I know that is what has been the amazing connection in my life, where I used to be a business person. Everything was about making money. Being able to become a content creator, creative person in Bitcoin has opened up a whole new world for me that you can't put a price on. It's something that money can't buy.
Yeah, it's super true. And a lot of times I forget who said this, but it might have been Dan Coe, but he was just like, don't make content, make art. And if we think about all the things that we're putting out there, rather than just, rinse and repeat, copy, paste, let's go do the plastic throwaway junk stuff. Like, how are we upholding something that we consider to be valuable, a piece of art, instead of just, replication of content? I want to know if you guys have, I wanted to grab these because they're on my altar. Has anybody heard of this, Stephen Pressfield, Turning Pro, The War of Art? Oh my gosh.
Turning Pro, I think you made me read once. So.
I might, yeah. It's so
I don't
good.
want to say you made me read it. You shared it with me.
I whipped you into it, Tomer.
Yeah, or someone else did. But
someone else did. But these are two really interesting books. And I just, you open it up and you get the message you're supposed to for the day. But he talks a lot about the inner battle that we have. And it's just like, as artists and as creators, and he really goes over like, why are you here? And it's not about, oh, I'm in the mood to create, or I'm, whatever. It's like, if you're going to be a serious artist or a serious musician or a serious filmmaker, serious writer, you don't have the luxury of the muse showing up every day at 9 o'clock and going, yay, the muse is here. Guess what? The muse shows up when you show up. It's not the other way around. And so when you create a practice that works for you, what works for you guys may not be the same as for me. That's when you start to get that juice, that flow, right? And it's like, oh, there it is. Like you said, Bevan, it took a couple of years, and then here you are making these killer films. So speaking of a killer film, shall we see it a little bit? You guys want to check it out?
There we go.
There
Yeah,
you
hopefully
go.
no more ads.
You're like, okay, what? I know. I put it up. Hopefully we don't get whatever in the middle here. Okay, we'll just watch just a little tiny bit.
Satoshi Nakamoto is I do know the one person on the planet that can find the true identity of
Satoshi opened a portal into cyberspace. Once your eyes are opened, you see it all differently.
Money has not generally been regarded as having anything to do with journeys into the non-material realm of the spirit. It is generally believed to belong to the material world. It can buy certain things, but it cannot buy friendship, love, intelligence, or the answers to deep and eternal questions about the mysteries of the universe. In fact, money is accused of leading people away from these. This, however, takes us to the curious matter of Bitcoin. In 2009, a brand new form of money was created and released to the world. It was called Bitcoin.
Ooh,
awesome.
Suspenseful, mysterious.
It's called Bitcoin. Oh my gosh. So I want to come back, to Aladdin and to Brandon in a minute, but I want to talk about, like, how did you two go back and forth, like, with this collaboration? Because obviously it's your words. Did Bevan, you just took charge and you're like, dude, see you later. Here's what I've got. Like, I'm just curious, what's a creative process to do something like this?
Well, initially, I took one of Tomer's articles before I met him at Pacific Bitcoin, and I turned it into a film. It was Bitcoin is Breakthrough Technology, and I felt a little I felt like I was stealing, and so I rewrote it. I took the whole thing and I rewrote it in my own way, and I made this film, which was still named Bitcoin is Breakthrough Technology. Inspired by Tomer Straylight. And then after I did that, I kind of realized that I was taking the power out of the words, I was essentially taking the idea of the article without, the words that Tomer wrote. And so the next one I made, which was still before I met him, I just took it verbatim. Which definitely felt a little risque. I was like, okay, I'm going to go meet this guy, and then I'm going to show him this stuff, and it's either going to produce a positive or a negative result. But we'll find out. And luckily, he liked them, and then we started kind of chatting about what are some other articles that I could break down into films like this, and I was still very much in the process of kind of testing out my AI style, I guess, per se. There's lots of different little programs that you can kind of play around with, and I hadn't been making AI videos like that for a while, so it was very much in development. And so we did a few smaller articles that were about 10 minutes long, and as I did those articles, I kind of developed the style, and once I got to a point where I was like, okay, this seems like it's working. We had already been talking about the legendary treasure, or at least Tomer had floated the idea of doing that to me, or with me, and so I decided to cut it into 3 episodes. I was like, okay, this is a big article. This is, it's a 40-minute read. I got to produce a film once a week for YouTube, and doing a 40-minute film in a week is almost impossible, at least at the quality that we wanted to release it at. And so I broke it into 3 episodes, and I kind of spaced them out. And as I think the episodes came out, we started to realize that how much power the film could have, and then started to involve some other people like Swan to essentially get it out to more eyeballs. You know, I still have a very small channel, so.
But it's growing, and I mean, how cool is that? Let me ask you this, like, so obviously doing, you know, taking someone else's work and doing something with it. You remixed it, right? You made it into this new, something new. Do you guys know who Noah Kagan is? He's got like OK Dork and the tacos, and he's super hard, just ultra successful marketer guy. But he said, you know, how he hired like a 17-year-old starting salary at 150K. And I was like, well, that's a cool article. Let's read about this. And so, you know, he was taking some applications for whatever XYZ job. And rather than just going, here's my resume, the 17-year-old showed him a whole analysis of one of his channels and what was going on with it, what was right, what was wrong here, you know. So he basically showed him some proof of work, you know, and he showed up instead of just hire me and look, you know, look at a couple of things. It's just like, no, this is what I'm going to do to change, you know, your business and why I'm so valuable. So it takes courage to do that, but I think that's the way to go. You know, you think about different creatives out there, in the space, and all the musicians who do remixing, you know, and, you know, you're ripping samples from someone else, and now we've got AI. So God knows what's going to be happening here with all of this. You know, so I think it's really, really cool that that was your tact. I mean, were you, you know, once it came through as like, this is a good idea, do you feel like, what would you say to new people out there who were like, I want to go take one of Tomer's writings or one of Val's things or whatever. I want to go take a BTC trading card and turn it into a video series. Like, what would you say to them?
Well, I would say do it. I like what you said about proof of work. Yeah. I think it's like proving your work, you know, in whatever form of, you know, life that you're in, I think is a good philosophy in general. I think it's when you do something rather than wait for someone to, I don't know, hire you to do something, or wait to be in the right role to do something. I always think it's better just to act. Whether or not that produces positive or negative results, you're still going to get information based off what you did and acted upon, which will then influence further behavior in life and further work or whatever. So I think like that carries through. Like, you know, we have miners proving their work to find the nonce to, you know, make the block, right? But in life, you can do that too, in whatever way.
Well, and you know,
I
you think
think
about Bitcoin. Oh, sorry, hold on a second, Tomer. Just I think
sure.
about the permissionless nature of Bitcoin. You know,
Exactly.
I know we're doing this, brother. Here, so you go.
Yeah, no,
Parse that out
the
there.
culture of Bitcoin is decentralized and permissionless, and it's proof of work. And you know, I find you do the job to get the job, right? It's not the other way. You don't apply. You don't have to apply to do a job in Bitcoin. You don't have to apply to be a miner. You don't have to apply to be a writer or a filmmaker or anything else. Many of us consider our work open source because of the culture of Bitcoin. So just as a message to all the listeners, if there's something that you see of mine, you don't have to ask my permission to adapt it. I appreciate if you let me know that you're adapting it, but I have people translating my work all the time, reading it on podcasts in other languages, and I'm delighted. I'm not the least bit made nervous about it. I don't want to have this tight control over this thing. I think the inspiration of Bitcoin, the inspiration of what Satoshi did was to say, do something that's your very best and then let it go and let the world do what it can with it. And so for me, I'm not nearly as prolific today as I was when I first started going, because I then had like 8 years of knowledge that I had to get out of me, and I was still learning from all the writing. And so the best work the best stuff that's coming out of the work that I do is not all the newest work, but all the adaptations that keep being made of the work that I've done. And I'm thrilled with it because it feels like my work is alive, and not because of the work that I now have to put into it, but the work that other people are inspired to put into it. This example with Bevan is incredible. We actually communicated with each other, but like I said, and then I'll pass it over, is that I frequently am told, hey, I just translated your work and read it on a podcast in Norway for this piece.
I hope you're okay with that. And of course, yes, I'm more than okay with it. Just, and I think that's the attitude of many writers in the Bitcoin space and many original content creators. It's like, take it and run with it, please.
And I think, Tomer, when we were in Madeira and we were talking about, because I think a lot of times as creators, right, it's one thing to create a song or a piece of work that people are going to repeat and listen to again and again and again and again, right? But as messengers, right, like we are the Bitcoin marketing department, like you said, Aladdin, and it's like, do we need to keep producing all this new content, or do we finally just get this message? And when I remember we were having this conversation, and you're like, I just need to hold on to the message that I've been given and spread it further, instead of trying to sit and think I need to keep making new. It's like, take what you've already got and let that scale, let that exponentially grow into other people's hearts and minds all over the world. You want to speak to that really quick, and then I'm going to turn it over to
Sure.
Brandon.
Very quick. I went through this whole arc of deciding to become a writer, starting to write about the things I knew a lot about in Bitcoin, published a book, and then I let myself go and went down the deep rabbit holes of writing everything that I could. And finally, it turned out to be my most popular piece, and the piece that I loved the most as well, this legendary treasure of Satoshi Nakamoto, which has this ending, which is this big, profound idea, to me at least, that I hadn't heard anywhere else before in the Bitcoin space. And I published it. I originally wrote it. I wished that it would be a movie, but I wrote it at a time when we were headed into a bear market, and I couldn't find the right collaborator or the right resources. And I thought it would never be a movie, but thanks to this collaboration, it did become one. And as it started to come together, I really began to realize this is the best thing that I have to give, rather than keep trying to invent my next greatest hit. I need another hit song. I need another hit article. It's like, no, I need to spread the message of this particular article and remix it, deploy it, share it with others as much as possible, because it's a beautiful idea and only so many people have gotten to see it. So that's a big part of my passion. I've heard you repeat portions of it already. So, but I don't want to spoil it for people who haven't seen it. So watch The Legendary Treasure of Satoshi Nakamoto on YouTube, or read the article if you're more inclined to reading the article. And it's a really deep philosophical piece, but that is accessible to everybody, including, and this is the most amazing thing I think about the movie, because only Bitcoiners read the article, but I've had complete no coiners, normies, see the movie and tell me that it inspired them to do further research about Bitcoin, to share the movie with other people. So I think that to me is what's so exciting about the collaboration. It's like, here I had this idea and I wanted to get it out in this format, and I couldn't do it on my own. And then Bevan shows up. And so it's like, there's all this synchronicity that happens when the time is right, where the right person walks into your life and helps you achieve the next thing. And all you have to do is let them.
Yeah, it's super powerful. I'm so happy what you guys created. I know we started the Satoshi, the cyber opera, as your story as a basis, and then it turned into a whole nother separate thing, which is super cool. And it's on the shelf. Who knows what's going to happen with it? But that's just an example of like, maybe we'll do this with this piece of work. So it's magnificent. Brandon, you're somebody who is obviously more of the news and what's current, and you do have to stay on things. So it's a different lens of how you're creating, work to get out there into the world. And so what's it like for you, because you're not just taking one piece and going, cool, I'm going to go scale this. Like, you're constantly on the clock to keep making new stuff and keep us current with what's happening.
Yeah, I mean, for me, I think it's just, trying to learn out in public, not being afraid to be wrong, or like change the thought process or something like that, question things. I think that's just been the biggest thing for me, and not try to be like, I guess, a perfectionist when I put things out, because I'm putting a lot of things out. So it's a little bit of a different approach, where you guys are, making more of a series, doing like a documentary or and things like that. But for me, it's the one thing that I do focus on, like the editing and making sure it's nice, is when I put out the podcast, like really trying to grab people's attention and try to keep them engaged. And I think everybody kind of experiences that from a content creator perspective. And I take a lot of the ideas that I see, like outside of the Bitcoin space. For example, like I consume, I brought up Barstool already. I consume a lot of like various content, and kind of that's how I wanted to get into the game. And I think, success leaves clues and leaves trails, especially in the content creation game. So you can see what's working in other industries, what's working in other places, and really just kind of bring your own flavor to it. And Aladdin's a perfect example here, right? I mean, trading cards, who didn't love that and have like some nostalgia factor on that? Growing up as a kid, I mean, I know I have back in this other room, I have like a full binder of like baseball cards, and I've got Aladdin's cards. I've got some packs unopened here. I got one signed by the Bitcoin racing guys when I was hanging out with them. So I like to see what everybody else is doing, and especially like other places, and kind of bring that into my own flavor. So yeah, I mean, I guess maybe I'm just perpetually online. I don't know, but I kind of like to bring everything that I'm seeing kind of into my own mix, if that makes sense.
And what AI tools are you using? And are you seeing like any ways that, AI is going to kind of cannibalize us creators? Obviously it's a great tool, but then there's also going to be so much just, noise and static and bullshit out there. How are we going to be able to, identify what's real, what's true? What are you using any tools that you can share with everybody?
Yeah, I actually do. I use this. So I have a friend who's creating it's called Cascader. It's a tool that has like basically it's my favorite feature of it is he calls it the Chad bot, but it essentially, you can sign up or pick a YouTube channel. So anytime they put out a video or something like that, you could either watch it outside of YouTube or something like that. But really what this does is it sends a TLDR of a video. So like I have it signed up for Bloomberg, for example. So every time Bloomberg posts a video, I get a nice summary where I can read it, kind of decide whether or not I want to watch the video and kind of consume that content. And I've also played around with some AI to help like chop up and make shorts of mine.
Like what we're using.
It was, I can't even, I'll have to get back to you on that. I have the email there, but I was using it for a bit, and I found that, there's a lot of like imperfections still in it, where like, it'll chop up and it'll make like 40 or 50 clips of a podcast episode, but it'll be like, it'll cut it right before and whatnot. So I still think that there's like some refining that needs to be done for like AI with the video purposes. But I think like, as far as like using AI to like, I don't know, summarize a book or summarize something, I use that bit, where before I had Jeff Booth's book, The Price of Tomorrow, but you get a nice a 5-minute summary of, the price of tomorrow. And it does a good, like kind of a little bit better than a Cliff Notes, I would say, version of a lot of writing. And then also summarizing the videos too, I think is outstanding. So it really helps me save time. So that's how I'm able to put out a lot of content and kind of stay more up to date, I guess, is circling it back to the original question was utilizing AI to.
Yeah, it's pretty cool. I know I play around. I love knobs and buttons and things, obviously. And I think it's so fun, all the things that we can do and play. Like I play with Opus and video.ai and different tools to chop stuff up. And you're right. It's not meant to replace us as editors, and it's not meant to replace our taste of what we think is going to, hit. And even though it gives you these scores of like, oh, this is like an 88 and we think it's going to, your audience and what your message is and what you meant. And so I think for those of us who are excited about it, it's not like, cool, it's going to do all the work for me. It's going to be my buddy and help me get some different work done, hopefully a little bit more efficiently so that I can focus on other things too. So I love it. And it's so fast what's going on with AI right now. So we've got about 4 more minutes. Aladdin, are you guys using a lot of AI? Is everybody still using, just what's the mix and match kind of ratio that you guys have with your whole giant super creative team?
So we got Murphy on the team, Murdoch Media.
Yeah, go Murph.
Yeah, he's definitely the man. I know he uses a little bit of it. When it comes to the art, once in a while, if I'm really stuck in and a conceptual design I'm trying to come up with. I'll throw some different prompts in there and kind of get some ideas. But other than the Spirit of Satoshi that we just did the collaboration with, there were a few cards that were AI generated because, I mean, it's Spirit of Satoshi, so it only made sense. And then I sent it back to the artist and we dialed it in from there. I think art is a little bit different when it comes to like what you guys did with Tomer's writing. That makes total sense. But I think like if it's online and it's digital, then there's some place for the AI art, the AI creation. I think there's quite a bit of space for it, honestly. But when it comes to something physical that you're going to put up on your wall, like what Tomer has in the background, that's a beautiful piece of art. It's a totally different world. If that piece was done by AI, it would still be beautiful, but I bet it would not have nowhere near the same meaning as it does being actually created from a human being. Their heart and soul went into putting the ink down on the paper. So I think there's a balance for it. And I also think it's a tool, and you want to build a house, it takes people to build the house, but the better tools you have, the quicker you're going to be able to build it, more efficient, and possibly do a better job. So as long as you use it as a tool, but you don't let it take over, then I think there's a place for it. But at the same time, I'm scared shitless of it.
I know we should all, with great caution, enjoy this technology. I know it's interesting, and I think that's what's interesting, having the panel that was on just before. And I know all of you guys are, also into development and growth. Is just because we have these tools doesn't mean we don't have to work on what's going on in the inside. And so I think it's super important as creators not to just pump content out, but it's like, what's the essence? What's the soul? What's the way that it impacts us and connects us to the outer world? And so how about, we've got just like 2 minutes left. Do you guys want to do just a wrap up? Brandon, you're frozen, sweetheart. Oh, now you're not frozen. You're just sleeping. Do you guys want to do like a 1 minute, like maybe let's do 30 seconds. So because we've got a little bit of time here. So just do a little 30-second, and I'm going to have everybody's contact info and everything in. So if you've signed up, we'll have it in the show notes, and then we'll have all these recordings for you guys. So Tomer, why don't you start? 30 seconds.
Oh, 30 seconds on what in particular?
I'm going to ask you a question. What's one piece of advice you would give to a future creator, like somebody who hasn't started yet and who's excited and wants to maybe give it a shot?
Yeah, in addition to what I've said, is do promote yourself. Don't just put your work out there and wait for somebody else to find it. Reach out to the people who you respect, and let them know, I've written this. Will you give me some feedback on that? Do you mind sharing this? It's a very generous community, and you won't hear back positively from everyone. Do not let that discourage you. Some people will share your writing. Some people will say, or your art, whatever it is. Some people will say, you know what? I have some feedback for you, some constructive criticism. And some people you'll never hear back from. Some people might be rude and tell you that your work sucks. But but don't be shy, because if you want to create something that others consume, make sure that they know. And there are people with audiences who've spent their time building their audiences, who will happily share their audience with you if they like what you're doing. And there's just so much love in the community. So don't be shy.
Love it. Don't be shy. Go for it. All right, Brandon, 30 seconds.
Yeah, I'll echo that. Go for it. Don't like limit yourself on anything, right? I mean, don't be afraid to just put it out there and see what sticks, and reach out to people. I think that's where I've kind of found that the Bitcoin community is just very open to be helpful and everything like that. So don't be afraid to ask. And everybody's a human at the end of the day. So don't be afraid to approach people and ask for help or ask for advice or anything like that.
Amazing. All right, Bevan.
Yeah, I'm just going to touch on the AI stuff again. I think at least the way that I've experienced it, like AI is kind of, it's just another tool to help you be creative. And so don't be too afraid of it. Sure, like will probably change our world in 10, 15, 20 years.
Mm-hmm.
But right now it's not changing that much except for just the process of how you do things. And so if you can incorporate that into your process, you're going to be able to do things quicker. You might be able to generate ideas that you haven't been able to generate before, but the execution of those ideas is still all on you. And then I'm going to plug my next series, which is 21 Voices, coming out on Swan's channel in June. So be on the lookout for that.
All right.
I've heard amazing things about that. I haven't seen it yet, but I've heard amazing things.
Oh, so exciting. Congratulations, brother. I can't wait. Always tag all of us and we'll repost things and share together. So that's super cool. Okay, Aladdin, you're the last one, my brother.
All right, I'm going to leave you guys off with some advice that my dad gave me my whole life growing up. And this was advice that was so hard for me to take. And if I would have stuck with it a lot better, I would have done way, way better in life. So for any creator, anyone out there with a business trying to create a brand, you name it, less means more. Do one thing and do it incredibly well. And that one thing will carry you to all the next things you're going to do. You're better off with one thing that is absolutely phenomenal than thousands of things that are just okay.
Excellent wisdom. I love it. Well, thank you, gentlemen, so much. I love you guys, and I'm so grateful to get to be doing this wonderful journey together. And thanks for taking time on your Saturday and your fun weekend. Hopefully it's going to be really fun. And we've got one more panel coming up here, another creative panel. We're going to talk about a creative process. We're going to get to see inside the mind of Tip and Z. Okay, you guys, tune in for this. Do not leave. It's your head's going to explode. So
Love Tip.
It's so cool. So thanks a lot, you guys. And we're going to have a little video here from Simply Bitcoin and while we're switching out the panelists. So thanks again. And we will see the next panel in a minute. Yay.
Everybody.
Thank you. Thanks, everyone.
Yo, I'm Nico from Bitcoin. This is my legendary co-host, Optimus
What's up? What's up?
All right. So what's this video submission? Tips and tricks for building an audience. Oh boy, Opti, where do we start, man? We got about a minute 30 left.
Okay, I'll start with the easiest one, guys. Stay stupidly bullish. Always be bullish on Bitcoin. Always be bullish on optimism, how Bitcoin will change the world, how Bitcoin fundamentally changed your life. People love this, especially in the face of all the nihilism in the world right now. You need to break the echo chamber. No, break the matrix with pure positivity. This is how we win. People realize that there's a problem, but they do not know what the solution is. And that's where Bitcoin fits in.
All right, I got my minute. All right, guys. So how do you build an audience? Grit and determination, consistency, and posting the content. That is the hardest part for you as a content creator, to try to build an audience. You can come out with one great video, but what's really going to grind at you is doing it every single day on a consistent basis, because that is the only way that you will iterate enough for you to improve your content, therefore gain more of an audience. So you got to do it consistently, and that is one of the most difficult things to do. But that will be my tip for growing
Can
an
I
audience.
add on that, Nico?
Be consistent.
Guys, do not just sit on a video, just press the send button, let the content fly. And hey, it doesn't have to be perfect. Like the first video doesn't have to be perfect, but you will get better at it, and just keep sending the videos.
100%. All right, I'm Nico. This is Opti. We're Simply Bitcoin. Hope you guys find value in those tips. Catch our live show. Go to simplybitcoin.com, or you can find us on YouTube, Rumble, X, anywhere. Anyway, we love you. Bitcoin or slavery. Peace out, everybody.
Hey guys, this is Johnny Delgado with Delgado's Fuego. Just wanted to share with you some tips and tricks about small businesses and artists in the Bitcoin world. As you may know, we make delicious Peruvian hot sauce and been taking Bitcoin for a long time. I would suggest some things about engaging with your community. Definitely join all your local meetups as much as you can. If you're somebody that is pretty private, join your online communities. Find where Bitcoins are hanging out. Especially Nostr groups, you can hang out, as well as Twitter. There's still a lot of people that hang out over there and share a lot of knowledge with Bitcoin businesses, as well as you can educate your customers. It's always good to educate customers that come to you trying to pay with normal payment methods. You want to introduce them to what Bitcoin Lightning is and other vendors as well. We started a Bitcoin vendor market here in Charlotte, North Carolina by just doing that. reaching out to vendors and showing them how easy and effective and cheap it is to take Bitcoin payment. So don't forget to share the wealth. Have a good day.
Hey there, I'm Flo Montoya. I've been creating Bitcoin art since 2020. I'm also working with Lobby's Bitcoin and Panties for Bitcoin, where I work in marketing, creating content, advertisement and stuff like that. And there is one thing that these three activities have in common, and that is the importance of collaboration. I think that this is the biggest thing that I've learned in the Bitcoin ecosystem, and I would encourage you to try this out. If there are other brands you can collaborate with, other creators you can collaborate with, this will not only help you grow together, this will also make the road we have to walk through much easier and friendly. You can learn from others' mistakes and not feel lonely, because it can be a bit of a lonely road sometimes. I wish you all the best.
Yo, what is up? It's Julian here, 1/3 of the Get Base team. You might have seen my weird little TikToks at some point. I want to share some stuff with you guys that I wish I learned when I was starting my creator career here in the world of Bitcoin and sound money. Number one is that audio is so much more important than video when it comes to the tools that you need to pull off the video ideas that you have. So if you're going to invest money into gear, and I wouldn't recommend spending a bunch of money on gear, that can be a really long trap, spend it on audio over video. Number two, experiment. You're not gonna get it right on your first try, and if you're gonna get into this game, you've gotta be willing to take those L's the first 3, 6, 12, 24 months before your videos are considered good. It took me 2 full years of experimenting, having a ton of videos go out on Twitter and Instagram with less than even 500 views before I had one video go viral, and I was never able to predict which one it was. So keep making and keep taking those risks. And number 3 tip, please have fun when you're making videos. If it becomes a chore for you, if you're covering topics because you want to seem like someone else, if you're not being yourself on camera, people can pick it up instantly. Not everyone is going to act it up and be a crazy TikToker like me, or likes pushing themselves outside of their comfort zone. Find what you love to do and what you love to talk about, what really gets you passionate, and put your full self into it. You don't have to be like everyone else out there. In fact, the world will probably reward you more if you don't try to be like anyone else and you just play to yourself. That doesn't mean that you don't need to learn anything or change or have the same video every single time. Expand what you know, but always stay true to yourself, your values, and who you are and who you like to present yourself as. All right, that's it. I hope you got something out of that, and I hope you enjoy the rest of this virtual creator summit.
Awesome. Yay. Woohoo. That was so cool. Oh my gosh. I'm so grateful. Hi, you guys. Hi, Tip. Hi, Dred. Hey, Rob.
Hey.
I know Roger was going to come on. I don't know if he's still coming, but hopefully he'll come back on. Oh my gosh, you guys. Thanks so much for being here. Welcome to Hour 7 of the Bitcoin Creator Summit. You guys are the home run bookend team of awesomeness. So I'm going to be quiet because everybody's already heard me talk. I'm going to let you guys introduce yourselves so that the audience can understand who you are, what you do, what's your big mission. So Tip, why don't you go first? Oh, you're frozen, Tip. All right, Dred, you go first while Tip gets defrosted.
Yeah. No problem. Yeah. Dred from Jamaica. First, I have to say, praise be to the Most High, Jah Rastafari. Ever living, ever faithful. It's nothing but love. That's what we preach. I am Dred. I am a Bitcoiner first, technologist. I was co-founder of Plebnet, one of the biggest Lightning communities on the internet. Also host of One Love Bitcoin, which is a podcast that tries to interview Bitcoiners from around the world, letting them tell their stories, which I'll talk about today. Also CEO of Flash, which is a Bitcoin company that's bringing Bitcoin to the Caribbean, to all the islands of the Caribbean. And then finally, a board member of OpenSats, which we are hoping to have a 100% pass through that funds open source development for Bitcoin, Lightning, Nostr, and education, which is most important to me. So I'm glad to be here.
I love it. Welcome. Thank you so much. All right, Rob. Oh, wait, we'll have Tip because she's on the big screen somehow. So you go, Tip.
Okay, cool. Sorry, my internet's not that great.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm Tip. I like to share what I've learned about the parallel world that is being built on top of Bitcoin right now. It is so crazy. There's so many awesome stuff. And I like to share that in the most creative way possible. So yeah, I pull together different elements like visuals and music and analysis and storytelling, poetry. And recently dabbled in kind of performing these creations live, which adds like another dimension to my creations as well. So yeah, that's me.
Amazing. Welcome. All right, Rob, you're next, brother.
Cheers. Hello. Thank you for having me. I'm Rob. I'm the co-founder of Bitcoin News. I've had a decade-long career plus in video production. Started out in Shanghai, China, where I lived for 4 years. Did events there, as well as started with a YouTube series called Donnie Does China. Eventually came back to America, worked in New York City doing advertising PR. Last job before Bitcoin News was Barstool Sports, where I worked as a producer for a travel show across the country, which is really fun. But got bitten by the hard money bug back in 2009, discovered Bitcoin around 2016, but didn't get too much into it until 2020 when they started printing all that money. And now I decided that I needed to take my talents and bring it to Bitcoin in 2023. And so joined on with Bitcoin News. And as of the end of last year, took it over. And yeah, now we're running Bitcoin News and trying to build it into a media company that can take on the likes of Financial Times, New York Times, and be a world-leading publication.
Amazing. Oh my gosh. It's so good. Roger, can you hear us? I know you're giving me like a little ears thing. I can't hear you. So, no? All right, keep playing around with it, and then we'll come back to you when you're ready. So, let's see. Somebody, yay, tip. I know, hour 7, let's go. We are insane over here. So, the purpose of this particular panel was, we wanted to talk about a couple different things. So, what's our creative process? Say something, Roger.
Yo.
Woohoo! You're here. Okay, go ahead and introduce yourself.
I'm Roger. I love music. I love being creative with loads of different other kinds of platforms, and I do it for the love of Bitcoin. So I write Bitcoin love songs. That's what I'm about now.
Oh, Bitcoin love. Oh gosh, I can't wait to dive into this, Roger. I love it. Well, why don't we start with you since you're talking? Let's hear about your Bitcoin love songs. What do you have going on, and why love song?
Yeah. So, philosophically, Bitcoin has just been my informer. Like I feel like Bitcoin has just informed everything I do in life, and up until Bitcoin came into my life, everything was about music. But I didn't actually realize what I was trying to say with music until I recognized what Bitcoin was. And then all of a sudden, I had something to say with my music. I literally was looking for something to say with my music. And I don't know, when I look at the music industry, and I know this is a very blanket statement, but there's a lot of things I see about the music industry that make me think, what's being trying to be said here? And I think, for me anyway, personally, a lot of what I was trying to say was I didn't understand the world I was living in. And Bitcoin really taught me so many things. It put together so many things about the world that I couldn't understand, and now I can put it all into my music. I in a spiritual, in a peaceful, in a meaningful way that I think is the movement and the community that Bitcoin is, because it's so much fucking more than just money. And I think the cultural aspects of Bitcoin are just going to be, just infinite, So really glad to be here with all you legends as well. This is
Can
awesome.
I play? I want to play something. Like I got to, when I was emceeing down in El Salvador, I got to see you perform, and you like flattened me. I was like, "Who's this dude up on stage?" I thought I had some energy, and you are just like, like nuclear love on stage. And so I was like, "Dude, I got to know this cat." Let's see if I can pull a song up here. I'll just play a part of it. Which one do you think I should hit play on?
Well, the last gig in El Salvador was fun. That was
This one,
the sound was
Volcanoes?
pretty. Maybe the Madeira one is probably better.
Let's see if we can see just a minute or so. Can you guys hear it? Wow, you are definitely shredding, brother. That is so seriously. So you bring all of your gear, and we'll talk about performing in a minute because we're going to talk about Tip and her wonderful performances as well. That's a lot to schlep around, to do your solo show and perform live. I mean, have you always done that as a performer, or did you play one instrument?
Oh.
Now you've got like a whole ensemble of everything. You're like the one-man band.
So I was playing in bands for years in London, and that taught me a lot about just how much people have to go through to get a live band happening. And it was kind of a curse at the time because COVID came along, and it just became really obvious that I just couldn't, keep performing in a band. And then I just thought, I'm going to do this on my own. I'd kind of been trying to realize that already, but COVID really and Bitcoin made me realize, okay, my band members don't get me. London doesn't get me. I'm just going to have to fucking do this completely solo, completely on my own. And it was with the strength of Bitcoin that I realized, shit, man, I've got to be completely self-sufficient, completely, self motivated, just self supporting,
Self-sovereign. Yeah, you're
self-sovereign.
like a
That's the
sovereign
word.
musician.
Yeah.
How is Bitcoin, like, have you done anything with value for value? You want to tell everybody just a couple minutes about have you played around with any of that yet on Nostr? Bitcoin
I've thrown stuff around with ideas. I'm completely out of my depth though when it comes to all that stuff. I feel like I actually really got to sit down and try to utilize all these. Yeah, because Nostr is just killing it. It's fucking blowing my mind. And I either I don't have the time or I don't make the time. It's one of those two. So I've got to learn from everyone else in all those respects. Wave Lake seems cool. Yeah, Nostr is just something else. So
I know it's definitely. What would you say before we move on to the next question for, a lot of people who might be listening, you may or may not be a Bitcoiner yet. And, a lot of us are, as artists, musicians, DJs, healers, entrepreneurs, a lot of us, we don't really care what's the underneath operating system of how value is transferred. That's not exciting or interesting to us. We just want to know that, like, cool, I can go get my, kid some food, or I can go buy a guitar, or whatever it is. Like, how would you tell folks who might be listening that are new to get comfortable not being overwhelmed with the technology of Bitcoin, as to be a tool for their art and to help monetize and to grow their audience?
How to be comfortable. I mean, I don't. I'm beginning to realize that expressing yourself is it can push you through pretty much anything you need to overcome in terms of technical stuff. Like, I hope that technical stuff can never be too much of a boundary at some point, because it's, yeah, I guess it's our want and our drive to communicate with each other that will hopefully, yeah, push through all that. But yeah, I don't have any specific advice to the tough stuff is just tough.
And it's just, yeah, I think we've got to go slow. And if we're not
Yeah.
technical, Bitcoiners are ultra generous with our time,
Yeah.
and we want to support each other, you know? So if you're new to the space and you're curious about what's Nostr, what's Zaps, what's streaming, what's a wallet, like, don't be shy. Like, we'll support each other. And, you know, the
100%.
ethos of Bitcoin is really like, when we win, you know, it's not a zero-sum game we mentioned before. And, you know, I think the spirit of each person that I've encountered so far has been beyond generous and beyond intelligent and beyond caring. And so I would just invite folks who might be a little like, I don't want to ask stupid questions. There's no stupid questions, and it takes time. And I've been at this for 3 years, and I'm still feeling like I'm in preschool of level of understanding, you know, about what this
Yeah.
does, you know. And so it's just be patient, and I think that's going to be super important.
Can I just add one thing, actually?
Yeah, go
'Cause
for it.
I think most people know, or if you don't know, a fellow called Bitcoin Mechanic. And he said something profound, and he's very technical. And he literally just said, this is Bitcoin. Get used to being the new kid in the class. And then, like, it just blew my mind that this could come from such a legend as Mechanic. So, like, no one is above a question. Absolutely.
Yeah, it's true. And we all have something to learn, even if you know, if you've been an OG forever, there's still new things popping up. So thank you so much, Roger. I really, really appreciate what you're doing, and your energy is so vital to the community. So yay. Tip, I want to bring you up next, because I want to keep into the spirit of the creative process. And when I saw it, I was so excited, you know, and I had been following your work digital form. Hold on. I want to make sure that because somebody keeps coming on. Sally, what are you doing? No, hold on. Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Okay, good. Yeah, Sally was just in the background doing something. So, you know, digitally, it was really, really neat to see you, you know, with what you're doing. And then your first performance last year at Pacific Bitcoin was so powerful. You know, everybody was standing, they were cheering, they were applauding. You know, let's tell everybody about what your journey was. And I'm going to show, I have your giant mind on the screen that I want to bring up. And this, this post freaked me out so much. Will you talk about this, please, Tip?
Yeah. It's done on Miro.com, which is like a mind map. And yeah, most people kind of see the end product of what I create, not necessarily the process. And the process is a thing that takes months, whereas the end product is only 5 minutes. But this is part of it. I like to brainstorm a lot of different ideas. There's a lot of different layers to the videos and the performances that I create. And so this is just a way for me to kind of tie them together. If I can't say it in lyrics, I try to involve it in visuals, or I try to create a storyline or a story arc, or kind of a logical flow using music as well to kind of lead the audience to, this is the, you know, the mind-blowing thing right here and stuff like that. So it's just kind of putting pieces together, and that's just like a one way that I tie or like connect all the dots. But yeah, that's just part of my process. I've got other like sheets and sheets of notes and handwritten notes and spreadsheets and all these other crazy things where I tie my ideas together. And you don't see that, you don't see the ugliness, you only see the beautiful videos at the end, because you don't need to see that. That doesn't make sense.
Did you get inspired by anybody that does this, or did you just because of your history, or like how did you learn that like this is a cool way for you to process your creativity and your imagination?
Yeah, I come from a finance background, so my background is in equities research. So I do a lot of the stuff trying to connect the dots between companies and industries, and I have to write reports and pitch to my team and things like that. So all of the stuff, I guess I've learned along the way, and it's just something that I've picked up on, and it's useful, so I've kept it. And Bitcoin's very similar, where there's so much going on. There's so many different angles you can go into. And if you're trying to create something for someone else, you really have to flesh out your ideas to make sure that you have clarity of thought, because otherwise people are just going to be like, what's this brain dump? So if I shared that with you and said, this is my final product, no one's going to look at it, no one's going to appreciate it. And I think as a role of us, artists or communicators, we have to be very succinct and respect people's time, and do the work, the proof of work of iterating before you actually put out the final product.
Yeah, it's amazing. Do you have any ever like you haven't like you don't have a history of like you've been an onstage rapper performer for 10 years. Like what was it like for you? And you obviously nailed it in Madeira again. Um, and I'm imagining you're starting to get more opportunities to perform. Like how has it changed your life being able to be on stage versus just being, doing these things digitally?
Yeah, I think in my past life, I did a lot of speeches as well, and have given presentations on stage. So I've done stuff on stage before, but this is the first time where I get to truly be creative and crazy.
And frozen.
Everything was
Let it
all.
go. It's okay. Go ahead.
Sorry. Yeah, so it's the first time I'm not doing anything to someone else's mandate, essentially. So I get full free reign. So that was awesome to be able to have, no, this is your slot. You can do whatever you want with it. And that was kind of my first, when I did it at Pacific Bitcoin, they had no constraints on what I could do. So I was like, I'm going to be the most craziest and creative as possible. But yeah, performing is completely different to creating. They require very different skill sets, very different mindsets as well. When you're creating, you're in your room alone most of the time, researching and writing and kind of orchestrating together all these different pieces. And so the process there is really it's really patient, it's very intimate, very intellectual, and you are not seen at that moment.
Yeah.
But performance is the exact opposite. It's like you're in the spotlight, you are an athlete, you are on the podium running for president. You have like all these kind of eyes on you, and so you have minutes to convey your message effectively to a room of thousands and hundreds of people. So how I prepare for that is kind of more physical than mental. So you have to be fit, go to the gym, eat well, practice your breath work, visualize the stadium, visualize the people. And when it feels a little bit overwhelming, I kind of bring it back to just be grateful for the opportunity. Like this is not something that you have to do, but it's something that you get an opportunity to stand in front of so many people and gift them a beautiful gift of the experience, and you get to touch people's hearts and minds, and so see it as a privilege and not a challenge, and then that kind of stress goes away. But yeah, and also have DJ Val and the backstage helping you do breath work before you go on stage helps.
I love doing that with you. It's nice. It feels like, you're not alone, and it just takes a minute, not even. You can do breathing and get grounded in 3 or 4 breaths, right? And so I think that's really, really important. And I think, dealing with audiences and stages and everything, we can get, obviously it's terrifying. And like you said, especially for you, you're doing a short experience. Like for me, if I'm DJing, I'm there for an hour, 2 hours, 3 hours, however long I get to play. So if my first, couple mixes are a shit show, then at least I get a redo, hopefully, if the audience doesn't run away. But for you, and Roger, too, your sets, you don't have 3-hour sets. You're a little bit more condensed with your set. So it's like, you've got to be tight. And I have all my little affirmation cards, but one of them, it says, when you get nervous, focus on service. And I love what you just said, Tip, about thinking in terms of like, how am I serving the audience? This is a privilege. This isn't something scary. And then it's like somehow divinity shows up in the experience for all of us, and then we get to be in that flow state. So I think that's really, really powerful. I will play some of your music towards the end, and I will probably wrap it up with one of your videos if that's okay, because that's going to be super fun. But I want to go to you, Dread, and let's talk about Flash and OpenSats and why should everybody understand what this is. I was looking for what's Flash's website. I'll pull it up.
Oh, it's getflash.io.
Getflash.io. Okay, cool. So which one do you want to talk about? OpenSats, Flash? What would be the best for you?
I'll just
Or One
flow.
Love podcast? Like, tell me
Yeah.
let's talk about your journey as a messenger.
Yeah, I think I'll just flow as a messenger because honestly, it all kind of flows together as one thing for me. In the beginning of this, like everyone else, that I've been watching the stream for 7 hours now. So
Oh, wow.
It's all like kind of, one message, just like multiple religions are all kind of condensed into one message. And it's the same thing. Like everyone has a why, everyone has a passion for what they're doing. And everything that I've been doing, my own mining, Plebnet, One Love Bitcoin, Flash, OpenSats, all for the same passion that I have for Bitcoin that Bitcoin changed me into. So the way I like to describe it in summary is that Bitcoin has shown me something that I've never seen before in the history of humanity, regardless of what books I've read, of what scholars I've listened to, and it's the fact that history cannot be changed from 2009 onwards. Before 2009, especially from my ancestors, history was changed, wiped out in some situations. Like I don't even know who my great 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 grandfathers are and where they're from because history has been wiped out. Right? I'm from Jamaica and we've been conquered by the Spaniards and the English and whoever else along the way. And who I really came from genetically can only be told through 21dna.com or something like that, but it can't be told through a story and told from historical books. Some cultures do have that privilege, but most cultures don't actually. Like it's not just my plight. And this is one of the things that the time chain has solved that I thought was seminal in history of humanity, is that for once now, the history of a people, the history of a culture can be stored and told in accuracy from this point forward. And that's something that just blew my mind. And I'm just like, okay, that's one thing. This is an elephant. There's many things, but that got me passionate. And then property rights too. We've seen across the world property rights being taken from people because the man with the bigger gun can take it. And this is the first technology I've ever seen that allows people to have equal rights to their property without anyone being able to take it via force or coercion or any other way except cryptography. So I say that to say there's two of three things that create a soul, in my opinion, of people, of a society. And it's, truth, the history of truth, property rights, being able to own yourself. And then the most important thing for me is love. Like Bitcoin has shown that you can love yourself. And by loving yourself, this technology allows you to prosper. And people call it selfishness. A lot of people say, oh, Bitcoin is selfish. And if you're selfish, then Bitcoin allows your selfishness to grow the network. And I don't think it's selfishness. I think it's self-love. And self-love creates love externally as well. If you love yourself, you for the first time in your life are able to have true love for everyone else around you. If you don't love yourself, all the other love is fake. Like, oh, I love this person, love that person. It's not real if you don't love yourself. Yeah. Self-love is first, and then everything else expands from there. And that's kind of where my intellectual mind happened. And then I was like, okay, I'm going to do everything in Bitcoin. All right. So that point, I started off by doing Plebnet, and it was just a Lightning community that grew amazingly well, and everybody was learning how to create nodes for themselves. And then I moved on to One Love Bitcoin, which is a podcast telling stories. And it's telling stories about every different country in the world and how a Bitcoiner perceives their country and how they love their country and how Bitcoin can change it. And I still tell those stories, but I tell them on my own time because it's a passion. And then I became CEO of Flash because I wanted to take this same love and bring it to the Caribbean community because I didn't see that happening there. I saw it happening in Europe. I saw it happening in America. Latin America is like exploding with it. and I'm seeing exploding with love, but I don't see it happening in the Caribbean yet. So I'm bringing all that love to the Caribbean. That's my whole mission right now. And then finally, I was privileged enough to be a board member of OpenSats, which I'm able to spread, open source grants and Bitcoin grants and Lightning grants and Nostr grants. And now as head of education for OpenSats, I can spread education grants specifically around the world, so I can allow people to get that love in a different way in open source grants. So
Can you, like, what kind of stuff are you guys working on? Like what has like come through
for OpenSats?
Mhm.
Oh man, everything. Everything. It's been a lot of Nostr recently, mainly because Nostr has been this huge hub for edutainment. I think somebody said earlier. Free information being spread across the board. Technology is being shared more freely that way. And then Zap.stream has shown me that you can have um, almost anything you want to be streamed online and get instant revenue for it, or instant feedback from your. I think it's more feedback. People giving you feedback in terms of sats is much more important, in my opinion, than feedback in terms of likes or views or subscribes. Like sats is really what the signal is. So nothing else does that except Nostr so far. And a lot of projects are coming through doing that. But I think also, one of the most important things we're doing right now is Bitcoin core dev stability. We've been able to have a lot of long-term support, like multi-year support grants being given out to core devs that have typically been just working for free, like maintaining Bitcoin core that we all use, that billions of dollars Michael Saylor is depending on. And these core devs are the ones that are maintaining the libraries, are maintaining the projects. And now we're able to give them stability, safety, love. So I'm really proud of that, to be honest.
Yeah, it's a stellar project, and I think a lot of people take it for granted that everything just runs in the background smoothly and okay, cool. And so I think for all of us, to get up to speed on how things really work and how we can help keep things moving forward. It's like some people are like, oh, Bitcoin's inevitable. Nothing is inevitable. I think love hopefully will live inevitably on planet Earth, but who knows? I know, right? But I think it's important that we keep sharing like why this matters. And obviously with what's been going on recently with some of the devs getting arrested and with the platforms having to, leave the United States, a lot of people, the devs are putting their lives at risk. Some of them, and I think it matters that we know what's going on. And so everybody who's listening to this, we have over 5,000 people watching right now, you guys. So yay to all of you who are here watching, but make sure you go check out OpenSats and learn about how you can participate and whether it's donating sats, whether it's donating time, whether it's reposting things. I think it's super important that we, practice responsibility here together as a community. So thank you so much, Dred. And you are rocking it, my friend. I'm so just like, wow, you're doing a lot. And you're going to be at Oslo Freedom Forum soon.
I will be at Oslo. Yep. I'll be spectating, seeing all you legends. Like I said, I am a dev first. So I think of all of you as professionals in the space compared to me, whether it's news or media or entertainment. So I'm really honored to be on the stage with everyone here. And I'm really here to learn as well. Like I've done my pleb work, being able to create a podcast on my own, but I'm always willing to learn more from experts like you.
Do you want to talk just really super quick about what's Oslo Freedom Forum and why it matters for Bitcoiners?
Yes. Oslo Freedom Forum, hosted by the Human Rights Foundation, is a yearly forum that shows and almost highlights the need for freedom, democracy, and more important, in my opinion, truth and property rights for the individual around the world. They highlight the plights of people from many different places in the dystopic world that is not the free West. I would say, like, places with tyranny, places with oppression. A lot of places in Africa that I know personally have financial and physical oppression, and they bring people to Oslo Freedom Forum to tell you personally what's happening, and then it's really up to you if you want to help, if you want to just listen and share the stories. But for more than anything else, to me, it's an awareness campaign. And it's a beautiful awareness campaign because it shows that there are humans behind all of these stories. It's not just a news report, an anchor at 6 p.m. There is an actual human being in front of you telling you what's happening to them. And that is so much more powerful than anything else you can tell as a story. So I really appreciate what they do. They have a financial, I think it's called a freedom, I forgot what the track is called.
The Financial Freedom Track, I think, right?
Thank you. Financial Freedom Track, where they actually teach these activists and others how to use freedom technologies like Bitcoin, like Noster, like other things that Citizen Lab helps to build to help them along their journey, to help them to fight for their own freedom. And I would highly encourage anyone that is interested to either check out it personally, or if they have a live stream, check it out as well. They have it every year. And I think it's one of the most important things that you can see if you really want to understand what's happening, not just in your part of your little corner of the world, but globally to the human race.
Yeah, it so matters. Like I met you at Oslo Freedom Forum, Dread, outside when it was in Miami during COVID, and that was my first Bitcoin conference. And I was, because that's why I became a Bitcoiner, because I heard Alex Gladstein talk at Bitcoin Miami. I think it was in 2021. And I was like, okay, these are my people. This is the thing. This is what I've been searching for. Finally, like people who, it's not just airy fairy, let's go, meditate and take some acid and change the world, which is totally important. And I highly recommend it. But, it's so important that we combine, the technology of money. And I didn't even understand that money was something that was a limiting thing that couldn't get us further on Earth because of the centralization and the toxicity of the fiat system. So it was so cool to get to meet you there. And, I've been a fan of your work and I just love you. So I'm so glad for what you're doing. And thanks so much, Dread. You the man. I wish I could go to, I was dreaming as like next year, I want to go to Oslo. That'll maybe I'll get to DJ. That'll be fun. Hey, so Rob, you're talking about all the hot topics of Bitcoin news right now. So what do you think? What should we be paying attention to with Bitcoin and Bitcoin news? And how do people who are paying attention know what's the difference between Bitcoin and crypto? What's the difference between, hype and, actual facts? How's Bitcoin news helping out?
Yeah, I mean, first and foremost, education is so necessary, right? What every single one of us do here, even though it's creative, it's a form of education. Whether it's music or a video or a podcast, you want to get a specific idea out there to the rest of the world because we think that this is probably the most valuable information that one can glean at this moment. Personally, I think it might be good just to go a little bit into my background and how I wound up in this position. I originally went to Tufts University to study international relations. I've always loved history and economics and geopolitics. And I thought that maybe I wanted to be a diplomat, and work for the US government, something like that. But then the financial crisis happened and I realized, wow, a lot of the stuff I've learned is not necessarily true, and went down the rabbit hole, you could say. And so found out about Ron Paul and hard money and really opened up my eyes to the fiat system and the Federal Reserve, and realizing that the way the world's set up right now is quite corrupt in many ways. So I left school. I went to China. I was living in China there and pursuing my creative interests. And I as well did music. I had a band there and performed live all the time. But it was mainly following a lot of, I guess you could say, hedonistic pursuits, right? And just trying to get the most out of life on a pleasurable substance, because everything that I was learning about the world was, oh my God, it's all going to come to a terrible end sometime soon, because we're going to have hyperinflation and they're going to print all the money and things are going to end badly. But eventually over the 2010s, hyperinflation didn't come, right? And so I had a career in video production and PR and ad agencies. But I still knew that fundamentally something was wrong here, right? And so it wasn't until 2020 happened and the world stopped that I realized, oh my God, they're doing this money printing thing again. And we've got to figure out some sort of solution. So I think my story is pretty similar to a lot of people in Bitcoin. 2020 gave them the space, both mentally and physically, to be alone with their thoughts and figure some new stuff out. And Bitcoin was thankfully the solution that emerged to me. And so the beautiful thing about Bitcoin is that it goes along with all of my philosophical beliefs that I've held for over a decade in the hard money camp and libertarian leanings. But it offers hope, right? And once you have that hope, you want to spread it and share it with the rest of the world. And combining my video production and my love of history and economics and whatnot, I saw that Bitcoin News needed a video editor back in the beginning of 2023. So hopped on joining with that. And at the time, I knew I wanted to get into the Bitcoin media world somehow. So I was making sort of lyric videos out of podcast clips, right? I would take 60 seconds of a podcast clip and put the lyrics or the words of what they were saying up on screen, and they'd move around and have animations, and just try to make it something that would be visually entertaining and draw in new people, hopefully, to these ideas around Bitcoin. It was through that I got this video editing job, and then quickly took over the Twitter for Bitcoin News. And yeah, I mean, that's been quite the journey, right? Growing the account from around 20,000 to 140,000 today, and just being on there every single day, just working really hard to make sure that the right news is put out there, right? Some of the stuff is not always positive. You got to show that there's both sides of the coin here. Like when Venezuela is going after Bitcoin miners, I think it's important to get that news out there and share it. It's not all just positive, but it's it gave me hope, and I hope that by presenting factual information on a daily basis out to the world, I can help give other people hope that I found through Bitcoin.
Congratulations, by the way. And it's so fun to see the evolution of how we jump into something and then all of a sudden it forks, quote unquote. And we're like, I'm going to go over check this out instead. So there's no one, like, as anybody in life, whether you're a creator, an entrepreneur, a developer, anyone, a mom, you think like, okay, there's the end goal. I'm going to go there. And it's like, okay, it's going to go all over here until we actually get there, you know? So I think it's really neat to hear your arc of this journey. How the heck did you grow to over 100,000? So for folks who are listening right now, who want to, learn how to grow an audience with integrity, and not just get a whole bunch of bots, like how do you grow an audience, a meaningful audience?
Yeah, I mean, I think a lot of these same points were echoed throughout the day here, but it's number one is showing up, right? Rain or shine, sleet or hail, you gotta be there, and because you want to become a part of someone else's routine, right? You want to be something that's viewed as reliable and stable, and something that people say, okay, I need to check that before I can get my day started. By becoming something that is trusted, you are able to integrate into people's lives, and then they are your greatest evangelists and fans, and they help spread the word of your account and help you grow that way. One advice I have in terms of if you're starting off from new on Twitter, get in the replies, right? If you're just posting on your own page, it's going to be sent out to the abyss. Nobody's really going to see it. It's by interacting with and replying to larger accounts, and also accounts your same size. But yeah, just being there and adding something to the conversation and making sure that it's relevant, adds a different angle. And that's how you get people's eyeballs on your account and can help it grow that way. Yeah, and different kinds of content, right? We have articles, videos, podcasts, infographics, everything that different people like different things. And so if you're able to offer a certain level of quality for different kinds of content, I think it's important to be able to show that on your page there.
I think so too. Yeah, we were talking about this on, I think, the last panel, just about all the different, we're multi-sensory learners, right? Are we listening to stuff? Are we touching things? Are we, hearing things, or, seeing things, etc. So, and again, still staying in our zone, like what gets us excited. Some people don't want to do talking. They don't want to hear their own voice. Okay, don't do that. Do something else. I loved what you said about making what you do a part of someone's day. Like, that's really cool. Who and what is a part of your day?
Yeah, I mean, Bitcoin Twitter is is my day. You know, there's of course a lot of accounts that I check on a regular basis. In terms of news outside, Bloomberg is a good source for economic news that I check on a daily basis. And I mean, YouTube. I'm a YouTube addict, of course, as well. And so yes, I mean it's a varied allotment of content that, of course, we consume to form our worldview, and hopefully that is one that is that aligns with truth, and other people resonate with that.
Yeah, it's important to have a well-rounded worldview. And I think certainly as Bitcoiners, we keep seeing our worldviews shatter as we become Bitcoiners, because the things and the ways of thinking and understanding the operating system from within and what's going on around us is getting called into question. And so we can't just sit and rest on our laurels and go, well, here we go. This is Bitcoin, off we go. Like, we constantly, every time we turn over a little rock, it's like, oh God, that was a lie. That's a lie too. I've been duped over here. Okay. And so it can be a little exhausting sometimes, and it can be a little, I think for me, sometimes I don't feel defeated, but I'm like, is it ever going to get better? And it's like, yes, it is. Focus on this, and stay connected with people who are interested in focusing on love and focusing on the future and focusing on community and collaboration versus competition and power over. And so I think that's a very, very unique thing for you. Like not this panel, the last panel, but the panel before, Monica was asking everybody about, Bitcoin obviously changes us, right? We don't change Bitcoin. Were you all into kind of personal growth practices and creative practices? Like, did you have a spiritual lens that you were looking at the world through before Bitcoin, and then Bitcoin accentuated it, or did Bitcoin open that up for you? Also, I hope I've said that the right way. Tip, I'll let you go.
Can I just jump in and talk about the previous thing that you were talking about, where you're kind of reading the news and getting pretty angry and stuff? I, over the past couple of months, have spent less time on Twitter, more time on Nostr. And it's not just because it's different technologies and one's building on Bitcoin, you get zaps. It's actually a different group of people. And the Nostr group, I found, every time I open up Nostr and all these different apps, the content is really about, what are we building? Like, these are the things that we're building on the new parallel world. Like, can we make this happen today? Can we build this new feature today? And people get stuff done really fast. The founder of LIVESTREAM is like live streaming himself, build out the platform while he's looking for feedback and people giving him live feedback. Whereas people on Nostr are complaining about politics and shouting about how fiat is broken. Like, we know fiat is broken. It is so boring. Like, get over it and start shining the light on the things that are actually being built with our devs and supporting them. Like, if we're in the role of marketing Bitcoin and marketing this whole new parallel economy, we need to shine the light on the things that matter to us, instead of focusing our energy on the things that are dying and we don't want to give them energy, and we want to move our attention towards the new world. So I think we need to live the life that we're preaching to others too. If we're talking about Bitcoin, let's use Bitcoin, let's use Nostr, let's support the people that are building the world we want to live in. That's the only way we can shape our reality, instead of complaining or focusing our energy on the things that we don't want to exist.
I love that tip. Yeah, it's so good. And I think, we've been noticing, I don't know about you guys, but I've been noticing some gossip happening in the last several days about some of our fellow Bitcoiners. And it's like, I just personally am like, wouldn't your time be better spent like doing something constructive and productive? And, when you're sitting behind a screen and you're on, with your thumbs, it's you think like, haha, I'm going to be so funny and I'm going to make this little, smart ass thing. And I'm like, you're so smart, make something smart, And so I would invite people who are out there. It's like all this time that we have that we're consuming content and not necessarily creating. imagine even if you took 10% of that and turned it into creative moments in your life. I know, I'm guilty of it, but my morning practice, I meditate every day. And a lot of times I consume before I create. And that's not the order of things that I should be doing. I want to create before I consume. And my day is totally different if I adopt that mindset and if I keep that practice going. And so, do you guys want to talk a little bit? We've got 10 more minutes left. Maybe we'll take 5 minutes to just kind of go in a circle here and share, like, what's your creative process? Like, how do you guys come up with your content? Obviously, we saw Tip and her cathedral drawings for a beautiful, beautiful song. How do you guys create each day? Like, what's the positive process that you do? Rob?
Yeah, sure. I'll echo off of what you were saying is one thing that opened up to me when I found Bitcoin is that, as I was saying, is just that hope, right? That things can get better. And that gave me the motivation to add more consistency to my life, right? And I think that morning segment of the day is so important. Waking up every day for the last almost 3 years now and meditating on a daily basis has been so important. And so being able to find that quiet time before you look at your phone, your computer, or anything, find that space to go within and connect with yourself. And I think Bitcoin helped motivate me to make that a daily practice that I dabbled in before, but hadn't made such a foundational part of my life. So yeah, and I mean, I think that having that reason why, and then being able to turn that into actual practices and routines on your daily basis is something that Bitcoin opens the doors for a lot of people.
Amazing. Thanks, Rob. But what about you, Dred?
Yeah. So first, I'll start off by saying two things. One, I really agreed with Tip on the talking about people and gossip. I think you said it actually, Val. And I think average minds discuss people, great minds discuss ideas. The majority of Bitcoiners are discussing ideas, especially on Nostr. I think we're majority of great minds. Also, you talked about changing how Bitcoin has changed you, and I think there is some science that says every 7 years, every cell in your body changes, right? You're a brand new person. And I think also spiritually and consciously you become a brand new person.
Yeah.
But if you find Bitcoin, all your models are destroyed. That changes. Like you suddenly are becoming a new person at an accelerated rate as you learn. And that happened to me too. So I think it happened to everybody. Like you have this change that gradually happens over time, but Bitcoin is this accelerant, to the fire that really changes you quickly. And then finally, my creative process has been, oh my God, ubiquitous almost. Ever since I started thinking about Bitcoin, I couldn't stop. I stopped a lot of my professional career to continue to think about Bitcoin and create new things that were in the space. And it was almost something that I couldn't help but do. So the creative process is 24/7 for me, to be honest. I wake up, go to sleep, think about it. But the things that become productive out of that are a little bit, less often, I would say, because a lot of conversations happen. You throw a spaghetti against the wall and you see what works and what doesn't, like any creative process. So for me, it's really the way I like to say it roughly is banging my head against the wall. As a dev, that's kind of what I do anyway. So I'll just look up everything myself, challenge myself to do it all myself, and figure out what tools I need. Like, for example, the podcast, I'd be using things like Adobe Creative Cloud, Envato Elements, which is a godsend for templated graphics and videos, stuff like that, and give myself a blank canvas to just create. That's the main thing, in my opinion, that if you really want to create something, don't go into your creative process with any assumptions. Just put a blank canvas out there, clear your mind, smoke some weed, take some psychedelics, whatever, clear your mind, and then start your process and see what happens. And that's kind of the way I do it. It might not be the easiest thing to do. And I would refer to a Nostr post that Gigi has out there called Fuck Easy. Sorry for your pre-13 audience, but it's a really good post. And it kind of tells you philosophically, like, we've been living in this world of nerfdom, of easiness, for a very long time. Even before Bitcoin, I was very nihilist, and I was successful enough to be able to live a very easy life and a very, protected and not very intellectually satisfying life, but it was easy. It was simple. It was mind numbing almost. And you really have to tell yourself that's not the right way to live. You know, if you really want to experience the human, you know, life that we have here, you have to experience the hardships too. That's like the most important part of it, is to experience the hardships, because that's what we're here for. I think that my creative process is really about finding those hardships and diving into them and seeing what comes out the other side.
Yeah, I've heard people say, like, have tea with fear, you know, or if you've got something going on, a lot of times we push things away that are seemingly difficult or painful or scary. And then we don't ever get the gift of what's on the other side when we dance with it, you know? And so I think that's very, very important that we feel comfortable because, you know, everybody's experiencing the same thing. So that's amazing. Thanks, Dred. And Roger, you're next, my friend.
It brings to mind a saying from, I think it was Bob Dylan, who said, he not busy being born is busy dying. And I think we forget that actually everything we do is creative, whether it's, you know, making breakfast, making a bed, you know, we are all creators actually. And people, I think, I know I get into this bracket of thinking, well, there's a difference between an artist and a creator. And I guess an artist would say, well, no, I've given my life to just living from what I create. I don't know. Like, I think I think we are all creators, and it's really something beautiful to see very simple things as being a creative process. So yeah, trying to incorporate it into everything I do. And Bitcoin has brought me to this whole world of creativity I could never have dreamed of. Like I've always loved film, but I never would have enjoyed doing editing, for example. I never would have enjoyed, you know, just writing. I want to start writing books. I want to start being more philosophical. I want to start, you know, this whole cacao thing has just been an explosion for me of spiritual, meaningful stuff that's connected me in a way that I just couldn't have dreamed of. So that's the following the path thing, I think, that Bitcoin brings you onto as well. It's an incredibly spiritual opening of the self. And yeah, as Dred was saying, you know, it's just recognizing it's love and not fear, and it's just going with that heart opening thing that I think is the basis of what Bitcoin is trying to teach us, really. Yeah.
Awesome. Thanks so much, Roger. I'm going to bring up Sully right now, who has been ferociously helping out in the background. Thanks, Sully. I'm so grateful for you, brother. Like, you have been so awesome. And I know we just kind of started working together this week, and I'm like, here you go. We're doing a summit. Let's have some fun.
Thanks for having me.
Yeah,
thanks
it's
for having me.
amazing.
Happy to help out any way I can, Val. You're awesome. Today's been so cool. Like so many amazing people, you know, help put this together. Val has been at it 24/7. So anything that I could take off your hands there, I think it was well deserved. But I mean, what a success today was. So let's keep it going.
Yeah, we're definitely going to keep this going. I think this was a pretty cool success for the very first Bitcoin Creator Virtual Summit. This has been so amazing. We have 5,415 people watching right now, you guys. Like, how cool is that? And think about, like, we love obviously being able to hug each other in person, but sometimes we can't. And so we might as well, you know, jam out on these great technologies that bring us together too. Right? And we're going to jam out on Tip's song here in just a minute. But before we do that, of course, I want to thank everybody who participated in the panels today. You guys have been so incredible. I'm so excited and grateful that we got to do this together. And again, everybody is generously donating their time, and we're, taking donations. And then we're going to cut everything up to all of the presenters after we just pull out a little bit for production costs. So we're going to play around with how to do the splits, and get it so that we're having fun for everybody. But something else that I want to share with you guys as creators, because I think we're all creators. I got to find it. Where did my little thing go? Story. Come on. Here we go. It's somewhere, guys. There it is. Peaceful money, peaceful world. Everybody has something to contribute, like you said, Dread, and putting truth out there that is incorruptible, that you can't take away and delete just because somebody decides they don't like the way that history was written. I think it's so interesting that Bitcoin offers the ability for us to, lock the truth in for the future. And so, do you remember Chicken Soup for the Soul? Has anybody ever? So I got inspired. I love Jack Canfield and Mark Victor Hansen. They're wonderful, wonderful authors and entrepreneurs, but they created this great series. Initially, it was one book, and it was just, a bunch of great stories that made you feel better and you don't feel alone. And, oh, look, you got through a troubled time, and so did I'm going through this too. So maybe I'm not all alone on planet Earth. And it became wildly, wildly successful. And what they ended up doing was, okay, we've got so many submissions. Let's do Chicken Soup for the firefighter soul, or Chicken Soup for the teen soul, or Chicken Soup for the mom soul, or whatever. And so when you're listening to stories or reading stories that are relatable to you, who you are, where you came from in the world, and how you identify, you start to feel less scared, less fearful. You feel more powerful, and you feel more confident and hopeful. And so I was hoping, for every Bitcoiner on planet Earth, hopefully there'll be 8 billion of us, or 9 billion by the time we get done with this, that we all contribute to this project, the Peaceful Money, Peaceful World series. And what I want to have people do is, whether it's a song, if it's a poem, if it's a short video, if it's an article, anything that you have, we're going to start taking some submissions. And then what's going to be fun, instead of just getting $250, which is what Chicken Soup for the Soul gives all of their writers, which is great, you're awesome, but they sell millions of copies. So imagine if we have millions of copies of all the stories of Bitcoin, like this big anthology, and then we can do lightning splits in perpetuity to all the contributors. Let's go Bitcoin. So that's what we're going to be working on. And I would invite everybody who's got a story of how Bitcoin has touched you, and your before and after story, so that other people can resonate and relate to all of us from where we've come from and how Bitcoin matters. So you guys can go to bitcoinforpeace.org/story, and please make a submission. And once we get enough for the first volume, we'll start getting it out there and figuring out how all the splits go. So yeah. So I love you guys so much, and I'm so grateful, and I'm going to cry, but I love you. And thanks for being Bitcoiners and like inviting me into the world and welcoming me. And you all have changed my life so much. So thank you. And thanks for everybody who's listening and watching. And the world's just shitty and crazy right now. And it doesn't have to be. It doesn't have to be. And we've got each other, we've got this tool, and we've got this deep, deep, deep soul connection with love and with the earth. And when we can focus on that, then we can really make the difference that we're meant to make on this earth. So I would invite you to just remember that. And if you ever feel alone and you're scared, you can reach out to me and DM me. Been there, done that. You're not alone. And Bitcoin is definitely a tool to bring us all together for love. And I do believe Bitcoin is a tool for a more peaceful world. And thank you guys for showing that to me. And I would love to wrap it up with Tip's performance at Pacific Bitcoin last year, right? And so we're going to play this. Dun, 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 dun. I'm going to take this off the screen so we can see you. Let's make sure we can hear it, guys. So are you guys ready? This is going to blow your mind.
With time, a seed becomes a tree, sheltering us. With time, a skill becomes a talent, empowering us. With time, a technology becomes a tool, enhancing us. By nature, time gives value to almost everything, yet the very thing our society gives value to, our money, loses value over time. This paradox warps our reality by defying the laws of nature, and it stems from the belief that $1 today is worth more than $1 tomorrow, meaning money must always lose value. We built our reality off of this model. Time value of money, we call it, but in reality, this is just dogma. Since we can keep making more of it, we end up destroying our own purchasing power. So we put it in stocks, put it in bonds, put it in land, put it in funds, put it in crypto, put it in gold, but we are not oracles, so what do we know? We know that it's hard to get by. We know some people may never retire. Is time value of money a lie since it discounts the monetary value of our time? If time is money, how are they moving in different directions? We're working longer for less. We end up just giving away our freedom. Give up liberty for policies. Give up our agency to the authorities. Because when our foundation is built on complexity, we simplify humans by giving up our humanity. Reality check, we're straight too far from the truth. The world economy's a wreck when 1 + 1 no longer equals to 2. And if life's created from the truth, along the way something got screwed. And we let our own dogma subjectify value. We divorce action from consequence. We defy the law of physics. We make scarcity infinite. We disregard the language of mathematics. So our systems are built on a fallacy. Our society's based on a fantasy. In the absence of truth, we're living in the shadows of our own reality. And that's the root problem. Man-made rules can be broken. As our trust crumbles, so does the progress of our civilization. But one thing remains constant: no one can cheat nature. So why not use it to architect a stronger base layer? The most beautiful buildings engineered based on these consequences. Natural law drives rigor needed to build something enduring, uncompromising on principles that accounts for the flaws. Because when our lives are at stake, the gravity of truth cannot be ignored. So our monetary systems were designed like structures. It would embody energy and matter, so the money itself matters. An unbreakable limit enforced by costliness of creation ensures the structure holds value for many generations. A rule-based system governed by maths builds a transparent ecosystem that can self-error correct. With no one in charge, no words are taken as fact. Only work from computation can actualize truth of timestamps, and like water flowing off a cliff down the path of gravity, computational energy makes time flow one way only. It is this irreversibility which gives value to our money. By upholding consensus and scarcity to create one shared reality, now the map is the territory. Now we're working with high fidelity. Now money is truthfully time and energy bound by finality. Now we have the ability to manifest each of our dreams and build a world that is much more reflective of all of our needs. And that's the purpose of money. Merely a tool to shape our reality, merely a function to harness and express individuality, just a way to live freely, just a means for possibility. Because when we build on integrity, we enhance the beauty of humanity. The most beautiful societies are built from diversity of our thoughts that come to life when we're empowered individually. Because when money tomorrow is worth more than today, we shift from predicting to creating the future ourselves. And when our money grows in value, we grow thoughtful in how we use it. Natural law drives rigor needed to fund something enduring, something truly worth it, something that pushes the sky's limit, something only possible now real value and consequence exist in boundless virtual dimensions. Imagine potential creations, fueled by monetary life force lasting for many generations. We will venture into new territories and unleash these possibilities once we learn to embrace the truth of our reality. Thank you so much.
Wow, dude. What a great way to end. Tip, thank you so much. You and Roger are such rock stars. Oh my gosh. So Thank you guys, everybody who's tuned in. This has been a magical Saturday afternoon, my favorite Saturday in forever. So thank you guys so much. Any final words that you guys want to share, or how are we good? What do you think?
Thank you to you.
I just want to give Val another round of applause here for putting this together. Such a good job. I want to thank all the viewers. Over 5,000 of you tuned in, and you made this possible to keep us going. So we'll keep on bringing you the content, value for value. I want to thank all the panelists and everybody as well. You know, we're building this together. Bitcoin is only a tool. It's us who make it work.
Rock and roll. That's right. All right, guys. Are we good? Dred, you look like you're going to say something. Go for
I
it.
was just going to say one love. That's all. Like, thank
it.
you for everything you do, Val.
You're
and thank you
welcome.
for everyone on the panel. I love you all.
Love you guys too.
Love you guys.
All right, cool. Thanks, guys. All right. Hopefully we'll see you guys in meat suit person some days, but until then we'll be digitally connected with our hearts and with Bitcoin and with the time chain. Yay. All right, everybody. Peace, love, and warm aloha. Until next time, this is DJ Valerie B. Love with Bitcoin for Peace. And thanks again for tuning in. All right, cool. Woohoo.